Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MPL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MPL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MPL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Sora. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu sekali schedule to it dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Edge fight as long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lines, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Yo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Sama-sama. Bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke?
Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa lupa. Itu tugas saya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his hand like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the, you know, Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntar. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Welcome to MPL MY Season 13 here. You guys are currently watching English stream here. We are finally in Day 3's playoffs where things has gotten a little bit spicy here. My name is ICBB12. Joining me on the desk here, we have Husky and of course, Gideon joining with us here on a Saturday morning. Pretty early, I'd say, but of course, now I've got a couple of questions here because now when we talk about the 4 teams who's made it so far, we've seen the upper brackets as well as the lower brackets. Now seeing 2 teams going down. What do you think? Was it something you expected?
Honestly, the fact that RSG is currently in the position that they are in, being able to take a clean sweep over the Homebois, that in itself is already pretty shocking for most people. And now they're up against SRG. I feel like the tests never seem to end for them.
Yeah, what about you, Husky?
I feel like today, not only is the gauntlet for the teams in the lower bracket because they got to play 2 best of 5s, but like Gideon said, right, SRG against RSG was something that's not on my bingo book, but KG and Homebois are going to battle out in the lower bracket. That is something that I feel like will be a bittersweet moment for a lot of people. Not only are we losing one of the Kages, but we're also losing a potential grand finalist that was in a lot of people's predictions.
Well, people say when it comes to playoffs, expect the unexpected here. And of course, for you guys tuning in at home here, let's talk about today's schedule and how we're going to be what are we going to be doing today here, because we've had 2 best of 5s for the past few days here, and for today's schedule I feel like it is going to be action-packed, right? Like we want to feel everything here, and on the grand finals it is going to be only 1 best of 7. So today's schedule, it feels like it is going to be very full. Like, I believe it's going to be best of 5s, and best of 5s.
Yep, we're not taking a single best of 3 the entire play-ins or playoffs. Best of 5s all the way through to really test these teams, whether they've got the medal to represent us for MSC later this year. More importantly so, right? I think now is a very good time to start bringing up like where the international meta is eventually going to get, but that's assuming that these teams are ready for it.
Yep, and of course now up on screen here we show you guys exactly who and what time the teams are going to be playing here. To start things off for the first match of today, the first best of 5, it is going to be SRG going up against RSG to fight for the first slot into the grand finals and also the ticket to Riyadh. And for this second match, we will have KGE going up against Homebois to fight for their lives to continue their journeys. But, however, after that match, they will be playing a second time on 7 p.m. to whoever loses the first match.
Yep, it's going to be an extremely exhausting day for some of our professionals. In the upper bracket finals, we have SRG versus RSG. Winner moves on straight to the grand finals. Loser moves down to the lower bracket finals where they have to face off the winner of KGE versus the Homebois. Only one of those teams are going to make it through.
And I think it's very exciting because not only that we cover team unexpected results from yesterday, but it's also the fact that SRG has already achieved the bare minimum from last season, right? They finished 3rd last season. Now they're guaranteed top 3. RSG definitely better than last season because they finished 4th in season 12, and one of them is about to make history today. And at the same time, I'm just glad that SRG is not the only team at the top. The other squads are catching up.
You know, considering how much I'm listening from you guys here, there's so much inputs I'm coming here, but I need a second opinion. And guess what? We will have a special guest all the way from Philippines here, the man with the voice, the most handsome caster I've ever known in history of MLBB casting here. We've got Naisu on this. How are you, Naisu?
Yo, good morning, gentlemen. All handsome yourselves. Love the suits. Hope you guys can hear me loud and clear. And,
yeah, we
I'm
echo loud,
for
echo
today.
proud, baby. And I'm jealous of the jersey, man. Like, why can't I get one? Like that.
Hey, man. Hey, man. I'm hoping the next time that they're shipping over to Malaysia, I'm looking at you, SOCMED team with Team Liquid, Echo Loud, Echo Proud. I'm looking at y'all. I want one of it. I want one of it. But it's great to have you, Naisu. Yeah, it's great to have you here on the desk, Naisu. Let's get some of your opinions. Like, first off, I was about to bring up the international quote-unquote meta, which Philippines is very, very much known for setting. Based off of what you've seen so far, MPL MY, how far off are we? We're too far apart? We're too different? Are we too weird for your taste?
You know what? I feel like there's been a lot of Philippine influence bleeding in all over the world, obviously. But I would say that the world as a whole, MY especially, I think is catching up, man. I think we even saw glimpses of this back in M5, where it was way more competitive than it has been in the past, and I think that's just going to continue onward, especially now. So for MY, what I've been watching so far is it's been fun. You guys still have that sense of like Lungar strategy to things, but there's a lot more calculations going on, especially when we talk about objectives. And I can't believe there was a team that went undefeated for the entire regular season. Like, that was insane to watch.
Wow, I'm glad you're enjoying it as well. But seeing how things are a little bit different here, I'd like you a little bit more opinions here, because we haven't seen too much Carmilla gameplay here in MY, except for Team Hawk, which has already been eliminated here. What are your thoughts on the Carmilla? Because I've seen a lot from the Philippines.
Oh man, Carmilla. Funnily enough, before it really popped up more and more, it was a pick that I actually played in my own games, but as a roam, and then of course, you know, it goes roam jungle. I like to see it. I am a fan of these I guess you could call it before, it was a non-meta hero, like pop up more and more, and it's very, for me, I love to see it. Now, the way that it fits into teams, whether it's jungle or roam, I think that really depends on the team and the players.
Well, thank you for your input here. Before we get into the more greedy details here, let's talk a little bit more on something that we're going to be showing on screen here for a little bit more insights on what is happening right now. Because to start things off, we are having the upper bracket finals match right now, and it is going to be between Selangor Red Giants going up against RSG. And here's a little bit of a detailed insights for you guys. The last time RSG MY made it to the upper bracket finals, they swept Suhas Esports 2-0, and the last time SRG made it to the upper bracket finals, they were swept by Homebois 0-3. Will this match be another sweep here for the upper bracket finals, guys?
I think after yesterday, KG against SRG, I feel like this would probably go more than 3 games, and I hope it goes more than 3 games, right? Because the gloves are off, RSG are looking in their prime state, the best they've ever been. So I want to see them really challenge and push SRG's button. But to kind of push it even further, last time RSG MY made it to the upper bracket, they not only swept Suhas, they went on to win the whole thing.
Yeah, that was season 7, right?
That was season 7. So this could be a repeat of that, who knows? And I know that Naisu has been telling us as a collective that he wanted an RSG team to cheer for because RSG Philippines, the Raiders, didn't make it that far. How are you feeling about RSG Malaysia?
Oh, dude, again, I've been a longtime fan of RSG just in general as an org. So, you know, it was unfortunate, like you said, Philippines didn't make it, my boys over there. So now I'm rooting for, of course, RSG MY, hoping that they can move forward and everything. But I think this is going to be tough, man, because obviously there's familiar names here for Red Giants, but I don't know. I don't know how to call this one. I just hope it's not a sweep. I know you guys got a long day, but I'm hoping for not a sweep.
Thank you so much, Naisu here. But of course, I know you have so much more to talk about here, but we are going to be having you for the entire series for now. But without further ado, I would like to introduce the 2 upper bracket finalists right now here. Let's welcome them right here up on screen.
Selangor Red Giants.
Though the red and yellow can no longer achieve a perfect season, they remained undefeated with a spectacular lineup. With no weaknesses across all positions, Sakai's, Innocent, Karam, Stormy, and Yums. Will the dominators of the regular season continue their reign in the playoffs? Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Selangor Red Giants!
RSG MY.
With a commanding 3-0 sweep against the Homebois, the MPL MY Season 7 champions are confidently marching into the upper bracket finals. After the rain comes the sunshine, and this might be the prime form of the Malaysian Raiders. Can they conquer the playoffs once more just like they did 6 seasons ago? Get ready and give it up for RSG Malaysia! Once again, introducing the coach and analyst of both teams. Give it up for the head of League Ops, Cedric, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity of this match. From the side of SRG, it's Arcadia and Azora Becky. From RSG, it's Sora Bio. To both our competitors, good luck as they will go on for their final fist bump here before they head off into the land of Dawn.
Now, there you have it. The two top contenders, the top dogs of MPL MY Season 13 here. Upper Bracket Finals winner will be our first grand finalist and also securing themselves a ticket to Riyadh. So that's something that I think is a little bit different from when we talk about upper bracket histories here. Stakes might be a little bit higher here. What do you think?
I mean, you're already making a big assumption that as soon as they win this, whoever wins this upper bracket, they get to go to Riyadh. No, they still got to win a grand finals, right? Let's keep our chips on the table. Let's not go all in, because I think in this upcoming game, and between you and me and Isu, I think this is going to be the ultimate stat check for RSG MY. They're so reliant on people like, whether Lolios is having a good day, Izanami on fire, and of course Stoem, but I feel like SRG have more in the tank.
I feel like they have more in the tank, and the one thing that has to be handled here, if I'm RSG, it's like, how do you make Innocent have a bad game? I always call this the gold lane experience, like over here, and every single time that I watch them play, Innocent is having the gold lane experience, man. So like something has to be done about this guy, and because he's a huge playmaker, obviously. So I think that's one thing, and it is going to be a stat check. I completely agree with that, Gideon. It's going to be a big test for them.
Okay, nice. Now, before we talk a little bit more here, before I pick your brains on RSG, since you're an RSG fan, right? Let's talk about the minds, the brains between both of these teams here, because it seems like this is going to be a battle of the masterminds here between the drafts coming in from Coach Arcadia as well as Sora. And these are some stats for you guys. Coach Arcadia with a 95% win rate in the drafts, only losing a single game, which happened yesterday against KGE, and Sora with a win rate of 72%. So when it comes to the drafts and minds here, what is different between RSG MY and RGPH? Because here on the desk, none of us expected RSG MY to make it this far and even taking a 3-0 sweep against Homebois. So it seems like in the playoffs, something changed. What's different, or is there any somewhat of similarities from RSG MY and RGPH?
That's a tough question, because I think obviously we always have to consider the minds, the masterminds behind the teams. They're a crucial part of it. And with Coach Arcadia, I mean, the guy's decorated. We like to call him even Mr. Worldwide, right? So the win rate there, I'm not surprised with that. Now, across from him, I think for RSG MY, again, I think a big part of the puzzle is solving the draft. I know you guys have talked about this extensively, just like we have, where you have the blue side and red side comparisons and how that kind of comes into play, and especially a best of 5. I'm not sure what you guys are seeing statistically, but we did see for the longest time where that blue side was so dominant, and then on the red side, it actually kind of flippy-flopped for our playoffs. So I think if you are RSGMY, you want to utilize that when it comes to the draft. And of course, also, if you can get those 2 power picks right off the bat, if you're on red, I think that's a big thing that they can take advantage of.
That's some good points. That's some good points, because that's what I'm most worried about. Teams who decide to keep on going into that red side, and Sora Pyong has shown that he's capable of doing a little bit of both, just a wee bit.
Agreed. But now here is a WhatsApp message here, the MPL MY insiders from Sora. How did RSG get ready for the playoffs in the last 2 weeks? Actually, we have coach sharing sessions between regions, and every week I ask Coach Panda about the meta and draft, and because he just finished the playoffs in MPH, I asked opinions on his gameplay. It really helped us a lot. So now, I don't know, like I feel like Niso has given them the ins and outs of roughly what RGPH is going to be bringing to the table as well. But right now against SRG, what's like the thing that we have to focus on for RSG MY to actually take them down?
I think the main focus, I want to expand on what Naisu pointed out, right, is on that red side, because I think RSG Malaysia is one of those teams that doesn't mind going on red side voluntarily. They can pick red side because they have so many options they can go for, right? We saw flex picks like Edith into XP, Grok into XP, Selena roam, something that a lot of teams are not as comfortable as RSG MY. That could be kind of the X factor that allows them to put a jack out from the box to defeat our SRG.
Well, without further ado, we are going to be jumping into the drafts here for the upper bracket finals. And this is going to be an interesting one here. SRG on the blue side, SRSG going to be on the red side. Oh my god, it's a tongue twister here.
Oh yeah.
It's funny because SRG, RSG name kind of twisted out, but their jerseys like one on the red, one on the blue.
On opposite sides, people. Not confusing whatsoever. But with that being said, SRG already done with their 3 bans, Novaria, Minotaur, as well as the Moskov, while RSG respond accordingly with the Harathan as well as the Chip. Real question though, are they going to get some prio picks? I feel like for the most part of it, like Matilda doesn't seem too bad, but at the same time, I don't think it's part of the RSG strategy, so you might as well ban it out, right?
Not as much. They have shown like what three different picks yesterday. They've shown Ruby, they've shown the Selena. I think one more is the Matilda from Storm. So overall, RSG, I think they're fine with the Roma draft. But I do like the Novaria ban because that has been pivotal to Izanami.
Now, I've got a question for Naisu here. Speaking of the Selena, because we did see Stowe play yesterday in a flex pick, do you think Selena is something that we will see a lot more in this upcoming patch or even between both these teams? Naisu, are you there?
Yes, I'm totally going to see the Selena so very often.
Yeah.
It's going to happen all the time. This is what Naisu sounds like.
Well, Naisu, I think
thanks,
is pretty much gone for now. Yeah.
Great opinions.
Yeah, great opinions. But no, let's talk about the drafts here. Priority here going to be Loyi coming in from Story from SRG. But at the same time, RSG, what is going to be the response? Do they take the Matilda as well as the Barrage? Because we did see it being led through a lot of times, but so far the trend has always been leaning on Matilda and the Fredrin. Is this going to be the case for RSG?
I think there's a Fredrin is most likely a no-brainer at this point, but the Matilda, I feel like if you're RSG, you might be pressured to take it.
What?
So that's his best friend, apparently. I like it.
That's Bob, right? That looks like Bob, though.
He's just like, man, I miss our cheerleader.
He's converted.
He's on the other side.
Yeah, he's turned red. He's turned red and left the blue. It seems a little sad. But here we go. Fredrin as well as Matilda get locked in for the side of RSG. This is atypical, but this is where I'm curious where SRG wants to kind of like invest in resources. We're expecting at least one prior pick, and we did eventually get to see the Loyi. Now they're going for the Yuzong as well as the Barats. Now this is curious because for the past 2 days, we don't get to see Barats as often, especially after the quote-unquote patch. You take 20% more damage walking into enemy jungle lines first 2 minutes, and Barats is kind of known to be like, I'm gonna stat check you in the first 2 minutes of the game.
I think on top of that, it's also because Fredrin is just so much more of an all-rounder. If I want to snowball, I might as well go Baxia. I can take the risk that Barats takes and stat check you, but also I can do drive-bys, which puts me out of danger very quickly. But I want to talk about this Yuzong pick. First of all, it denies Ripple, it denies RSG MY, that third phase, that third pick Yuzong. But also right now, RSG MY, we don't have the Yuzong pick. We need to take our gold laner, and SRG can now start to clamp down on Ripple's hero pool.
Yeah, I think when it comes to gold laners here, it's really smart that RSG was able to identify this as well, because yeah, we are on a target onto his repo, right? Like Selangor Giants, they prioritize the ban on the Moskov, and so far lately, for this past 2 days, it has been the Natan versus Moskov combo. We haven't seen a lot of integrations here. We saw a couple of carry games, we saw a couple of Roger games. It seems like when the patch hit, the carry wasn't relevant to begin with-ish, but when it comes to Roger, it feels like the power spike, especially even in the hands of Innocent, it was dropping down significantly in terms of just winning the team fights in general.
I mean, that's not Roger's place. Roger don't win you team fights. He closes them out, right? I mean, it's a term of roles. What do you play a marksman for? And when you're playing Roger, you play as an executioner role more than you are just a consistent DPS or scaling in towards that later stages of the game. Something that Natan is notoriously known to do. I think the interesting part about this draft so far isn't about just the gold lane matchups. It's where Coach Arcadia is actually investing these bans and getting these priority picks. Usually, if this was the regular season, that's an instant first pick Roger. Guaranteed win for the gold lane, especially if it's on Innocent, and then from there it's totally fine. Now they're repurposing and redistributing the resources into other lanes. First pick, we get to see Loyi, we get to see Barats, we get to see Yuzong. I think they're confident that Innocent is going to be absolutely fine no matter the matchup, and that's why they're not locking in their gold late in first phase.
But that's the thing, right? Here is going to be some fun facts for you guys. SRG has a second lowest hero count in terms of 35, just above Homebois, whereas RSG MY has the highest unique hero count by the end of this entire season. But for me, based on the entire regular season as well, like you said as well, during regular seasons, they always prioritize on those Moskovs, right? Like, SRG has been playing comfort picks after comfort picks throughout the entire regular season, but only in this most recent playoffs, especially coming from yesterday and today, we start to see them kind of following the trend of the meta itself. So I'm very surprised that, yes, now they're making integrations to shut down Repo. But what gold lane is Innocent going to play? Because we've seen him mostly on the Moskov, Roger, and Nathan. But in this matchup, what's he going to be? Is he going to lean back on the Claude?
He can play Roger, he can make Claude. It kind of depends on what SRG wants to do. At this point, they've kind of secured the EXP side of the map, right? They can kind of just leave gold lane by itself. So it needs to scale, and it either needs to scale or win the lane super hard. Two options that I have in mind right now. Probably going to lean more towards the Claude for the side of SRG because that's what we've seen him play based on the numbers. Other options might include possibly the carry if we see another tank coming in from RSG.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's either or. The fact that there's only a Fredrin, you are not pressured to take the carry yet. But then you see the Terisla and Xbox ban now. Lapu Lapu becomes the choice for Ripple. So Claude becomes an even better option compared to the carry.
Oh yeah, now you need something with Purify. So now it just stacks up stacks upon stacks upon stacks of things that the gold lane needs to have, and it really just limits down the options. Now they get the Claude as expected. Let's see what they pair it up with, knowing that they have to deal with the Lapu Lapu. They expect them.
Oh,
they go Lolita this time round.
I think this is really smart coming from SRG here. Like, Lolita has only been picked once, and it's won the game, and I believe this was actually in the hands of SRG as well. So for him to bring the Lolita to deal with the Nathan's Entropy is so smart, but again, it seems like it's a very small window to pull it off though.
I mean, it's not only that, it's not the only projectile. The Soul Bloom as well, the Circling Eagle, you can block those projectiles alongside it, and I think at least it gives SRG an opportunity to disengage from bad fights.
Yeah, and when you have a Matilda lineup to go up against, it's always about tempo breakers, right? How do you stop a Matilda bringing her entire squad right into your face from half across the screen? Lolita, Baraz, Yuzhong, they all have the same property. So RSG MY, they go for the Nana as a means to deal with that Lolita in a certain way because you don't really care about the bulwark. But the Nathan is going to be the linchpin in that late game, and that's where Yums will come in hot and be that man to stop this Nathan.
Well, this is going to be an interesting match coming from both SRG and RSG for the opening match here, day number 3 here. To start things off, who is going to be the ones to take the lead and who is going to be the ones to take the fall? Because after seeing this draft here, both have very, very individualistic win conditions in order for them to execute the plans. In this case, one looking to shut down on the Nathan and the other looking to shut down on towards Innocent. This is going to be a battle of wits here. I'm excited to see what's happening.
I'm excited too. Both teams have very straightforward plans, right? These two Turtles Lords are going to be a very exciting watch for everybody out there. Welcome as we make our way into the land of Dawn for our debut match here on day number 3 of the MPL MY playoffs. It's going to be SRG on the blue side up against RSG on the red side. So on and so forth. This stat check, it's a great litmus test for us.
Well, before we go into this game as well here, seems like there is a little bit of pause, but as you can hear, the drums are rolling. The fans are going absolutely bonkers this early in the morning on a Saturday morning. SRG fans about to sing the chant. Husky, what do you think?
I think, just like Gideon said, it is a stat check more for RSG than it is for SRG. I think SRG, yesterday we heard in an interview that it's kind of a good thing that they lost that one game against KGE, because right now there's no more obsession of needing to get a perfect season. The gloves are coming off. It's the Rock Lee moment where they take off the weight on their foot and time to go into the second boss phase. So if SRG can repeat what they've shown us in the regular season and take this 3-0, I think it is very safe to say that they are our best bet at winning the championship.
Yeah, I think when it comes to winning the championship right now here, in terms of the drafts, I feel like SRG, we've been talking about this every single time, right? Like, they are the top contenders. They are the ones to be winning every single team to be undefeated. But at the same time, even despite an unstoppable streak, we finally saw glimpses and moments where even gods can bleed. In this case, yesterday, them dropping a game. Do you think RSG MY is able to pull a stun like that against SRG, considering, again, I'm emphasizing this, from the first day, no one expected them to qualify, and then beating Homebois 3-0. What do you think?
I think that this is RSG's moment to make a change, to be the difference makers we get into this game, right? They need to win 2 out of the 3 lanes to have a convincing mid to late game. So that's what I'm expecting to see. who out of these 3 lanes is going to win.
Yeah, and they both have very contrasting ways of wanting to play the game, right? It's the unstoppable force against the immovable object. The problem is one of them has to budge at the end of the game, and I just like SRG going for the mid lane priority. Yes, sure, I'm going up against the Nana Matilda, but I have a Lolita with me. I'm going to win the trade.
Yep, speaking of trades here, you see that there is a little bit of a harassment coming from SRG, and I feel like the win condition that SRG needs to wait is to play around you, setting up those big Numenon blasts, as well as the Guardian's Barrier to actually block off Natan if when necessary comes. But early game, it feels like they just need to get up the levels first, because they shouldn't be playing aggressive, even though technically, quote-unquote, we have this Barats who needs to be aggressive. But again, they need to wait at least until past the 2-minute mark if they want to decide to invade. But as soon as I say that, they are going to make an attempt right now.
I mean, Sukai is going for his level 4. Once he gets it, there will be Daytona's walk-up, and he will get it instantly. Go for the global out of a no-go. He's going to be fed into the wall. First blood coming right up, surf hot for SRG.
That was a hot invade. That was so hot. Sakai's new for a fact. If he just out-retrieves Vinogo there, he hits level 4, guarantees first blood. They have a man advantage. They have priority. Everything just set up so perfectly.
You know, it's interesting to see that people was like I just mentioned it, right? Like before 2 minutes here, invading jungles, you're going to take more damage. But I was very surprised that RSG MY is not utilizing that to actually punish this, and they allow Skies to just walk away with a freebie. And with this kill, it is going to be a repeat of this fighting between level versus levels.
They're so smart! They're denying Ripple level 4 at the same time. Barat has nothing to do. Ripple is out of this fight, and this turtle guaranteed to follow into the hands of SRG. This is why I love watching this team, man.
Yeah, again, no turtle contest. This is a free one. And now that we have some time, I just want to just allow me to expand a little bit. We talked about the stat check prior to the 2-minute mark, right, where you take extra damage in enemy jungle. But if you have the Lolita passive with you, it denies some of the trades that RSG MY can do to SRG. And now with the first turtle in hand, they are off to a great start.
You know, now they mentioned it as well here. I was talking about whether or not SRG, are they going to be able to play an Enchanter style, but knowing that Yums is known to be the aggressor, right? But technically Lolita is half Enchanter, half an aggressive tank to open up bushes. So in this case, I think it is pretty good.
That's a half enchant. You can say Lolita's a tank, man.
Yeah, its passive is pretty good. It's got a lot of shields.
Wow, that passive really made the difference there. Not because he's got a shield.
Pretty low bar to clear. Vinogo shows out mid, but I mean, Surkgeist is a full level ahead.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness.
The dodge from Vinogo. And of course, guiding wind to escort him out, but good attempt from SRG.
Hey, Sakai, he's getting a little sloppy here. He's got to aim for walls. He trusted Yums would let go of it, and Yums was like, oh, sorry, what?
It was a little bit of a close call there coming from SRG, but at the same time, with that major ultimate being on cooldown here, and also a pretty long turtle, this gives RSG MY a little bit of space, but I don't think they're gonna let it through, as Sky's now looking to try and invade even more to shut down Vinogo's level.
Oh!
Top side, here comes the gang.
And Lolio able to get away. BMI does not have to use the Purify. Best case scenario, but Surkgeist is not wanting to let him go. Lolio is going to Purify right now. You got to get something out of it.
They proxy this way for sure, right? If they proxy this, they can actually take this fight. They have a 3-man advantage at this point.
Well, they've got 4 men as well. Divergent being used to kind of rotate down on towards the top side. Meanwhile, bottom lane, I think they're going to try and make a attempt onto his Cram. And again, look at him. He's just taunting. He knows RSG MY is trying to salvage the fight.
Yeah, after what KG did to Cram yesterday, he is so much more aware. And this time, he makes sure he's not going to go down. Vinogo and Loliao teaming up. But Yums, he's just going to reflect all of Loliao's auto attacks. Stolen following up with the circling Eagle, but nothing RSG MY can reliably do. And that might open up this turtle. They have 2 men in the bush. Yums flickers away. The Molina Blitz completely misses.
Well, at the same time now, Divergent being used in. They are going to try and commit to this fight.
Ripple has to use the Raging Slash. The Bravest Fighter just as a means of deterrence, but in the end, the timing was not there, so SRG gets a free turtle. Second one of the game.
Wow, this is so smart coming for SRG, right? Like, they forced RSG MY in a very awkward position before they actually start the fight. Lolios was forced to pop the entropy because, and the moment he dropped it, Yums just opens the shield. Absolutely no damage from the fight, and they had to wait for Lolios to have the ultimate back on. But by the time that happens, they pretty much lost control of the turtle, and now he is forced to do a lane swap down bottom to try and get some sort of farm. Repo as well, and it seems like RSG MY, they are trying to find bits and pieces of crumbs across the map, but it seems like it's very difficult to do so considering how oppressive SRG is.
I mean, worse yet, the fact is that RSG MY recognized they don't have damage without having some big ultimates, or at the very least, Loliels. Oh, Vinogo, he is really far out. He needs some help. He's waiting for some help. Storm, save him!
I don't think he's getting out of this. There's Guiding Wind, but Vinogo just took too much damage. And Storm might end up going down, trying to save his teammate. Circling Ego! Positions insufficient. Our SRG finding 2.
My goodness, what a catch coming for Selangor Red Giants here. Realizing that they were too far apart and they have the CCs to stop everyone from RSG MY. They need to bait the Purifies in, but in this case, knowing that Vinogo doesn't have Purify and Chain stunning his way through, there's no way he's getting out with the Gliding Wind at all.
The Gliding Wind? You mean the Guiding Winds?
The Guiding Wind.
I'll do one better. Guiding Light.
Oh!
That was a Guiding Light. Almost.
Definitely. Almost a North Star moment for sure. But I think that RSG MY have now recognized that, like, at the very least, we need Loliels to scale up, right? Stoem, at this point, it's difficult for him to actually force a play with none of his laners winning out hard enough. And for the most part of it, the mid lane, I think that Stormy has done a phenomenal job against Izanami with the help of Yums, just to make sure that he has full control over this mid lane. That's why a lot of these invades are so successful.
Yeah, thankfully Izanami actually got his purple buff and that divergence play to the top side. Lolio and Stoem becoming the victim, the flicker committed. Even Numenon Blast used, Innocent still wants a bit more on the Stoem. Can't get any battle spells out of them.
My goodness, the pressure is so much coming from SRG. Every single time RSG MY, they think they have some space, they get completely dived on. This Divergent play when Stormy is just so on point, and now Turtle in the hands of SRG.
Izanami has a Guiding Wind. Yep, gotta take it. Without that shield, he's definitely gonna lose his passive. But even then, SRG, they have assumed control over this mid side, right? If Izanami is not there, wave clear is going to be quite an issue. Even so, SRG putting pressure in RSG jungle.
Yeah, I mean, they don't miss a beat here. They notice that RSG is giving up space. They take the space and recognize that they can cut them off from that tier 2. They're absolutely going to do it, right? It's you pick tier 2 or this mid tier 1. Your choice.
Man, why is Innocent alone? Answer is that confident that they have so much space to work with.
I mean, to be fair, he still has his BMR and he also has his Purify as well. He's looking to get that Corrosion Scythe real soon. He's 1.8k ahead of Loliels as of right now. They're equal in terms of items. Oh,
yeah.
This could be bad. Wait.
Oh no, this is bad.
Entropy. Lipo finds the backline. There is the Raging Slash. Knockup from Circling Ego. All the damage shown now, but it really felt like it's a massage for SRG.
Could have been a lot worse there, to be fair. Vinogo even committing his retribution at that point. And Cram already knows that the only other buff that he can walk to is purple.
Yeah, seeing how this is actually happening as well, it feels like RSG MY, they're trying every attempt to kind of find space across the map. It's just very difficult to do so. And even now, you can see Vinogo is like 2 levels behind Skies. It's so difficult. Now Retribrado comes in as well. He is going to lose that. And Skies going to continue to annoy Vinogo as much as he can. But the Numenon Blast to start things off.
Catches Stoem on the edge, but no follow-up. SRG, again, it's all about deterring RSG MY for the space.
So difficult.
It's not like it's hyper difficult, but I think that, you know, RSG, they've lost a lot of the mid game. Oh god.
Oh, they're about to lose Vinogo at this point. Entropy again, use Stoem, has to use the Purify, and Cram finds the back.
No way.
Vinogo gets out the sliver of health. And SRG, they're not gonna fully commit, right? Divergent is Lord time.
That's nice. That is a nice escape for RSG MY. It's still a bad situation that they're in. I'm not going to deny that, right? You can't call it a burning house situation if the house ain't burning. And I think with that 5.8k, about to be like 6, I would argue by the end of this Lord push, probably going to be leaning more towards 8 to 9k. But man, RSG MY, without any tempo breakers, I think they're trying to set up a situation where Izanami can get a crazy Molina Blitz and then Lolios cleans up. If not, I don't see it happening.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, Vinogo should not have survived there because SRG technically could have just ended these things, but they were prioritizing on Lord attempt and they didn't really want a full commit, knowing that RSG MY may hard commit as well. So they were just waiting for a response, and because of that, it allowed Vinogo a small way to just get out. But as soon as I say that, they take the Lord, and now they are going to try and continue the suppression. Lolios, he might be in trouble.
Had the Entropy out. Again, keeps his Purify. We talked about the comparison of Unstoppable Force and Immovable Object, but it seems like the Immovable Object itself becomes the Unstoppable Force all in one. SRG taking out the top tier 2, Bottom lane will be escorted by the Lord itself, looking to destroy all outer layer defenses of RSG.
The fans, they know that this is going to be a pretty intense siege here. You can hear them getting more and more excited as they slowly creep up on these inhibitors. And I think this is where the big problem is for RSG MY. They're depending on Loliels and Izanami to break the siege, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, Black Dragon form just to make sure that they get the inhibitor. The Wind Blast connecting only onto Venogo as Ripple finds the bag with his ultimate. The bravest fighter forced to retreat, and Innocent just dashes in with that ultimate. This man already coming online in the very first game to get a triple kill at SRG, looking to close it out strong in under 11 minutes. RSG MY having their base raided and the crystal taken. SRG first blood.
What a convincing match right from the get-go. SRG just showed dominance, nerf or not, but what I do know is the Ultras' support just giving them the extra buff to take this to the next level. RSG just stood no chance at all. As SRG, what a convincing game here.
They got stat checked. And what did I say? What did I say? That's why we're seeing that this is a battle of the masterminds, right? With RSG, a lot of their spearheads are clearly identifiable. SRG, they've got 5 deadly weapons up on that stage.
Everyone is a win condition, and I think the most important part was kind of what we discussed at the start of the game, at start of the day in fact, is both is the Matilda pick, right? RSG being forced to pick it because if they don't use it to get his hands on it, Coach Arcadia with the first 3 bans being very, very smart, not just to shut down RSG MY, but also to enable themselves to put RSG MY in a very uncomfortable position.
You know, considering the fact that the Barats was led through, they chose to make it fights, but I feel like it all came down to the initial rotations, right? Because yesterday I had a conversation with Karakuri. He did mention that RSG MY was able to shut down Homebois because they were able to study their early to mid rotations. And in this case, it feels like SRG's rotation was just so far ahead compared to RSG, and it seems like that's pretty much made a blunder on Venogo. However, let's talk about the MVP for the match from SRG. Who's it gonna be? It is gonna be none other than Innocent on his cloud gameplay once more. Every single time.
Hey.
He's been carrying the team.
I see 2 Innocents up on that screen, baby. I'm telling you, 2 innocent babies up on that screen. Our MVP of the game. You got to give it to him. This man really knows his timings, and he never misses it.
Yeah, it is so good. I think Terrence even said yesterday, you give him an inch, he takes it a mile, he takes it above and beyond. And a lot of times, it really comes down to just the awareness, the spatial awareness that Innocent has, right? Identifying what resources is left in the tank for the enemies. And that last Blazing Duet perfectly summarizes how aware Innocent is of his surroundings.
You know, I like how Naisu has brought up the gold lane experience, right? Like, Innocent definitely had one of the smoothest game ever in the game here. Just, you know, if you give him enough space, he's just going to farm his way through. Eventually, when you need him the most, he will pop off. In this case, 10 minutes into the game, he's almost max slotted. That is just some insane farm coming from Innocent here. Look at this. He's got Maleficent Raw, DHS. He doesn't even... he's got the Trinity build, right? Like, the only thing he's missing is the final item, but even then, he doesn't even need the damage anymore. He knows he's got enough to just take out everyone from beside RSG.
I think he was trying to go for the Athena shield as a final item because he was so scared of getting blown up by Izanami. But even Izanami was having a bit of a rough time, right? A Stormy just kind of diffing him in that lane, making it really difficult to trade against him. And I think this is why SRG have said, you know what, Innocent, we're not going to prioritize you this time around because we know that RSG, they prioritize between Stoam, Izanami, and Loliels, and one of those 3 is going to get shafted in the draft.
And to get this perfect setup for Izanami's Nana is not going to be easy also because you don't really have the most reliable tools to get the lockdown.
Yeah, and speaking of lockdowns thus far, I feel like SRG just took advantage of the fact that they can bully Venogo anytime they want, especially when Venogo tries to make this kind of aggressive plays, right? With this Fredrin, he's known to be put in very, very awkward situations every single time, but every single time he does this, he's going to get punished by the amount of CCs that SRG can bring to the table. And even if there's going to be any sort of backups here, it's going to be tough. Yums does have ways to just make it to kind of negate all the damage that RSG is bringing to the table.
Well, that's why at the beginning of the game I stated that RSG, they have to win 2 out of the 3 lanes, right? And it has to be, I mean, mid lane is pretty important, but one of the 2 side lanes, if they won, it might have made quite a difference for Vinogo. Ripple, unfortunately, does not have that level of pushing power in comparison to Cram pre-level 4. Same can be said about Loliels and Innocent, right? And there's still a bit of an argument that, Storm could potentially affect the lane, but in comparison to a concussive blast user like a Lolita, I don't see it happening, right? Naturally, supports are going to be the ones that break the laners out of a stalemate. And I think in this case, SRG not only won the lanes, but if Yums shows up, you know that this is going to be an aggressive play.
Yeah, it is going to be those kind of situations as well. But it feels like RSG was put in a lot of uncomfortable situations. And I feel like the biggest macro play that SRG has a one-up over RSG is that the rotation speed has been so on point. Like, we've always discussed that Bharat has issues with movement speed, Bharat has issues joining the fight. That's why you bring in the Matilda, that's why you bring in heroes like Rafaela. But when you play with the Divergent, you don't really need to walk. You just teleport right in front of them and just give take a fight right in front of RSG. And every single time this happens, you can see that RSG, yes, they were losing the lanes. Great, I was farming here. You know what? Loliels go the other side of the map. And every single time Loliels shows up, you can see Stormy brings a whole group of members, just pops out on the other side lane and just continues to kind of stop them from getting any sort of farm.
Well, there's 2 things to take note here, right? Based off of the total healing, we're seeing that Yums is actually healing more than he is compared to Stoem on a Matilda. And I'm pretty sure he didn't take the favor blessing, most likely stuck with Conceal like we saw before. So it's surprising to see these types of numbers. It just goes to show that the passive does play a significant part in these upcoming fights. But to answer your question, right, to really break it down on a micro level, it's the position and conditioning that SRG is applying to RSG. If RSG, and especially if Storm, shows up on the map, he has to play a very particular way to deal with our carry of this game, Stormy, with his 37,000 worth of damage, because he's worried about this Divergent. But as soon as they see that motion, they can decide to do otherwise. They can make moves on the fly based off of certain decisions made by their side laners. For an example, Rich Guy Innocent there, 932. He didn't swap lanes. He didn't have to. He was winning out the lane. Sandbag, unfortunately, Vinogo, because he didn't have any side lane pressure. And Best Man, Weakman, is because he had the freest game of his life. He shows up, clears off a wave, instantly invaves, and gets a free kill. So it's like, what can you say? He can do no wrong.
I would say this is just a perfect game from SRG, right? They've got all bases covered as well. And what's, like, I agree with you. Like you said, like, how did Yums have more healing than Storm in general? But again, you were doubting me. What do you mean by an enchanter? This is the definition of what I mean by a hybrid, right? He can face check bushes, and he also has shields that provide so much more value. And the best part about Lolita, just most recently himself, they actually buffed the overall shield that he gives around his teammates.
I think it's more of like the play style that the hero brings, right?
Yep.
Enchanters, normally you know them to be backlines,
Backlines, right?
But
Yeah.
Yums this time, again, the passive allows for these early invades because it negates certain damage. But at the same time, it comes down to fundamentals, right? You talk about RSG MY reading Homebois rotations yesterday. I'd say the same for SRG, completely understanding how RSG MY is going to play. And most importantly, it's also identifying that Vinogo, for the most part, has been kind of the Achilles heel for RSG MY. And you see Sakai, the moment he's gapped Vinogo, everything collapses because RSG MY needed this Fredrin to be that front line.
I don't know. I think they didn't set it up well for him, right? I feel like Vinogo is given like these good picks, but he never has the support system necessary to make it go above and beyond, become that star platinum level of stan, you know? That level of ego. It's hard to find because a lot of teams, no matter how good the player is, I mean, not everybody can be the Kyrie or Demon Kite of their own regions, but at the same time, you still need 4 other players to back you up. If not, we get to see the M5 Grand Finals all over again, where Philippines wins once more against Indonesia. It will keep happening until we start seeing teams who are more all-rounded and not just a singular playstyle that's linear.
Yeah, and of course, seeing how this is going to be like a very, very long journey for some of these teams, especially here. If they win, they will continue. Here is going to be a little bit of a short video to give you guys a little bit of upbeat.
Okay, Zon. Kalau boleh, ada soalan. Kalau boleh pilih satu player nak
Satu player, okey. Thank you, bye.
Kalau boleh pilih satu player nak di-ban, siapa?
Satu player untuk di-ban, saya akan pilih Yums.
MPL ni udil lah. Alhamdulillah sebab dia teammate saya, mungkin kat enemy saya nak ban lah.
I will ban Stormy because for me he's perfect.
Saya akan ban zone lah. Melainkan kalau di team dengan saya takkan ban lah. Player yang saya nak ban is innocent lah.
Satu orang yang saya akan ban dekat MPL MY kalau boleh, saya rasa mungkin zone.
Saya nak ban innocent.
If I want to ban, I think ban innocent because he talk too much.
I want to ban Stormy.
Kalau disuruh buat ban, kayaknya mungkin aku bakal ban RSG dari tim aku sendiri. Dia stole MVP aku.
I nak ban Stormy.
Saya pilih zone.
Saya akan pilih innocent.
I think it's Jesus. So if I can ban him, he can just focus on doing contents on TikTok. He can just focus on doing contents on TikTok.
Well, very, very upbeat indeed. It seems like they're calling them out. Stop doing content on TikTok here.
No.
But in case to do some TikTok here, Naisu, what do you think? Are you going to be doing some TikTok with us as well?
I don't know about any TikToks, man. That game was so fast, I just made coffee, I came back, it was over. I don't know, that was like 11 minutes?
Yes, yes. It was 11 minutes.
My goodness.
Honestly, it is a my goodness moment, which makes me want to like dig a bit deeper, right? Because previously, both Cram and as well as Innocent came from TNC Pro Team. And now they're here in Malaysia, which begs the question, if they're so good here already, what went wrong back at MPL PH? Why did that team not make it like as big? Is there something that was stopping them or prohibiting them, or is there something about the air here at MY that makes Filipinos just like extra beyond themselves?
I don't know, man. Maybe it's the food. The food is amazing, but it's a good question because I've been wondering this too as I've watched them, seeing them obviously struggle in TNC and then where they are shining now. I think it could just be a couple different things, and really when you talk about the gold laners in the Philippines, I feel like part of that is it's super highly competitive. Not that it's not there in MY, but I think a big part of it is just now Innocent has had his moment to shine, because there was things when they were at TNC where obviously they were experimenting with their lineups that they had and everything, and maybe also part of it, Coach Arcadia just unlocked something maybe that worked out well for them. Same thing with Cram and everything, but again, this is what I'm talking about, man. 932, I think he had 932 gold per minute in that game. Like that is insane. And that usually, I mean, even when we're talking about Super Marco over here, and obviously other gold laners, that's usually not, it doesn't get to that number. It gets close to 900 most of the time. But that means, again, a team needs to be able to handle and contain Innocent. And maybe that's why they wanted to ban him too, you know, in that last video. But it's tough to do because he farms up whole game, and then he had that amazing blazing duet at the end to cap things out. But that's the thing, man. You got to contain Innocent some way, somehow.
Well, long story short, RSG MY just didn't have a solution to kind of shut down the gold lane. But at the same time, it feels like almost every single lane was completely shut down. Is it possible that SRG just was able to make so much space and allow Innocent to just kind of snowball their way?
Absolutely. I think here, a lot of teams, like, in comparison to MPL MY with MPL PH, at least in MPL PH, a lot of teams are, well, you can tell, the top-tier teams, the way that they look at the draft is different from, oh, I need this player to be doing well, compared to, I need this entire team to be doing well, which is a very large comparison to MY, where it's like, we have a star player, we need to build this draft around him.
Okay, so Naisu, RSG expert, what do you think went wrong for that game for RSG MY? Like, something must have just popped off, because it feels like they were just completely shut down on all fronts.
Yeah, it's tough, man, as an RSG fan, because when you look at that game, like I said, it was 11 minutes, and I know Gideon mentioned they got to win at least 2 of the lanes. It was tough from the get-go. I don't know what it was, but it seemed like RSG was almost scared to go and like actually go toe-to-toe with SRG in some of the matches early on. And I think also a big part of that was the fact that they had a Lolita and a Barretts, right? When you have a Matilda and you have a Fredrin, you can do, in a way, you have a great mobility, you can move around the map, you can escape pretty well, but dude, the Lolita right now proved a dividends, I think, with this lineup that really allowed them. And then you get a Lui Yi, which was first picked, by the way. The Lui Yi is a nuisance for the majority of teams that go against it, and that's why it's such a high priority hero pick.
Well, okay, that is Lui Yi going to be the ones that has to be taken out for now. So Naisu going to be giving a little bit insights here. Hopefully RSG MY is going to be taking that into consideration. But we do see the fans getting extremely pumped up as we're going to be a little bit of combo breaker. Combo skills like your favorite hero. What do you think that is?
That was Terry Bogard.
What that's Jackie Chan. Obviously.
Oh my god, my Chinese hero.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Him along with like Jet Li, Michelle Yeoh, and I need another
Bruce Lee.
I was getting
you
there.
Put Michelle Yeoh above Bruce Lee.
Hey,
yeah,
man,
that's slander.
Hey, gotta keep it local. Gotta keep it local.
Oh, come on! Like, look at our cameraman. Like, show us your
yes,
muscles.
uncle.
Like, we need Naisu to show his muscles as well. But before that,
give it to Gorgeous.
Okay, they give it to Gorgeous.
Oh!
Wait, what?
Naisu, you give Gorgeous his routine.
He ain't playing around.
He ain't playing around. When he says he wanted to throw down, he was for real as we go into this drafting phase.
That was unexpected because he looked kind of small, but out of nowhere he pulls a big guns, man.
Must be eating well.
Big bicep.
Yeah. I want to quickly just kind of bring reference to yesterday. Yesterday's match between KGE and SRG. That's something that RSG needed to do because Naisu did point it out, right? That RSG felt really scared to bring the issue to SRG. That's something that I wanted to see KGE do, and that was the game that they beat SRG. They're not letting SRG take space. They are starting issues. They're making sure that SRG work for every single win. Perhaps that's what RSG needs to look at on this blue side.
Now, seeing blue side right now, Fredrin as well as Matilda from RSG, they ban it off. This time they don't really want to play this draft for themselves, which I think it's more like they're shutting down their own hero pools, or is this just something like I think earlier you guys said it, right? Naisu did mention as well, blue side, red side here, you know, red side tentatively kind of gets the Matilda as well as the Fredrin. Is this because of that and now RSG wants to prioritize something else? Is Loi going to be a priority here for RSG?
I think that RSG need to start considering these options, right? There is rule of law. There are certain rule of laws that certain things shouldn't be going through. Number one, Fredrin, definitely something that Coach Panda has definitely introduced for RSG MY, because I know in PH for sure, it's like, wow, Fredrin gets let through, undeniable. They're breaking the law.
I think RSG Philippines also has some unique picks, right? Like we saw Demon Kai play at the Export Jungle with the Impure Rage, but that is more of an anomaly than anything. I don't think we will see it in RSG MY. At least not in this form. I think they're still leaning towards the Baxia Barrage. With Fredrin out, we're probably seeing that Baxia Barrage option for Vinogo.
Nice. So what do you think? Barrage's going to be a priority for RSG MY? First pick?
Oh, man, I think it's good. I want to see what this last ban is going to be. If it's not Luo Yi, I think they go Barrett's this first pick. At least get that locked in. You know, round out the jungle around that because I think that's crucial. But Luo Yi, I don't know. I think it's worth banning if you're SRG here.
Okay.
There
It's gone. It's gone.
Yeah,
but
so
however,
I think you take Barrett's.
Interesting enough, you're seeing Moskov has been let through this time, right? First game, the first phase draft here, Moskov was actually taken out by RSG MY. They kind of want to deny it away here. Is this going to be something that Leos wants to prioritize here?
I think definitely for Coach Sora, that he's looking at all this is like, this could be the opportunity that you can get that Moskov. If not, we have to go for something else, right? And it looks like it's going to be the Utah this time. So they still want to find a somewhat okay matchup. They realize that at the very least, even though Loliels didn't exactly win out his lane against Innocent and went 50-50, the only reason why Innocent got ahead is when he brought in reinforcements to break the tempo.
That's something that's so RSG MY, right? Is again, we talked about how they like this Yuzong first phase and they had the tendency to pick it first when they realized, man, we need Ripple to have a strong lane because last game, Cram was basically shutting down the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, I think this is something that SRG was kind of targeted to as well, right? Like, because if you were to compare the history in drafts coming in against RSG, especially from day one as well as yesterday in particular, everyone somehow kind of focuses on Ripple's hero, but over time he kind of got away with it. And now for him to just getting shut down from game one from SRG, for him to just secure it right now means that SRG gets the Moskov for Innocent, they've got the Valentina as well. It seems like it's just a big trap being set up by Coach Arcadia in this draft right now, Naisu.
Man, the fact that Innocent got the Moskov again too, it's a little scary because the guy's been out of his mind so far on this hero. And typically, obviously, when the Moskov pops up, we see a lot of Claudes also kind of go toe-to-toe with it. But instead, what do they go with? The Roger? This is an interesting matchup. I'm not sure how well this shines out for you guys, but Roger, for me at least personally, is a little bit of a hit or miss. I like that the fact that they have a Baksha though. This is also kind of like an RSG classic. The Baksha pick locked in, but this is also something we have to keep in mind. Valentina's across from them, right? So you want to make sure that you're not giving the most valuable ultimates over to SRG because they're most likely going to pick the right ones and punish here.
No, I totally agree with that sentiment. I definitely think that when it comes down to like Roger and Moskov matchups, it's not about the plane, it's about the pilot majority of the time. Like it's an honest to God skill matchup. It's like EXP lane got switched over with gold, and this is what you're left with. Now that the Yakai gets locked in, I think this gives a bit of an interesting dynamic, right? Because it just goes to show that SRG can actually slow down the tempo of the fight to get more bodies into it for these neutral objectives. And I think that RSG, they don't necessarily do that. They're kind of like push forward, dive hard.
Yeah, I think it comes down to CC control, right? Like you talk about tempo breakers here, Arkai is just amazing in doing that here. And the best part about this is that Baxia doesn't have a lot of disables. In this case, he's got mobility, but if you pin him against the wall, putting on the far edge of the Tornado fight or even the retro battle, he is going to come on top, and Skies has been knowing to win that a lot. But now, let's take a look at the previous bans thus far. SRG, they banned the Moskov. Again, it's for it to be sneaked through by Innocent, I feel like RSG is put in a predicament where they have to deal with two things. One, the CC controls that Arkai is going to be bringing to the table, and two, the potential damage output that Moskov is going to be dishing out when and if RSG MY clumps up as 3 when they go for this dive composition.
Yeah, you have a lot of ways to just pin your enemies and make them stay still, but at the same time, you have the mobility to deal with what RSG have. I think this Akai pick itself, even though Roger was picked afterwards, is still a decent choice because Roger wants to be the cleanup crew, but Akai can always stop him whenever needed. So RSG MY now realizing we need to stop SRG from having heroes that can continuously break out tempo like Game 1.
I think this might be an angle, arguably even for like Angela for RSG. They have plenty of enablers, plenty of people they can play around the hard guard as of right now. But the real question is whether they're going to like, again, we even see this for some of the best regions in the world where they start putting Angela into the mid lane. I personally don't like it, but what about you, Naisu?
Oh man, that's a debate we've had too on the English desk over here. I don't like Angela in the mid lane either. I think if you're going to pick it up, put it in the roam. And you're right, it could work really well here. I wouldn't be arcade if just out of safety, Coach Arcadia is like, all right, let's just ban it out to be safe. But they don't. They go the Vex. So I think it's up to RSG, like if they want to go that route. Angela, valuable. But I want to ask you guys a question. Over there in MPL MY, when the Moskov picks up, especially this early on in the first phase, what solves the Moskov issue the best over in MY?
So far, we've seen triple plate armors just to deal with it, right? Like like snowball Moskov to a certain point, like slow down his tempo before he gets like the 5th item. And then if you have a triple blade armor setup, just stack up together and each auto attack from Moskov, if Moskov does not have like a Haas Claw or even 2 lifesteals, he is just gonna melt before the fight even begins.
Or just one-shot him. Play Roger.
Yeah, or just one-shot him. Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think the more common choice has been the Natan, right? A lot of times teams are willing to let go of both of them if they can, and then you take either or.
It's just a safer option because Roger, he's great in lane, plays as an executioner, doesn't scale as hard. Natan doesn't do as well in lane, but scales exponentially throughout the game, and eventually, worst comes to worst, if it's 20 minutes, you can rely pretty consistently that Natan has the damage.
Now, seeing the drafts here, we do see the mages already being banned off from the side of SRG. They're going to be putting Izanami in an awkward spot here. Izanami does not have a lot to work with this composition that doesn't give away too much to the Valentina. What else can Izanami do to actually help out with this team? Because we've got Grok, you know, CC immune. We've got a Disruptor from Arkai. We've got Terrifies from Valentina. And again, SRG, such a strong crowd control composition. What else can Izanami play right now?
There's a Faramis left. It's always Izanami's fallback pick if they ever need it.
Is Faramis
I
good?
don't think they want to give it over.
Yeah.
Personally, I don't like Faram, especially when you have a Valentina on the opposite end, it becomes really, really awkward. So I think that RSG at this point, it's either they devolve to something that has strong wave clear to keep up, because we're expecting this Grok to go into the support position and help out at level 1, right? That's what RSG has been dealing with. So it's got to be something very lane focused. As well as Cho.
Naisu's favorite.
Naisu's happy.
He's happy.
Your favorite hero, what do you think?
I don't know what it is, but every single time I'm involved in some form of a desk, he just comes out. So.
Naisu's secretly drafting her. Sora, pick this now.
Hey, it's a Naisu buff, man. Like, he's an RSG fan. He doesn't want to disappoint Naisu.
What nobody knows is that Coach Panda is sitting behind Naisu's green screen and he's listening to the whole thing, just texting Sora on the side. He's just like, okay, we need this one pick, guaranteed.
So, okay, based on what we're seeing here, knowing that SRG, sorry, not SRG, RSG has a tendency to kind of flex the Grok for XP here. Is this going to be happening for SRG? Yes and no. Actually, they're bringing the Esmeralda. Okay. Not expecting the Esmeralda, but before we send you off, Naisu, what do you think about this?
Well, I'm already going to be biased and go with RSG's draft here because the Gord. No, I'm just kidding. I think it's normal when you see the Valentina, the Gord pops up. We'll see if they can actually utilize it the way it needs to, because you have to dodge all the CC being thrown at you, and that's where he's the most vulnerable. So I think also you pair up, that's 3 Purifies. So you have to build yourself around this and get through CC, but then their Purifies and hope you have enough damage to top off. Cho, also, I'm just not sure, man. I'm not sure on the Cho. I'm not convinced so far in the current meta how well he works.
All right, thank you so much for your insights here. Naisu here. We'll see you after this game for the post game. But for now, we're going to be jumping into the game 2 here for both SRG versus RSG for the upper bracket finals, game number 2. And I'm extremely excited to see how this adaptation from RSG is going to be able to make a difference with this guard play.
I don't know. I think that this adaptation is definitely an ego check for the side of RSG. This is, I'm going to try and outplay you, whether it be in lane or in fight. Good luck to SRG, because I think, you know, SRG's composition is much easier to execute overall.
Yeah. And I think at the same time, it's also SRG putting out some deep pockets, right? This Esmeralda just to get to the back line, and they're able to shut down Stone very early, almost forcing the flicker out, but Stoa managing to hold on to it.
Yeah, I mean, they do this every single, like, pre-first minute. SRG fights so hard for mid-control. It's always a 2v2 fight. If you're missing one person, when that happens, well, you can say goodbye to that lane and an early recall will happen, like we're seeing right now. For the most part of it, right, it's all about creating advantages. Once somebody has an advantage in lane, you will see the entirety of SRG pivot to that side of the map.
Yeah, and seeing how this focus that SRG has made, right? Like from game 1, they've been targeting on towards the jungler. They'll be shifting their focus to the XP here. But it feels like this game in general, they're trying to replicate it, but is it going to work out? Because Vinogo, he's getting focused down again.
So the guy just hit 4, and Vinogo, he's going to be pinned down, immobilized. First blood given over to Cram, Storm, and Izanami work together to get a trade, but Cram wants the dive. They're looking for Izanami, and Slip Guys collects it.
Beautiful dive. Beautiful dive. Cram absorbs the damage first, allowing Sick Guys to actually go in for the fight. He will regenerate on his way back down to the EXP side. And even so, Innocent winning out this lane against Lolios. Got a perfect freeze underneath this turret. Everything is going right for SRG.
This is a very, very nice aggro control coming from Selangor Giants here. Very, very clear indications of how they want to approach fights, right? And this is the exact same thing we kind of saw from game 1. Like, initially, their goal is to make sure before pre-4, if they get the level advantage, they will push it to the maximum. In this case, Vinogo was the first focus here, and now the second focus on towards Repo, and it's just not having a good time here.
I like the movements from RSG MY, actually, at least forcing Stormy out of the fight for now. Let's see if SRG can buy some time at Turtle, pushing RSG MY back. Izanami hasn't hit his 4 yet.
Well, it's going to be a little bit difficult here, but they are going to be starting things off with the Black Dragon.
Here comes Ripple, Black Dragon forms, the guy 2 levels ahead, instantly hops on the wall and pins Vinogo down again. We see the Spear of Destruction from Low Liao, but Retribution for the guys to get the objective. It feels like RSG MY cannot continue this fight. Meanwhile, Lo Liao again still losing to Innocent.
Man, that was such a good move coming in from SRG. Like, you could see the entire team work together to move away from the Mystic Gush. It was such a quick adaptation as well. Most people would tank the damage and fight through it until it turns true. Oh, hey, you. Hey, you. Hey, that's a strike right there. Mechanic Police.
Well, okay, considering the fact that a little bit small mistakes coming from Yus here, he is showing aggression, but they are going to try to make an attempt here. What?
I mean, the attempt is already good enough. Venogo, he's not even going to get the kills on Yums, and you look at the levels, Suck Guys is about to be 4 levels ahead if this goes on.
I swear, Yums is thinking to himself, it's like, I wish I didn't whiff my ult there. That could have been a double kill for sure for SRG, and this game would have been done for.
Yeah, now here comes the kick from Storm.
Not really doing too much. Look, guys, this time he's got power to the paint.
What?
He just tanks it. He doesn't care.
The back scratcher.
No feeling. I'm like, oh, half HP, it's okay. Just walks off casually here, and his health is full again. What?
Goodness.
He steals the jungle creep as well.
I'm telling you, Venogo doesn't get to play the game at all.
Yo.
Innocent does go down.
Come on, Storm.
He got solo killed. A level down.
Lo Liao, he's going to go down as well. A trait. So, guys, heavy spin. Able to get the purple buff at least, but RSG MY, they want to punish this Panda.
They need it.
Not letting get away. Black Dragon form into a petrified Cirque. Guys will not get out this time. Stolen Black Dragon form and the Spear of Destruction. Innocent wants to join the fight. Stolen will be picked up by Stormy. SRG getting a trade in return. Mr. Gush by Izanami. Meanwhile, Venogo is down low, but Izanami and Stormy fighting 1-1. Lo Liao comes in for the execution. And the rest of SRG, they're going to back off.
Wow, a 4-for-4 trade here. Sorry, well, technically a 3-for-3, but still, my goodness, so much blood already spilled, and it looks like RSG MY is willing to actually challenge SRG for these fights, especially if they're going to drag it out.
This is smart coming from RSG MY, right? Like, they're getting a little bit desperate here. They know for a fact that, hey, it has been very, very oppressive, right? They need to make some sort of plays, and the moment they got the kill on Skies, that gave them a little bit of XP to scale back in the game, but again, still too far off because Venogo is still 4 levels behind despite all of it, and it feels like it takes almost every single outplays coming from RSG in order to set up this fight, but now with the kick coming in, I don't think it is going to be enough here. They need to bait out those Purify first.
I mean, SRG, they don't have to do anything. They're the ones with these stat advantages. It's kind of up to RSG MY to make something happen. Like, Stolman has been trying with the Way of the Dragon so very often. He doesn't have it right now, which is why I'm not worried about anything. But for the most part, right, most of these kicks have not equated to kills just yet.
Yeah.
Even though Lo Liao solo kill Innocent up top, he's getting zoned away from his own turret. That's tier 1 for Innocent.
I mean, to be fair, Lo Liao's, he did find that very first solo kill because he was able to use that Purify against the Spear of this.
Oh, good block here. Comes to Storm Retry. Okay, he just walks up and takes it. Okay, sure, Skies. Wow, like Venogo, not even committing for a retry for that.
Hey man, cool guys don't look at explosions. When they see a disaster happening, just don't make eye contact with it. Bottom tier 1 falls as well. Like, this might be an 11-minute game coming in from SRG again. It's one bad fight, and RSG MY lose utter and all control.
Oh, it's going to be a difficult situation here because RSG MY, like, Lo Liao's is the only one that's had a good game. They need more out of him here. Here comes the flicker play. The setup goes good.
Onto Cram, but Cram just eats it up. This is just another day in the office. RSG MY used everything, but they got nothing in return.
That's a bit of a weird flicker coming in from Stoem, though. I guess he wanted to flicker away from the potential turnaround from, like, SRG, but I think he could have waited a couple of seconds before that decision. Tier 1 mid is next to fall here. SRG, really, they prioritize maintaining a high health threshold so that they can eventually push an advantage, whether it be taking control of space, whether it's taking control over the map, but most importantly, it's taking away resources from RSG MY.
No, like, considering how big of a stat that Skies have in terms of lead against Venogo, he's just normal attacking a Baxia, and this Baxia actually is hurting by this Archive. It's scary to see this happening as well, but here comes another attempt for RG.
This is good.
Yeah, Grab is deep. This time, he's not getting away.
Ball charge.
First kill for RSG MY. Stolen Mystic Gut Ripple. Barely escaping from Stormy. Yums also will have to flicker, but SRG gets the turtle in the process. Here comes the heavy spin. Third guy gets out. Everyone away. This man is the bouncer for SRG.
Whoa! Sakai's walks up Star Platinum once again. 3 levels ahead, and he's flaunting it. He's like, I'm 3 levels ahead of everybody in this lobby. Which one wants it first?
Oh my goodness, it's so cool considering the fact that he was taking the Lord all by himself. Like, Selangor Giants was just zoning off every one single one from RSG MY. Mistakes was made by Cram. You know, he purified a little bit too late, and he already walked past the wall, and by then, the Mystic Gush was just on top of him, no exit whatsoever. A little bit small mistakes, but again, small little victories for RSG MY, but SRG still winning on the bigger front, right? They took the Lord, they were able to get so much map control, they're stopping farm and also objectives and space away from RSG MY, and this is actually hurting them once more. We've seen this happen from game 1. They need more space, but again, it feels like this game, RSG MY has a better shot compared to game 1, but still too far to be called soon here, but now here comes another kick.
That's not even a kick that Stone was looking for. He can't even get Yums. Only Yao joins the fight, but he gets pinned down. That's the Purify soon as he joins. As Izanami also goes, Yums doesn't even die. All that effort, only to lose 4 of your teammates, RSG MY.
Oh man, Yums. This guy's dirty. He plays dirty. He doesn't play fair, man. He really baits you in with his low HP. And here we go, SRG. Unless we see Rippo dive and save it, maybe SRG could just close out this game.
I genuinely feel bad for Lodios because every single time we need him to make a play, he jumps in. As soon as he comes in one time, he immediately needs to use the Purify to get out just because of the amount of CCs that SRG brings to the table. And I agree, Gideon. You brought it up as well. Roger is the finisher, not the guy that starts the fight. And so far, all these fights has been put in a spot where Lolios needs to start the fight, and it's not working out as SRG is just got all backs covered right now.
Well, I think there's an even deeper issue here. I think that RSG's draft is very dependent on Storm starting a fight, right? They can't just throw Rippo in there. They can't just throw Vinogo in there anymore. And now Rippo's even out-leveling Vinogo, so even less of a chance of that happening, right? So the only way that RSG MY, as of right now in this game state, can play is if Storm gets a crazy kick.
Huge! Oh, no.
Just, again, not enough.
They need something.
They didn't even get this Purify out of Stormy. This Lord is probably going to come down the bottom side, which means SRG has a great chance of just breaking the entire RSG base.
I'm telling you, we need to see that kick from Storm be good. It's got to be on a... Oh, wait!
Oh, finds the kick onto Yus, but they all get pinned down instead! Yu just turns around with the wild charge, and that was all it took. Shut down RSG MY. 3 kills for SRG. An endgame insight. Vinogo booped out of his base. He is the pedestrian, and Sakai is the vehicle. Vinogo doesn't even get to see daylight. He's gonna run away, but his base compromised. SRG just letting go Liao. Yeah, you can take me down. I feel mortality. Selangor Red Giants.
He's not even gonna die. He's not even gonna die.
And one came away from the grand finals. As soon as this video crashes in, they waited for RSG MY to respawn just to do this again. Innocent with the pin. Rippo can't finish him off, and the Lord will be the member that ends the pain for RSG MY.
Stop it, SRG. They're already down. They're already down.
Oh my goodness. They're just kicking them while they're down here. SRG just like that. 2 games away. It's, in this case, match point. 1 game away from being our first grand finalist for MPL MY Season 13 here. What an outclass of a performance here in the upper bracket finals. Who would have thought that RSG's journey of trying to make it happen might just be shut down just like that?
I mean, SRG, they've been playing on a different level, on a different place. They play as a team like a well-oiled machine, and they don't give up easily. I think that right now, that RSG, they've tried 2 facets of their plan. Plan number 1, hey, let's try to get our laners ahead. Let's try and play around our main star players, get them comfortable. And unfortunately, that didn't work. So game number 2, they try something different. They're, okay, we're going to play for both of our side lanes and not just for mid and gold. And unfortunately, Vinogo got punished pre-level 4 even, which made it even tougher. So far, it's just the early game that RSG has been severely blundering.
I think it comes down to route rotation reading, right? Like, if you think about the fights on how they could be choosing the fights here, SRG has always set up in a way that they want to focus Vinogo as being the first guy to get shut down, especially first before either Skies or Vinogo hits level 4. And if they are able to win that fight, they are going to transition to XP lane to try and shut down Repo, which I think RSG was able to stop that in the second clash. But because of this first clash here, it puts RSG in an awkward position where they're trying to mimic the rotations from SRG, but it just doesn't really work out. But of course, when we talk about the matches here, let's talk about the MVP of Selangor Red Giants here. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Yums? Is it going to be... Who is it going to be? It is going to be Cram on the XP lane.
Man needs some spotlight, man. He's the only one not in the top 5 KDA, so better give him something because Innocent is eating every single MVP title up.
Yep. I mean, he's got to get himself on the board. He's like, I'm a late bloomer, but don't worry about me playing Esmeralda when honestly, I felt like there was not much of a reason to at this point, right? It's not like you want to use her natural passive to cut through these shields, overall. And Esmeralda into the Yuzong pick, it's one of those scaling picks. It's like Uranus versus anything. You just outscale them, and then it's like unplayable.
Yeah, nice. So what do you think about this match again? Because you talked about first game. You made coffee, came back, game over. Game 2, once again, you barely left and you're back again. What's up?
I drank my coffee, it's over, you know? It's almost 11-minute game again, but dude, the thing is, it was tough to see the Gord game. Like, even when Gord, you know, using the Mystic Gush on the Grok, not even going down and then getting smashed. Oh, man, it was tough to see, but Cram, you guys are, you know, wondering about the Esmeralda pick. This is a signature pick of his. Like, this is a hero that he has mastered. He is fully confident on, and we've seen him do it here. And it's the same thing, you know? Innocent could just do whatever he wanted. The gap, by the way, in the jungle was massive. And again, I was questioning the Cho pick. I've been questioning it even when it popped up in the MPL Philippines. It's so tough for it to actually work with the way that the meta has kind of set in right now. And Yums, man, I mean, Yums was a monster on the Grok alone, just taking all the attention. So everything that could go wrong for RSG in this game early on, and then through the 11 minutes, it went wrong.
Well, unfortunately to say for them here, it seems like they just had no tempo whatsoever. And I agree, the Cho seems to be very, very difficult to play with, right? It comes down to a situation where you need to kind of have this initial snowball first before you can actually snowball it. But in this case, playing from behind, Cho seems to be nearly impossible. You can see a lot of instances where Storm were looking for kicks, but I agree, like, they just don't have the level, they don't have the items to do damage, and I'm pretty sure Naiso is a little bit disappointed that Izanami just can't kill a Grok. Full combo with this Gord.
I mean, he tried. Both Oleals and Izanami, they tried their best here, right? And I think, unfortunately for RSG, yes, like Naiso said, everything that could go wrong did end up going wrong. And I think a lot of time, I hate bringing up the Top Gun references, but it definitely, well, in this case, Rooster, it's definitely the pilot, not the plane, because as much as Storm wants to make a hard read on SRG, the most difficult part about them is that you don't know which side of the map they feel like rotating. Because a lot of it just comes down to, oh, somebody gets a slight advantage, and then everyone pivots to that side. And if it happens on the opposite side of the map, they will adjust their rotational paths, like specifically Sakai's. He's not making these shot calls, he's just adjusting to how the laners get powerful.
Yeah, and I think they've also made RSG fall into this trap of just overreacting, right? We saw at one point, once they realized that Vinogo is not going to have a game, Izanami is struggling, they were sending Ripple just to protect Low Liao's goal lane, and even that didn't go well. And that happened because Yums cut off one wave with the Guardian's Barrier. So this not only hurts Low Liao, but it ended up hurting Ripple, and that allowed Cram to set up a way to push the bottom lane. It's the snowball effect that SRG did perfectly.
Yeah, and speaking of the overall damage output of this fight here, I feel like when it comes to damage taken, we always talk about sustaining, right? I feel like Cram was able to juggle rotations in the turret here, which normally I think as an XP laner, you kind of just want to sit in the XP laner for the longest of the time. But for him to, not before turtle fight, already joining for an engagement on Vinogo and also juggling with junglers here, like, is this a new rotation for XP laners?
No, this is one of those things where XP laners need to be aware of your lane state. If we see Rippo actively trying to trade against Cram and he doesn't push away, that's perfect for Cram. As long as he's above the 50% threshold, he's actually quite relevant at level 3 in these invades, especially when their enemy jungler is pretty much the same. Like, the only person who really hurts Cram is either Izanami on Gord with the true damage with the Mystic Gush, or Vinogo, who does anti-heal, anti-shield. So those are the only two people who can really hurt him. And I think even so, SRG just made sure that once they have that pivotal fight, they have that advantage, They don't let RSG dictate the tempo. We've seen that happen many, many times.
Seeing this happening many times, right? I felt like RSG MY had more space in this game compared to game 1 because of the low yield in terms of rotations, right? I'm surprised to see Loleo having 0 turret damage, considering that he has gotten a solo kill on Innocent, and he actually wasn't taking part of the early fights at all. So what actually happened here? Like this, it feels weird to see like them not taking any damage on turrets.
The thing about this, the thing that I saw from this is Vinogo got so gapped in the jungle that then your only reliance on, let's say, quote unquote, a tanker or a setter is obviously the Cho on Stome. And so with Vinogo so gapped, Stome struggling against 3 Purifies, you're left to literally, that's it. And then even Rippo, that's why you guys mentioned, like he was rotating early on to try to save the whole thing. But by that time, it just collapses. You know what I mean? So it's just, and then on the other side, like everything was going right for what they needed to for SRG. And that's what I saw unfold. And even Stormy, I mean, Stormy had a better Mystic Gush because of the setup potential with an Akai and a Grok. Like those things just highlighted their lineup so much more for SRG. Like if you just take the face value of the lineup alone, it's way more valuable, especially with this kind of early game and the gap that they had across the board.
Yeah, I think overall it's also how SRG, even when you look at Cram itself in terms of the total healing, he basically has more healing than everyone from RSG combined, and on top of that his own teammates, right? The Hall of Fame, you can see Innocent being the rich guy as expected, but Cram this time is the biggest damage dealer just because of how much of a lead he got on the Esmeralda.
I mean, it just goes to show, right? Every one of these lanes, you're trading back and forth. And right now, I feel like RSG, with the way that they're drafting so far, it's like, yes, we are giving you comfort picks, but at the same time, we're not playing towards a particular strategy that's going to benefit us from the get-go. We're seeing that these early games are not working out well for the side of RSG, and SRG has been maintaining tempo and composure and control over the map for 2 games already. Like, RSG really needs some stronger tempo breakers, and they also need to keep in mind that tempo breakers doesn't necessarily mean it needs to be hard CC, because Purifies was a very big deal in that game. Maybe consider RSG, they look to play Arlot, for an example. That's what I'm waiting to see specifically for Stoem.
Yeah, and of course when it comes to, I think it comes down to confidence, right? Like SRG, for both games in a row here, they were super confident to just run into the face here, especially at level 4, trusting the teammates here, like, hey, I'm going to go in here, this is exactly the plan. And look at here, even here, and at the same time, they are just going to go for a fight here. And in this case, getting this first kill onto his Vinogo and also just taking so much space gave them so much aggression.
And I think you can see this is probably one of the first parts that we started seeing RSG MY really hard pivoting to somehow save the state of the game. They were trying to pick up as much scraps as they can, right? This kill on the Stud guys, and even then they committed so much only for 2 kills, and it still does not solve the problem of your XP lane getting completely out-rotated, the gold lane falling into chaos, and your jungle just not being able to have an impact at all.
I mean, it just goes to show, right? Like, micro always leads to macro, and that seems to be the philosophy for the side of SRG at the very least. RSG MY, if there's anything they need to start adapting, I think they might want to, like, their jungle picks, I think it's been totally fine. But unfortunately, they're putting Stoem in a position where he needs to be in all places of the map at once. And I think he needs to really, they need to shorten down on his responsibilities, right? They need to start focusing on particular lanes. They need to start focusing on making sure that mid lane actually has control for once. Like, Izanami is getting these strong picks, but unfortunately, he's not exactly getting the supports that help him win out at level 1, which we've seen that SRG from the get-go, if they win level 1 in the mid lane, it's going to start spiraling out of control.
Well, speaking of spiraling here, as this stage right now, SRG is match point from being our first grand finalist here. So that is going to be a sight to behold. SRG, a lot of people have high expectations, kind of expecting that they will be the ones to take it all the way, especially in this season. And with 1 game away, is it going to be all the way? Because it seems like RSG MY doesn't seem have any fight at all.
I think that right now, SRG has done some great preparation. They know who their star players are. We saw it from draft number 1 to draft number 2. The adaptations have been pretty significant, and I think they're one of the few teams that even if RSG had like a weird pocket pick to kind of kick them in the shin, right? They've got a way to actually play around it.
Okay, what do you think, Naisu? Is this going to be a pocket pick where we have SRG getting kicked in the shin here? Because 2 games have 2 very, very one-sided match, I would say.
Yeah.
Are they going to be able to adapt before game 3?
This is tough, man. Based off, if I'm just going off game 1, game 2, this is pure momentum for the series alone. And I think it's hard to kind of adjust from that. Like, Gideon, I think, was the one, they're already down. They keep getting kicked. So, like, some miracle thing for RSG has to happen right now. Like, they need to collect all the power from their friends and believe in the power of friendship right now, because it's tough, man. 2 11-minute games back to back. And I think that's one of the crucial things is, I agree, they need to be able to lock down that mid, because so far it's been, Nana and Gord. And in both games, really, the effectiveness hasn't been there. And I think part of it, too, is maybe even just securing Vinogo a better time in the jungle, man. Because when you get down in the jungle early on and you can't compete for the objectives, your team starts to crumble actually around that, I feel like. So, part of that might be even, I'd love to see Arlot pop up. I think that could actually help them get great sets, keep things under control, and that's part of it. Let Vinogo really have a better time in the jungle, start from there, because otherwise, if they don't control that early on, man, I really do see this being a sweep now after seeing 1 and 2.
Okay, thank you so much, Naisu. It seems like there is a lot of inputs coming in from Naisu. I'm curious to see what the host has to say as well, because we have a small things to see how things are at the stadium here as we throw it over to Rose.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hai semua, this is Rose. First of all, I just nak cakap good morning kepada semua yang tengah nonton MPL Malaysia. And with me right now, kita ada satu special guest. So, hi, how are you, Subway?
Hai, sihat, Alhamdulillah.
Sehat. Okay, I nak tanya. I don't think it's obvious enough. Hari ni Subway datang MPL sokong pasukan mana?
Of course, SRG.
Why SRG?
Sebab SRG ada kawan-kawan.
Oh, okay. Ada kawan-kawan. You talking about kawan-kawan lah kan? Pusing? Alright. Dia cakap dia datang sokong kawan-kawan tapi dia pakai baju Stormy. So, as Stormy's ex-teammate, how do you think his performance dalam SRG change? Dan do you rasa like SRG ni is really the perfect fit for Stormy?
Mungkin sebab dekat SRG boleh nampak dia lagi menelah daripada tim-tim sebelum ni.
Okay, now let's talk about the game kan. Tadi I'm pretty sure you were watching game 1 and game 2. Now, sekarang dah match point. Diorang perlukan satu lagi menang, satu lagi mata untuk masuk grand finals dah. Securing at least wild card dekat Riyadh kan. So, what do you think? Apa pendapat awak pasal game tadi? Game 1 dengan game 2. How did you think SRG did? And do you think that this is grand finals ready?
First dengan second game tu, I think SRG menang dari segi rotation, and then boleh nampak Vinogo tak level 4 dari first game sampai second game, dia orang tak boleh buat apa-apa, and then dari sana dia orang boleh snowball sampai habis game. Sebab tu tengok dua-dua game 10 minit tu.
I see. Okay. Now, dua-dua game you suka ke tengok macam game one-sided ni, ke you lagi suka tengok macam, sengit, super-duper close long game?
Tak suka sebenarnya sebab dua-dua game 10 minit.
Tak best lah tengok. Tak best. As an audience, tak best. Tapi as players, I'm pretty sure they love it a lot, and I'm pretty sure the casters love it too lah. Tak payah cakap banyak sangat kan. Okay, now, what are your last words ataupun words of encouragement to SRG for this match point game to secure the first grand final ticket of the season?
Untuk SRG, good luck, and saya rasa dah 3-0 kot. And then, wish you all the best. And bawa nama Malaysia ke national dan harumkan nama Malaysia lah.
Wow, I like that. Really an amazing friendship. Alright, so sekarang kita nak throw it back to the casters untuk start game ketiga dalam Best of 5 series ini.
Thank you so much, Rose. And I have some unfortunate news for Naisu, because he said gathering friendship is going to be very, very important here. But the friendship coming in from Subway for Stormy as well as SRG seems to be the stronger ones here, as RSG needs a lot to actually make a potential comeback. Nice. What do you think? Friendship, yay or nay?
It's always yay, man. Friends, good friends, and friendship is what you want in your life. You know what I mean? Nice baby 1-2.
All right. So now we are going to be jumping into the...
Yeah, I would say, Naisu, I think you missed out one crucial part.
Okay.
There's the friendships, right? There's family, relatives, and then there's the flashbacks. You know, you gotta go down memory lane. That's where you conjure the full power of friendship.
I don't know where this main
That's
character
true.
energy is coming from, but I'm hating it. I hate every little bit of it because right now this is tournament lives for RSG, and here we are talking anime about somebody who's about to be put in their graves here. Unless they've got a new line of hope, and maybe this could be on that red side against SRG.
I'm not gonna lie, RSG MY from the start of playoffs, they were definitely the underdogs coming into the tournament, right? Like we were expecting them to be knocked out at day number 2 at least here. Day 1 against the Hawk. Yeah, sure, they're gonna be able to take the game, but for them to even drag it out towards I would say a 3-1 situation, which I think could have gone towards game 5. It feels like RSG has been playing on fumes here, and right now SRG is just here to just put out the flames.
Nah, it's not about exhaustion. It's really about the draft a majority of the time, right? Because like RSG, they're playing very individually. They're distributing eggs around in a couple of baskets and are thinking maybe one of them is gonna turn me into a millionaire. But unfortunately, you kind of have to make all of these baskets line up in a particular way to get that sort of profit. And I think right now, based on what I'm seeing in the draft, it's looking a little similar to game number 1. I think they have a bit of a tweak in their game plan, however.
Wonder what this last match is going to be. I agree with Nice bringing out the Arlet.
I was just going to add too, you got to remember, you guys did the comparison. I know for some of the viewers out there, maybe they missed the beginning, but it's Coach Arcadia and Coach Sora, obviously, doing a lot of this work here. And I think it's right. Gideon is right. The draft so far has been on point from SRG, and now they pick up the chip, first pick.
This is something I'm not expecting as well, because I saw Yus played 1 game here, but we haven't seen the full potential of what he brings to the table, right? Because it feels like SRG has been smurfing on everyone during the entire regular season. Like, they were just completely dominating everyone here. There was no signs of just any team being showing any comeback potential at all. And the only other team who's actually put SRG with their backs against the wall was none other than KGE yesterday and during the regular season. And now RSG, they're the ones forcing out a Faramis as well as Roger. So a completely different play styles, I would say draft priorities coming into game number 3.
I mean, that's what you expect, right? When you see a Valentina ban, you expect that Faramis is going to start soaring up in terms of value. But I think that SRG, they can still go for Vixana if they want to, but instead they're going to go with Fredrin into the X-Borg. So now they have somebody who can lock people down and the other able to wait to melt away the temp HP.
Yeah, complete shutdown of what RSG's Faramis pick wanted to do. I think this is RSG going down to the final contingency plan, right? We picked Ripples, you don't first pick, didn't work out. We prioritized Venogo, didn't work out. I think we put it on the Faramis for Izanami.
Yep, and here's a little bit fun fact as well here. RSG is the only playoff teams right now without any Maniacs. So, again, for MPL MY Season 13 here, it's been a long time since we've gotten a Savage. We had 1 unofficial Savage, but that was the closest. Again, a lot of Maniacs has happened, but RSG not having it means that it is going to be a little bit of a tough spot, because as of now, will Lolios be able to do it for the team with this Roger? Because most of the Maniacs has been done by Gold Laners in particular, which I think it was Moskov's as well as Roger throughout the entire regular season. And maybe 1 Natan from Nets.
It was... Well, Moskov only started to come by during the playoffs. It's mainly been Roger as well as Natan. I would say Harith is also part of that, but a majority of the time it also gets banned out. Speaking of which, I think that RSG is taking a very interesting approach, right? I think here the biggest vulnerability would have been the EXP side for SRG. The fact that they blind picked the X-Borg, the confidence that Cram can actually hold out. Personally, I thought they were going to flex it before they go into the second phase with the Barats initially, but then they decided to blind pick the X-Borg, which means that RSG now needs to play EXP, a damage EXP laner to break that Faraga armor, and that's why we see Paquito here.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on the draft adaptations here for game number 3, right? Like, I talked about needing adjustments coming in. seeing Farsa being banned and just shutting down most of Stormy's heroes, what is Stormy gonna play to deal with this Faramis? Because I know they're bringing in the export, I know they're bringing in to kind of deal with the Netherrealm here, but how are they gonna play around these chips? Because
Vexana, Lilia, Odette,
to join in the portal without being one-shotted?
Yeah. Why not? Why not?
Or Aurora.
Aurora, even that works. Nana, like there are two heroes that already have an inbuilt like safety escape mechanism. Aurora and as well as Nana. Those are like, again, to me, a little bit lower on the list compared to the other things.
Okay.
I think Aurora, like you could go Aurora. I'm wondering if this is going to be a Claude ban too, because you could most likely see that picked up from SRG. But I think there's so many options. Vexana would be great. It adds another body on the Land of Dawn, like when you already have 3 tanky, technically, heroes this. So SRG has so many power picks that they could actually take in the mid lane here to even deal with the Faramis.
Well, personally for me, Nice, I think that SRG, instead, I mean, yes, some of the power picks are coming out, but I'd like that SRG is like, all right, you're going to have this Faramis teamfight composition, but we don't want you to be peel back defensive, or, you know, we're going to get rid of the Edith, which is really good at peeling backwards and also engaging at their opponents. And I think that SRG is making sure that they can't fall back as conveniently as we expect, even with the Netherrealm.
Huh. I'm surprised by this carry back coming from RSG MY. They're showing indicators where they're gonna bring in a tanky composition, but Natan is out in the pool. This is something that, like, they would prioritize carry over the Natan. Why is that? Like, it's weird for RSG MY.
I think you just answered your own question, because the last 2 picks, right, have to be front lines. Like Storm, the Arlet is still up on the table. If the Tigreal, perhaps you want to go for big status. Jungler as well, now that the Rafaela is banned out, means that RSG MY, they need to look for someone that can stay in front to make use of Faramis' Netherrealm and to buy space for Loliel.
How are they going to do that? It's either they lean into a heavy dive composition, or they... Again, it's difficult because SRG has taken away some like really key roam picks to make sure they can peel backwards efficiently.
Well...
Ruby again?
It could be, honestly, Ruby is not too bad. Arlet's a little bit more risky, but it helps out. Well, actually, the Ruby helps out a lot more, a little bit more in the early stages of the game.
Would the Selena be not too bad this game? Considering that Storm has been using the traps for information against the chips.
No, makes no difference.
You just get rolled over.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
okay.
Please don't take it.
Okay, they did pick the Grok. Okay.
I think the Grok here, not bad. Disengage. I think maybe even arguably a Lolita might have been the way to go for this, but SRG hasn't really shown anything that has projectiles to reflect in the first place, right? And even the fans recognizing that this draft is going to be a lot harder for them to deal with than the other way around. 4 picks already locked in, and a composition that wants to be proactive. I think that SRG at this point, missing gold and mid, it's got to be something that pushes like decently hard. No Moskov. What's the next best thing? Probably Natan.
I think they had to go. Yeah, they had to go for it, right? They brought in Aurora, so
Yes,
that's
sir.
a good one as well. So going through the portal, in case he gets blasted, he has the passive. They go in for Claude 4. Innocent instead, but I'm more curious on what RSG MY is going to play with the jungler here. Is this a Paquito jungler? Or is this potentially...
Maybe Barrett's.
Yeah, I agree. I think if RSG MY wants to just go to the lower brackets, they can play Paquito jungle, right? They can play whatever they want. This has to be a tank jungler.
But that's the thing, right? When Nogo has played jungle Roger before.
That's fair.
That's fair.
That's fair. I wouldn't put it past him, but I think this probably is going to be a really difficult game for Roger overall. You have the armor that you need, the Faraga armor that you somehow need to get rid of. You have Aurora and her passive.
Oh, they actually went for it.
Wow.
Wow.
Now they scale? I don't know. I don't think this is going to be an easy game for the Roger. I'm going to be perfectly honest. There's just too many layers. Unless, like, the most susceptible lane is Cram if he doesn't have Faraga armor, and Innocent if he doesn't have his Purified. But that's, like, a very situational cause.
Feels a little bit too greedy coming in from them, but what do you think, Naiso, about this draft?
This almost feels the same as the previous 2 drafts, and I think, again, when Gideon said, you know, this is kind of like an ego check, like, you know, we're just going to outplay you with this draft. I'm getting those vibes from this too, because even if you look at the lineup from SRG, you have so many things to work through. The armor, the passive from Aurora, more tankiness. There's a chip here. So I think with RSG's lineup, it's good for them if they can snowball early, but that's the best thing that you do here for this game 3.
Well, RSG MY have one last chance to keep themselves in this series. Gotta be a long journey as we head into the land of Dawn. SRG against RSG MY. SRG on the blue side, RSG MY on the red.
Okay. This RSG MY starting us off by Yums. Okay, aggression invades right from the get-go.
This should be first blood, right?
Oh no, not
No,
20%!
Actually, no.
No way. Get out. No.
He got the heal from his passive. Not even going to be anything for RSG MY.
Oh, that's a bit of a feels bad, but at least they get the flicker out, right? He doesn't get to walk away without paying the tax.
Oh, I'm surprised that right from the get-go, Yums was willing to put it to the test, right? But this is a very, very good indication of, like, before 2 minutes, how much damage you are going to take when you're invading jungle. Like, for Yums, he's not going to get the passive to actually regenerate his health unless he doesn't get an attack. So if he's getting attacked all the time, his health is going to drop eventually, but still, I like that he's able to survive, luckily for him, but it's sad for RSG MY not being able to capitalize on that.
Well, maybe it's not the worst thing in the world, right? Now that if it does deter Yums from making another aggressive play, because now he doesn't have flicker to get out of there as easily as he did previously.
Oh my god, look at how oppressive and annoying Yums is right now. Like, 1 minute I'm here, 1 second I'm here, the next I'm just on the other side of the map. Like, he's in 3 different places already. Like, first one, right on the top side, force engagements, rotations. Second one, now bottom, harassing XP. And then next one, where is he gonna go?
Man, the whole point of Paquito is to threaten the Faraga armor break early on, and he has to recall and blow a flicker. So that lane is basically lost.
Look at Yums at bottom lane. Like, he's just making sure that he can't play the game at all.
No, this lane is over.
He can't play. Repo just completely focused out. It's not shutting down Vinogo this game. It's just making sure Repo can't play the game.
I mean, Cram, he played this lane really, really well, right? I mean, they're not going to get anything off of this. They're just zoning them out from that from the tri-brush. Oh, wait, the collapse.
They're going to try. Faraga armor is going to be broken. 2 low members on the side of SRG, but unfortunately, Vinogo does not get to move at all. It is a privilege denied by SRG. First blood for Slick Guys.
Hey, Stormy, calm down. He knows Rippo doesn't have flicker, but still, you don't want to lose that passive so early on. Speaking of which, on the opposite side.
Well, you say that. Stormy now to lose his passive, but picks out Rippo in the process.
Oh, he survives? No.
And Stone had to flicker for that, but it's really worth it though. Has the ultimate right now. So guys, level 5. It should be an easy turtle secured by Cram. RSG still wants more. Vinogo back in the frame.
No
but look, guys. And Yums just too strong. RSG MY dropping the ball before the game even began. 4 kills for SRG.
No. My goodness here. Like, Storm, he's just trying his best here. Even the purple buff is getting invaded here. Great reset coming from Storm. It's going to buy a little bit more time to try and get Vinogo into position. But I feel like in that particular fight, it feels like Skies with the 3-man taunt saves Crab. Crab was able to just buy so much space, you know, even though it was a beautiful setup from Storm with the 3-man wall charge, but now another attempt comes in.
Man, they were just waiting for Vinogo to go for the Lycan Pounce. Sure, they get Stormy, but the Netherrealm is already gone. So guys, a bit out of position this time, getting jumped on. Vinogo wants the kill stunned up by Yums, but still collects the guys. And maybe this is SRG overstepping a little bit. It's going to be Ripple deliver a double kill. Cram shows up the last stand. He could not find Vinogo and now has to perhaps give up his life. RSG MY finding the bleeding spot and finding a couple.
Finally, some momentum coming back for the side of RSG MY. They're not only doing their chores, but they're also rotating accordingly. I do think that there was a bit of a mistake, though. Initially, Vinogo probably shouldn't have chain died there. He died the first time. Okay, he comes back to try and contest for the turtle one more time. That's where you call it quits, right? You may not be ultimate dependent, but I sure as hell think that 2 levels, or at least a level lead from the side of SRG is enough to deter you, that you need to clear up the rest of your jungle before you even think about it.
Yeah, and Izanami, you know, with his first Netherrealm here made such a huge impact in a way where they were able to kind of buy time for the team. They were able to get a little bit of small victory, right? But I think now RSG MY has a better footing compared to the first 2 games. They finally figured out a way to kind of make sure that both Vinogo and Lolios has somewhat of a farm, but SRG, they have to respect this now because they have been annoying, but this is not scaling them far ahead like what you expect in game number 1 and game number 2. And in this next turtle clash, they have to be very careful on how they approach this. Maybe even bait out the Purifieds as well as the Netherrealm coming from Izanami.
They did pull Yums in with the Shadow Stampede. RSG MY might have to take this fight. Lolia trying to break the portal that this chip set down, but Innocent is going to show up with the Blazing Duet onto Venogo, and of course the last sanity from Cram finds the finisher. Rippo in the back does get rid of the chip, but Sakai finds the big slam, and that is Lolia removed from the fight. RSG MY again losing members one by one. Storm forced to retreat, and Rippo left to his own devices. SRG still going for the chase. Undeterred, does not get the taunt.
Hey, wait.
Wait, it's not over yet. Stormy.
Wait.
Storm still wants it?
Stormy, what? He was able to survive that. What? Like, what?
What was that? What was that?
It's not done just yet. Venogo wants this. Does not get the turtle. And he's gonna go down again.
What is happening?
Catastrophic if you're RSG MY.
Like, we were just at an absolute disbelief. We're like looking at Stormy. He was like 1 HP. Okay, he's sure to die. Storm went in, tried to make an attempt, and guess what? He got frozen instead. It just could not die.
Man.
And now, RSG, they've been just throwing bodies one after another, and it's just giving free kills in the hands of SRG.
I don't know. I didn't even know what to say, though. That was just weird. It just looked really uncomfortable. It felt like, I think, is it desperation? I can't even say that it's desperation. It just felt like they were fighting for the sake of fighting.
Man, I know I joked about them griefing, but this feels like RSG MY are reaching that point of beyond desperation. Losing Lolia again in the bottom side. NetherRealm used defensively, but you don't get anything out of it. SRG pedal to the metal at the tier 2 now. Sakai's big slam. This one tickles a bit, but it's enough to send a message.
Yeah, Storm can take so much damage here. He just ate so many abilities in that short period of time. But SRG, they're not going to take their foot off of their throats just yet. They're slowly creeping in towards it. Now, we haven't seen the game gone past 11 minutes so far. And RSG, technically, all the games that they've won have pushed the 20-minute mark. The real question is that whether RSG MY can make it to at least 15 minutes.
Yeah, we talk about the Langar strategy coming from Malaysia, right? We've known Toda Langar to be that kind of situation, but in SRG's case, this is a perfect example of what Langar is. Like, Yums hits you when you least expect it, and every single time they go for a single fight, you've seen now, Izanami isn't able to respond in time, and it's twice now. His NetherRealm hasn't been able to save someone, and now here comes the Langar again.
He's about to die for the 5th time. Changes form again. Izanami to escort him out. Langar Giant uses all the AoE. Innocent survives the Blazing Duet. BMI and RSG MY loses 3 more in the process.
Oh boy. I can't wait to see the item list. I'm pretty sure Innocent already has a corrosive sight, because that slow from Innocent really set things up for Stormy here. Golden Staff already purchased. He might have gone for a DHS into the Golden Staff, so I'm not 100% sure. But then again, it is 25,000.
This Aurora looks so good because of the fact that when you have a Faramis, everybody's going to be clumped up. And the amount of AoEs they bring to the table, right? They've got X-Borg, they've got this Aurora one-shot, they've got the Claude as well. Like, where does RSG get any place to breathe? Because if they don't stand inside the NetherRealm, they're gonna be bursted down by the dives coming from the Fredrin, from the chips in general. But if they group up together, they're just gonna take so much damage.
Well, I mean, they shouldn't be taking these early engagements to begin with. I think that was RSG's major problem. They need to be more defensive against SRG, and that's why we saw in the draft itself that we saw the Edith, the Rafaela, for an example, getting banned out in that second phase to make sure that RSG MY not only doesn't have the sustainability, but they know that they want to be the aggressors from the side of SRG.
You know, one thing's really disgusting is that Yums is a roamer and he's got so much damage. His 3rd damage output out the entire game here, and he's slowly crawling up.
Now you see an issue. You can't even break the Faraga armor of Cram. That is the biggest nightmare of any team going up against an export. And not to mention SRG coming down this middle lane looking for a tier 2 with the Lord escorting bot wave.
Oh, speaking of a Lord escorting wave here, like the collapse is about to happen as well. RSG MY, Lolios, just they need more out of Lolios, but can they buy time for him to actually deal some sort of damage? Because as of now, SRG, they just got so much to work with. Like, when we talk about winning early engagements, Chips has got you into this point. And now SRG is just looking to close out the game. So the question here is, can they do it? Because as of now, if they don't break this inhibitor now, there is a huge chance that RSG MY is going to bounce back.
And SRG just taking up as much space as humanly possible. Sakai's and Cram in the front, and that's Venogo having to force to go back to the fountain. Miniways coming in from all angles. Entropy used by Lo Liao to clear out the Lord, but that inhibitor should still go down. The wall not really trapping Stormy in place. SRG breaking the first structure of RSG MY's base.
Yep, this is the checkmate angle once again. I mean, compared to game number 2, SRG don't exactly have many to... Wait, hold on.
Wait, the guys went back to heal and they just dropped the portal to bring him back in tip-top condition to fight this. And that is wild charge used, purified by Innocent to get out. SRG, they can take this as slow as they want.
I mean, SRG, they've set up the checkmate angle, and ideally they would like to actually continue the siege against RSG MY, considering their lead. But the problem is that they don't have the tools to do that as effectively,
Yeah,
right?
but this is good, right? Like, RSG MY wants to kind of buy time, right? Like, if they can hold out for a little bit longer here, Lilius is going to be able to find a way to scale back. But again, SRG, they're getting a little bit oppressive. They're taking so much space, and what's really messed up about this is that SRG is just intentionally freezing all the minions on our side lane so that RSG MY doesn't get those kind of farms, which I think Lo Liao needs. They need to survive. They cannot afford to die, but they also need farm. It's just so difficult, but eventually they need to make a play somewhere.
I'm trying to look for that angle. Storm has to land some godlike wall charge and have Lo Liao with his Holy Crystal coming up, two-shot everyone on SRG. Otherwise, I don't see RSG MY having a sizable chance.
Well, at this point, it's dependent on whether Slango Red Giants make that blunder. Like, if we see Innocent stick around for too long and ends up dying, or doesn't use his Purify in time, that's when RSG is going to have a slight chance of bringing it back and equalizing that score. But as I mentioned before, it's checkmate angle for a reason. They're starving them out, maintaining a 10k gold lead. SRG is going to hit their item power spikes faster than RSG. They're basically a full item ahead, if not 2 at this point, 1.5 at a minimum. They're going to take the Lord, and they're going to push off of that next wave for the win.
Yunus was waiting for someone to show up top, and best possible target. Lo Liao goes down, and SRG, they can go back to the Lord pit. And Sakai's Innocent and Stormy to take that objective.
Talking about checkmate angle here, that's literally check once again coming from Slango Red Giants. They were focusing down on the Lord. Very, very nicely done here. RSG, they have to make a desperation play right now. They have to kill either Krem or whoever. Wall charge comes in. Can they get out?
That's everything used. It's a 2 versus 4 and SRG coming out on top. NetherRealm expended. This is a siege angle for SRG. Izanami needs to get out. He's going to be stunned up by Yum. Still managing to escape, but at the cost of his own Purify.
What?
That was a 2v4 and SRG was winning. What? That is so much sustain, so much damage, and now with inhibitor crashing in as well. The Lord coming from the bottom side. This is checkmate, man.
It definitely is. SRG looking for the final blow. One more step into the grand finals, and they unleash their full force onto RSG MY. To RSG MY, SRG is an obstacle, but to SRG, RSG MY is just another stepping stone. SRG trio, they are grand finals bound.
They've done it.
Undefeated until the grand finals. They may have lost a game, but it's just a game. But SRG, the superior team, the superior force in MPL MY Season 13, they have done the impossible.
Well, I mean, it's a long, hard-fought victory for the side of SRG. RSG, they know they put up a fight, but it's not over for them just yet. Holy cow. GG, well played, SRG. This is the team you need to watch out for.
Oh, what a game coming in from them. And let's take a look at what they have to say and how they feel up on stage. Windrose, take it away.
First team to enter the grand finals in MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. Stadium MBSJ. Give it up for Selangor Red Giants. First of all, guys, congratulations. This is the first time that Selangor Red Giants will be advancing to the grand finals. Tapi ini adalah third grand finals untuk Stormy. Okay, so first, Stormy, you're one step away, one match away from securing your, macam orang kata, your first ever MPL trophy. Tapi you guys technically dah secure pun MSC. It's either whether MSC ataupun wildcard. How confident are you with this lineup entering the international scene to represent Malaysia?
200% very confident.
Wow, this is what we like to hear. Okay, and just now, we saw that I actually interviewed Subway, and he said that dia cakap that actually Stormy ni nampak sangat-sangat selesa dalam SRG. You shine differently in SRG. Benda ni you rasa as yourself, Stormy in SRG. Benda ni betul ke tak?
Yeah, very much.
Kenapa you rasa you have a better connection ataupun a stronger connection dengan SRG daripada team yang you pernah masuk dulu?
Like I said before, because our age tak beza sangat, so we can bond very well. Yeah.
So it's really one of the biggest factors.
Yeah.
Alright, thank you. Yums. Belum tanya lagi. Dia dah tanya apa? Belum lagi Yums, sabar. Okay, Yums. Kalau ini adalah third grand final untuk Stormy, ini adalah kali kelima pula Yums masuk grand finals and potentially juara ketiga untuk Yums. So Yums, how are you feeling pasal benda ni, and kalau boleh nak tahu you nak jumpa siapa dekat grand finals esok?
Sesiapa je, kita orang tak takut siapa pun.
Wow. Okay, dia cakap tak takut siapa-siapa pun. So, I nak tanya, pada pendapat Yums, semalam RSG clean sweep Homebois 3-0. Kalau you say siapa-siapa, you jumpa KGE ataupun Homebois di Grand Finals esok, you rasa Grand Finals ni akan ada match up 4-0 ke? Ataupun dia akan jadi sengit dan bagi game yang sangat-sangat seru?
Jangan cakap 4-0, nanti Stormy sedih.
Kenapa Stormy sedih? Oh, jangan dah macam tu, you guys ni. Alright guys, I'm pretty sure ramai nak tahu kan siapa MVP perlawanan ini. So, I nak dengar dulu Stadium MPSJ untuk korang, siapa yang layak sebenarnya jadi MVP? Okay, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP untuk perlawanan ini jatuh kepada Yums, kita punya captain. Okay Yums, tadi game ketiga itu adalah first time SRG ambil chip. Okay, betul. So, kenapa korang decide nak ambil chip di game ketiga dan tak di regular season? Mana regular season kita boleh nampak play-play lain dapat dominate, macam Zon dapat dominate guna chip. Apa keputusan tu dan kenapa you rasa macam confident nak pick chip di playoffs?
Saya memang main chip pun, tapi dorang asyik ban
Dorang takut lah tu.
Boleh lah.
Kalau you macam nak main hero lain esok the grand final, ada macam clue tak nak main apa?
Ada, ciao.
Wow. Okay. Can we please pass it to Innocent? Innocent. First 2 games MVP, and we see that you have a special buff all the way from the Philippines. So, wow. Okay, Innocent. Sa tingin mo ba na yung buff mo na to is going to motivate you to get your first MPL trophy tomorrow?
Of course, yes. You see on how I play, right?
Oh, dia cakap. So, I tanya, you rasa buff you daripada, import buff you daripada Filipina ni boleh buat satu motivation tau untuk mendapatkan first trophy dia di MPL, dan dia cakap, mestilah, tak nampak ke macam mana main tadi? I mean, okay. What do you want to say to your buff?
Thank you for always supporting me, and tomorrow, champion.
Wow! I like that. Okay, Cram. Alright, Cram. Now that you guys are officially in the grand finals, first ticket kayo between RSG, Homebois, and KGE. In your opinion, because you say he doesn't mind facing anybody, but Cram, which team gave you the hardest time, and which team do you want to face again in the grand finals?
Wala akong pakialam sa kalaban namin. Kumbaga, boss lang ako sa grand finals.
Okay,
sa laro ko.
Alright, dia cakap. Sebab I tanya kan, dia macam pernah lawan semua pasukan dah. Pasukan mana yang bagi dia macam threat ataupun a hard time in his lane. Dan dia cakap, tak kisah pun pasal dorang. I ni fokus pasal gameplay dengan grand finals esok. Letaklah lawan siapa, janji kita orang menang. Okay, so, guys. before we wrap things up, Sekai's amazing game. Apa yang Sekais nak cakap kepada fans SRG, the ultras yang datang, and of course, don't forget to remind people to watch your grand final matchup tomorrow.
Untuk fans Selangor Red Giant, terima kasih sebab support, especially untuk Atras dan especially juga untuk kakak saya datang, abang saya. Terima kasih sebab datang. Jangan lupa untuk support Grand Final esok.
All right, thank you very much. You guys may now go celebrate your sweet, sweet victory. Guys, once again, Selangor Red Giants ialah pasukan pertama yang akan masuk ke Grand Finals. Selepas ni kita akan tengok satu lagi lower bracket game. Tapi sebelum tu, let's show it back to the casters for them to dissect how Selangor Red Giants swept the floor 3-0.
Well. Thank you so much, Rose. There it is. Your first finalist for the grand finals here. SRG, the MVP of the match, is going to be Yums here. And I think Naisu is going to be joining us to dissect this. Here's a little bit of translation of what Yums has said here, because I think he has pretty much, this is his first time playing chips from the side of SRG. And all of us were questioning, like for me in general, can he actually play the chips? And his answer was, I always knew how to play. It's just that people keep banning it here. And of course, Rose also asked, what else are we going to be expecting to see in the grand finals? He mentioned more Cho, hopefully. That's pretty much it. The rest in Tagalog, you understand.
Yep. Yeah. I got all the same sentiments. I mean, from well, given that Innocent spoke English, props to him for the English there. And then Cram, same thing. I mean, he doesn't care who they face in the grand final. He wants to focus on the grand final and being the champion.
I mean, truly, it's understandable. First off, Mr. Icy Baby, don't gaslight me. I didn't, nobody, no, it was just you. It was just you. It was like, can he play chip? I'm like, I mean, it fits his style.
Fine, I'll admit
that. I will tell you right now that SRG, it makes sense because I mentioned how this team plays off of small advantages in lane and they pivot their entire rotations around that one advantage. Chip is the embodiment of that. So it works perfectly well with the identity of SRG.
Yeah, for me, my question was, like in my opinion, I felt like, why didn't they play more chips? Because during the regular seasons, right, like there were a lot of instances, especially in SRG games, chips wasn't banned or picked at all, and they didn't really prioritize it. And for him to suddenly show it out, and it was like, you know what, I can play chips too. It's kind of like a shocker for me, but it is also a big indicator, a warning letter for whoever they face in the grand finals to make sure they ban off the chips though.
I mean, you don't show all your cards in your first fight, right? You gotta slowly put it out. You know, if someone has a diamond, you show the hearts and then you show the spade at the very end. SRG, they gotta play slow. So this chip is probably still at the tip of the iceberg. We thought we saw it all when we see Aurora in the regular season, but apparently not. Chip is also one of their trump cards.
Yeah, you're starting to sound like a guy who's lost all his guest coins yesterday.
I'm not gonna lie, I have actually lost a lot as well.
Commiserations to Homebois fans.
Ouch. But of course now, Naisu, seeing how this draft is here, like, what can you say? Like, I think first game, you went to make coffee, you came back, game's over. Second game, you drank coffee, you finished it, it's over. Now, what did you do? And it was over.
He washed the cup.
I washed the cup. No, man, like, to be honest, like I said, I am a Raider fan, but man, this was hard. This was hard for me as a Raider fan to watch it unfold because, you know, 11 minutes, so we nearly got to the 13-minute mark here. And it just feels like RSG was not able to find anything they were looking for throughout this entire series. And I think it is very deserving that Yums gets that match MVP because every single time, whether it was a Chip, a Grok, or Lolita, this guy obviously pays so much value to any lineup that SRG goes with. And I think that's why when you look across the board, I mean, they're able to shine. I love that Aurora popped up too because Gideon was talking about it in the draft, and I think whether that was an Aurora, whether that was a Vexana, it would have done the same thing, you know, but with that passive being there for them, it really helped them play into this fairness. So again, there's not much to really break down about this game 3 because it was so one-sided.
Yeah, and seeing how one-sided it is as well here, like I feel like SRG is just built different, and it's something about SRG compared to the rest of the team, right? They are undefeated for a reason, and of course, now I would like you to make a little bit of comparison here. Is SRG international worthy, or do you think any Filipino team is going to be able to take down SRG?
Oh, that's actually what I was just talking about here. Is like, after seeing the playoffs unfold, because I heard of SRG, they were really good. They went through undefeated and everything, but I was like, I wonder how they're going to compete against international teams. And I really think that obviously we won't know until they get there. Now, whether that's in the actual main event of MSC or the wild card, we'll have to see where they land. But so far, things look good. I just think, obviously, when we get to the topic of international, things change a little bit, and that I feel like that'll be the true test for them. Of course, for the grand final, though, we never know. We never know what will pop up in the best of 7 when you get to that point later on when we find out who eventually they're going to play tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think overall for SRG, the fact that they are playing on such a high level, I know we've gone through this a lot of times, but every time you see it just feels so fresh, right? They show us something new. They show us the intricate fundamentals of the micro, the macro play that you most of the time overlooked, and it becomes very glaring when it's such a stomp. It really feels like they did everything right, and RSG MY kind of did everything wrong in a certain way. But overall, it starts from the draft, and then the translation with Yoons being the enabler and Stormy being able to back him up. The team effort was what tied SRG together overall.
It just shows that they've got so much variations and styles they can play with, right? Like, I think even yesterday as well, they talked about experimenting. The game that they lost, they were just willing to give a game. They were thinking of experimenting on the Rafaela being a carry for Yoons, but I feel like SRG is just built different. Like, they can just, like, for a playoffs, trying a draft, hello? Excuse me? What?
I mean, all of this has been practiced extensively. We've heard from even some of the best teams around the world, right? They've mentioned SRG in interviews. They are making waves. Yeah. Currently, they haven't made it to an international just yet. Until tomorrow, that's when we're going to have to wait and see. But for the most part, this team is extremely hopeful, and you can see why. Doesn't feel like there's a weak point just yet, and it feels like the preparation against other teams happens spot on every single time.
Now, seeing as Yoons has been dominating here, we know Innocent has been having a phenomenal game. Let's talk about the Hall of Fame right now. Rich guy, it's got to be Innocent. Izanami, the carry with the highest amount of damage dealt with the Faramis. Sandbag is going to be Stove, as well as the best wingman as Yoons. And in this case, fun fact for you is that Yoons actually sat on the brush on top for at least a minute and a half before finding Lolios. He just sat right there the entire game.
To be fair, I think that's when RSG went in on a flat line. You know, they went in for the MRI. They saw no brain activity at all. Because like, this is very typical movements. These are extremely typical movements that should not be done, especially when a chip is in play. Now let's talk about the item build progression, right? Because I think even that reflects how extensively this game was overwhelmed by SRG. Because we are seeing brute force breastplate builds from both Cram and as well as Sick Guys instantly after Tier 2 boots. That just goes to show not only how well they're doing in lane, but they also effectively realize that as long as we stop RSG from actually breaking through, finding that momentum breaker.
No, and I think I've brought this up a couple of times now from day 1 and day 2 here, especially in item progression from tanks, right? Like, nowadays tanks have shifted away from the traditional, like, Sky Garden helmet, or maybe even Radiant Armor first item, or maybe even a Curse helmet to a certain degree. Now they've, even to a certain degree, it was like War Axe into Brute Force. Now it's shifted to a space where it's Brute Force into Oracle. And I often see this item build when they have enchanters in the pool. But for this game, there's no enchanters from SRG, but they still stick with this build-up for both Skies as well as Crab. What do you think about this, Naisu? Is this the new meta? Why Brute Force Breastplate into Oracle instead of any other, like maybe even Dreadnoughts or maybe even Dominant Size to a certain degree?
I think the value of BFB is just, it's there. Like, if you pick it up first item, we see a lot of XP laners actually doing this. We've even seen some iterations of junglers doing this, right? And even on an alpha, we saw this BFB picked up first in a similar lineup, but it's just the value of it's great working around this, especially when you're talking about what's across from you. And then you grab the oracles later on because you know the majority of the magic damage there is either going to be from Izanami, which again, he had a tough start, and then it's a Nathan. Nathan doesn't scale up and get really threatening till later on. So I think like this build path works out great for Cram, especially with the next Borg. So I think we see this more often. But this is always the interesting part when you look at these like build paths and how the itemization works out through the course of a game. Again, it's tough to look at this too because again, with the way the game went being pretty one-sided, I think this also will showcase a lot more when you're in these like longer games, those 20-minute games. And then of course, with that Nathan, like let's say he did get to scale up 20 minutes plus, you know, then the threat obviously comes into play too. So I think this is something we're going to see regularly, at least early on.
I think when you look at the item progression for the gold laners, you can see this big disparity, right? By the time Innocent hit his 4th item, Loliao is just halfway through his 3rd. I think he got like the 3 tomes to go into Holy Crystal, but he never was able to convert them into a secondary component after that. I think he got it like at 13 minutes, but at that point the game was over. That was the flatline moment. He got caught in the top lane and it was lights out.
Really nothing but, you can see how far they're behind, right? If you're Natan, 10 minutes and only then you're getting the Starlium Scythe, it just feels so bad, right? And worse, yeah, we look at some of the other people, like Vinogo for an example, only getting the Endless Battle like so far late. Past 12 minutes is when he decided to get it. So again, I feel like Vinogo, each and every time, like he tries, he really does try, but unfortunately, I don't think right now the meta is in his favor.
Now, of course, with that being said here, we are going to be taking a look at the match highlights for game number 3 on how things went down between both SRG as well as RSG here. And of course, in this highlights, we did see, you know, a lot of emphasis on just shutting down Vinogo, but initially this game was a little bit different here. They focused on just shutting down XP laners, and at some point, I think Repo was like level 2, and Krams was already level 4.
I mean, Kram was winning out on that lane, right? I think Rippo, especially with the setup that he has, didn't have enough damage to break the Faraga armor. Usually, you would either need Master Assassin or at the very least a lethal ignition to actually stand a chance in the lane itself. Because Kram, he can play hyper defensively against the Paquito, and he should be generally okay, right? And I think that SRG, they took advantage of the situation. And worst yet for RSG, unfortunately, it's the chain dying. I think that's one of the biggest problems that RSG has. Right? They keep contesting for neutral objectives, but they don't have to. Just give it up and then rescale off of the extra farm that you have.
I mean, it's one thing to run through your opponents, and it's one thing to run at a brick wall, and I think that's what RSG MY did in that game, right? They kept trying to do the same thing over and over again. Basically, the definition of insanity. Vinogo died like 4 times before. At this point, he died 3 times at the 5-minute mark. That is already a disaster, and yet RSG MY still continue to try and fight these fights that you don't really need to.
You know,
it's sad.
It feels weird considering the fact that is Vinogo the problem, but I feel like Vinogo is doing his job as a role as a jungler, right? It's just that who would expect SRG, despite the quote-unquote 2 minutes nerfs here, you see this kind of aggression to kind of slow down his rotations and just making sure that every single time level 4 comes into play, Vinogo is going to be the priority. And like, is it the jungler issue? Is it him as a person, or is it just SRG finding a way to just shut down RSG completely?
Okay, first off, I think that it is Vinogo's fault for this game number 3. Game number 1 and 2, I don't necessarily think it's his fault. The chain dying from Vinogo, basically unacceptable for me, in my standard, right? But I can't 100% blame him, right? After a really tough game, no outs, no support, no side lanes, there's nothing much he can really do.
Agreed. But as of now, your first grand finalist is going to be playing for the first best of 7 tomorrow is going to be SRG. However, they are going to be waiting for the remaining matches of today to be completed to know who they are going to be facing off. So SRG, they played 1 game. They are going to be taking the rest of the day off because it's a well-deserved break, right? Considering like that was a very easy 3-0 for them. However, on the bottom side, KGE and Homebois is going to be playing later on, and RSG is going to be waiting on that match as RSG being sent down in the lower brackets using up their first life.
And whether or not they're going to make that first life count is going to be a different story here. So don't worry, Naisu. The Raiders are still in it to win it. We just don't know whether they'll make it to the grand finals.
I can guarantee you something. At least they performed better than the last season, right? They're still guaranteed top 3.
Yeah, and at the same time, Naisu, what do you think? Do you think RSG MY will be able to make a comeback from the lower brackets?
I think there's always a chance. That's something we have to talk about. There's always a chance for them, but let's say they do and they get to the grand final, they need to fix a lot of things. I think if you guys are hoping for what I am when you're talking about a best of 7, you guys don't want to sweep like we had, you know, because you don't want your grand finals to be a sweep, man. I mean, as great as the season was, you just don't want that.
I don't know. Hey, I probably might have to check that varsity jacket afterwards. It's starting to sound a little green and yellow underneath there. I don't know. I was just getting a sneaking suspicion here. But no, I totally agree with you. Like, we want to see these games to get as close as possible. And right now, nobody has that versatility and level of adaptability from drafting to in-game like SRG. And that's why I'm excited for them to actually, you know, close this season out and then head straight to MSC to show us what they've really got.
Yeah, and of course, that is something that we have to wait in the near future here. But for now, that pretty much concludes the first series here. And Naisu, thank you so much for joining us as well. It's nice to see you again as well as talk to you after I haven't seen you like 2 years now since MSC 2022. And to hear your insights again, it's nice. But of course, thank you so much, Naisu. We're going to see you.
Hey, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyways, speaking of which here, that's pretty much a little bit of insights here for first series here. We pretty much concluded the first series. A very quick one, actually. Like, I think this, out of day 1 playoffs until now, this is the first ever series where we got a complete sweep.
Yeah, I mean, after yesterday, SRG bled a little bit, and people were like, okay, so they can bleed, and today they realigned their expectations a little bit, right? They were like, all right, just pop that dislocated shoulder back into place. We are still the top dogs. No one even came close to us. KG got lucky because we were overconfident, but it was a fluke. We naturally let it happen.
And of course, when it comes to all these games here, I feel like everything has been playing at the highest performance. The best players from all around Malaysia has gathered here to showcase the best MLBB action here. And they have been dominating the game here with spectacular gameplay. We are the ROG Phone 8, the king of performance, your ultimate gaming phone. With this phone, you can climb towards immortal mythical, or in this case mythical honor if you want, or mythical glory. If you guys want to have best play, you gotta get the phone, man. You gotta scan a QR code, which we just kind of missed us now.
Are you down 12,000 gold in your rank games? Get an ROG 8 and maybe you can turn things around.
Are you 0-5 like Venogo at 6 minutes? Get an ROG 8 phone.
Is your family falling apart? Get the ROG phone and forget about it.
Fair enough.
Do you have a terminal illness or ROG Phone 8?
I had to follow.
You know what?
I had to follow up.
You
Can't
know what?
follow it up now.
I'm not gonna lie. He has a broken leg, so technically you should get an RG.
It's not broken. It's sprained. It is sprained. All right, get your facts right.
Yeah, get
my
facts
boy.
right, man.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But of course, all things considered here, what a way to start the day 1 here on Saturday morning here. But of course, that match is pretty much concluded here. Let's take a look at the lower brackets here, because eventually this upcoming match is going to be King Empire going up against Homebois. We saw signs coming from King Empire. They were playing really, really strong. They gave SRG a run for their money. However, they still took a loss. So it is going to be a climax coming from the Kings themselves. But Homebois had a very, very weird start yesterday. No one expected them to be down here.
I'm
and
more
now
worried for
they're
Homebois
risking
than
elimination.
Yeah, I definitely am more worried for Homebois than I am for King Empire. I think past 2 days, Sasa on form, Deto on form. In fact, he's the jungler. There are 2 junglers on that team. They are replicating what Homebois did last season. And then Homebois, they definitely look a bit shaky, right? Like the meta feels like it's a bit more uncomfortable for them. It's less assassins. They got given Nolan yesterday, and that didn't work out against RSG MY.
Yeah, and on top of it all, you weren't here, Gideon, here. The scene for Homebois' match, it was so jarring that there was a statement where there's so many people, but it was just absolute silence here. And I feel like the pressure is on Homebois to bounce back in this game. Do you think they can do it?
Well, I definitely think they can do it. I think, you know, SRG and Homebois may have enjoyed their break a lot more than some of the other teams out there. The pressure didn't feel like it was on them, but I think now this will whip them up back in shape.
Well, to see all this two-match unfold as well here, for these guys watching at home, you guys have to take a little bit of a short break here because we need a break here, but we will be right back to actually see how this match is going to be unfold. But well, before that, here's a mic check for you guys to enjoy.
Let's go. Aku cari kau.
Lapun now beli kan?
Boleh.
Dah, mati. Bye bye.
Yes.
Lapun now beli kan guys ah. 320.
Nice deh. Aku mati juga bro.
Aku tak.
Can cramp. Okay. Watch out. Nice. Santai sih. Adik boleh. Dia tolak je.
Nice deh.
Buat do turtle.
Aku boleh ulti dia.
Nice one.
Lusong now jump.
Ji Akai.
Akai level 6 guys. Ji Akai. Esa also. Ayun, ultimate.
Akai po.
I'm far. Esme?
Let me back up.
I'm alive.
You can smell. Dead. Nice one, Ton. Do.
Loki.
Let's go.
Ngapain? What are you doing? Benda atas.
Ayah.
Look.
Collab.
Ngapain ni? Ngapain?
Nice. I got free kill.
Expert no flicker. Nice one, bro. Hey, careful. No flicker. I'm alive. GG. Nice one.
I stun them all.
Boleh.
I stun. Oh, damage charging.
Nice.
Go, I tank.
Keeper.
Second sama.
We didn't secure the bush, alright, guys. Careful.
Already up here.
Easy. 1-1.
Boleh. Nice one, you.
Okay. Thank you for today. See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you for today. Thank you. Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Sora. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Skylar can you do it? Dan hampir di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin. Ang 4v1! Backline already, and they're running for the lines, cutting it. Jerry trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in. He cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run.
Kalau kita kata ada satu buah reward manipulasi yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Yo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Sama-sama. Bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke?
Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa limit. Itu tugasnya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barracuda.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because...
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. Yeah. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Kau tamatkan semua ni! Jangan! Saya kena! Awak tak mampu berlawan. Macam manalah pengakhiran akalnya. Sumpahan! Berserah! Awak patutnya bunuh saya.
Ya, tapi ini hari bertuah awak.
This will sting. You have my word.
Anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MPL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Sora. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu scalar gadget duit dan Amber di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Clinch fight is long, gets instantly shot down by the blazing duet, as well as the electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, cutting it. Gary trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just
Kita kata ada satu buah reward pun Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had. Dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Yo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Sama-sama.
Hei, bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke? Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa waktu. Itu tugas saya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because...
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. Yeah. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Masa untuk tamatkan semua ni!
Jangan!
Saya kena! Awak tak mampu berlawan. Macam manalah pengakhiran akalnya.
Sumpahan! Berserah!
Awak patutnya bunuh saya.
Ya, tapi ini hari bertuah awak.
have my word.
Anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Sora. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Satu Scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight is long, gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang Homebois! Backline already, and they're running for the lines, gunning it. Jerry trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run.
Lagi dekat ada satu warrior weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari King Empire MY benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jaguh 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had. dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Yo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Sama-sama. Bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke?
Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa lagi. Itu tugas saya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. Yeah. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
masa untuk tamatkan semua ni.
Jangan.
Saya kena. Awak tak mampu berlawan ke? Macam manalah pengakhiran akalnya.
Sumpahan berserah.
Awak patutnya bunuh saya.
Ya, tapi ini hari bertua awak.
Get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
Anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Sora. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Satu scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Clinch fight is long, gets instantly shot down by the blazing duet, as well as the electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipatin siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. Jerry trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run.
Kita kata ada satu buah reward point yang membuat pergerakan dari Bignya terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had. Dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Yo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Sama-sama. Bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke?
Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa. Itu tugas saya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because...
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Huck pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Masa untuk tamatkan semua ni.
Jangan.
Saya kena. Awak tak mampu melawan. Macam manalah pengakhiran akalnya.
Sumpahan mesra.
Awak patutnya bunuh saya.
Ya, tapi ini hari bertua awak.
This will sting. You have my word.
Anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemaskini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Sora. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Satu scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata Arsia.
Ledge fight is long, gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang Homebois! Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. Jerry trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run.
Kita akan ada satu buah reward di polisi yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jaguh 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had. Dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Yo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Sama-sama. Bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke?
Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa lembut. Itu tugas saya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
masa untuk tamatkan semua ni.
Jangan.
Saya kena. Awak tak mampu berlawan. Macam manalah pengakhiran akalnya.
Sumpahan berperang.
Awak patutnya bunuh saya.
Ya, tapi ini hari bertua awak.
This will sting. You have my word.
Anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Sora. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu sekali can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Clinch fight is long, gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipatin siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run.
Kalau kita kata ada satu buah reward di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had. Dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Yo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Sama-sama. Bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke?
Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa. Itu tugasnya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because...
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. Yeah. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gator.
Masa untuk tamatkan semua ni.
Jangan.
Saya kena. Awak tak mampu berlawan. Macam manalah pengakhiran akalnya.
Sumpahan Berserah.
Awak patutnya bunuh saya.
Ya, tapi ini hari bertuah awak.
anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MPL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MPL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MPL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Sora. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Satu sekali gadget duit dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Clinch fight is long, gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lines, gunning it. Jerry trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had. Dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Yo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Hei, bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke?
Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa lagi. Itu tugas saya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Masa untuk tamatkan semua ni.
Jangan.
Saya kena. Awak tak mampu berlawan. Macam manalah pengakhiran akalnya.
Sumpahan Berperang.
Awak patutnya bunuh saya.
Ya, tapi ini hari bertuah awak.
This will sting. You have my word.
Anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik.
aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield
I'm a rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Look alive, people! MPL Malaysia Season 13 playoffs returns to grace your screens once again. The competition is reaching a fever pitch, and it is yet again time to say farewell to another team. You're watching us here on the English broadcast for day 3 of the competition. My name is Staffa, and joining me on the desk today, we have none other than Icy Baby 1-2, as well as Gideon. How you feeling?
Honestly, I'm feeling pretty good about this one, but this is the elimination match that everybody has been waiting for. KGE and surprisingly the Homebois.
Well, no one would have expected the Homebois to be in this situation. I think all of our predictions have already been thrown topsy-turvy. So I think we need something to bring us back on track, right? Okay. And I think the best way to do that is by securing lightning-fast 5G connection for your MLBB games with Hotlink. Terrence, you want to tell us more about it?
You know, to be honest, pro players, if you want to play at the highest level here, you guys have to have the best equipment for your setups, right? Like, who wants to play about 60 FPS, man, when you can get 120 FPS? And of course, when you have gears like that, you gotta have good internet speed as well. Like 5G, you gotta have 5G at least to have fast reaction in the game with on top of your good FPS.
Yep, because we all know that, right? We all know that we gotta get 5G internet and as well as 100 FPS. Those are, well, coherent.
And it's because of that 5G connection that we're able to welcome Trex all the way from the US of A here at MPL MY. Trex, how are you feeling joining us here today?
I'm feeling great. It's a pleasure to be here with you guys. Gideon, great to see you once again. Icy Baby, Sadafa. It's great to finally meet, talk to you guys, all that good stuff.
I've got a question here. Did you somewhat, like color code your clothes with Niso earlier? Because why do you have another Echo jacket?
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay.
This whole thing? This whole thing? I don't.
old
thing.
Wow. All right. Sure. All right.
I mean,
great.
in a way, it's old now.
Look, for the most part of it,
it's a classic.
It's a classic. That's a good way of putting it. I like that. I'm going to steal that from now on. But yeah, I'm with Trex on this one. Overall, I want to know some of your opinions about both of these teams, KG and as well as the Homebois. I mean, last year, you're all about the Homebois. Now, has that changed?
Well, I think my heart kind of lies with the Homebois just because I know them a little bit better. But after seeing KG go up against SRG last night, they seem to be the only team that has actually taken a game off of them. Homebois, who they finished season pretty well, and they got completely demolished by RSG, and then RSG gets demolished by SRG earlier, so it just feels like King Empire sits maybe a little bit above. But again, it's playoffs, anything can happen, right?
Yeah, and speaking of anything can happen as well here, here's a little bit of inside scoop of what happens behind the scenes here, because the mic checks for Homebois wasn't really released. I caught a glimpse of it here where game 1, game 2, they were still trying to make plays here, but when it came to game 3, it felt like the teams had a lot of disconnection between themselves here. It may be like mental down or something like that here, because game 2, it was a game where Homebois should have taken the game.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, right? Because there was quite a break before the playoffs. It feels like KGE, RSG especially, has grown a lot as a team, but Homebois, despite being defending champions, doesn't seem to have reached that same level. And now we're going to witness the clash of the Kages once again. Round 2. We got the Malaysian Kage, we got the Spicy Homebois Kage, but one of these players, one of these teams is going to be eliminated. Trex, I want to ask you, you mentioned that based on what you've seen of the playoffs so far, it seems more likely that KGE are ranking a little bit higher here. But before this, right, you already knew a lot about the Homebois. Did you know a lot about the players from KGE before this?
No, honestly, I haven't been able to, I live a far way away, time zones, all that good stuff. I have to pick and choose what games I'm able to watch, so it has been tough to really lock down to MY at least. Last night, I think, was my first time really digging deep onto KGE and doing a little bit of research, and overall, of course, there were some mistakes made, but just like I said, from numbers-wise, they're the only teams that's taken a game off them so far in playoffs. They're the only team that's gotten a game off of SRG so far, and those are the big enemies right now, right?
Trex, I'm going to be giving you the hard-hitting questions. You a Sasa fan or you a Nets fan? Because you're one of the few people who knew that actually Nets was going over. Didn't know exactly where, ended up in MY, but come on. Where's the bias at?
That's tough, man. Sasa, just because, Nets is like, I feel like I want to see Nets do well.
Okay.
After hearing about the 3-0 last night, it's like, what's going on? What's going on? So it's tough. And Sasa, we've known Sasa has been at international before, right? We know he has some experience. So it's just, I think it's definitely a toss-up between the two. Nets, I want to see big things from. I feel like he should be shown, like this is his time to show up. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. If he doesn't come online, it's a problem.
I can see where you're coming from. I think all of us were caught by surprise yesterday when Homebois got swept. But it's funny that you talk about Nets and Sasa, these gold laners. Very important roles. So let's talk about the dream gold laners of our players here.
Okay, second. Kita mau bina satu ideal gold laner. Jadi kita mau second pilih 3 kategori ini. Laning, micro-macro, and late game carry.
In laning, I will choose Sasa because he's an experienced player.
Nets is very strong on laning, especially if he has Harit.
Nets. Saya. I'm the best laner in MPL MY.
Dari RSG kali ya, loyal kali ya. Soalnya dia solo kill gua.
Laning, I think Innocent.
I think I will choose myself because I think I'm the strongest in laning.
Micro and macro, saya akan pilih second.
I think still Nets.
Chico? Nets.
Kid, Nets.
Lolius.
I think it's me.
Late game, I will pick Innocent.
Late game carry.
I would say Innocent. Aku rasa dari SRG lah, Innocent lah. Soalnya kan terbukti dia selalu carry timnya.
Innocent good.
I think it's me because we don't have that much late games, right? We can already end it.
Nets lah. Kalau late game, Nets. Boleh carry late game.
It's definitely good to see that these gold laners have a lot of confidence in themselves. And honestly, it doesn't come from nowhere either, right? We've been seeing gold laners really pop off in the tournament. And I think in the playoffs especially, right? Gold laners have really been showing up.
Exactly here. Like Moskov has been a very, very top contender as well. The global presence here with the spear coming in where you least expected here. They may come, they may not come. But ideally, hitting those shots is going to be very, very difficult here. In this case, I am excited to see whether or not these two teams, in this case, fight for their lives to actually continue their journey here in the playoffs.
That is true. I think we're all very excited to see what's going to happen. KGE versus the Homebois. One team goes home at the end of this series. So without further ado, it's time for us to welcome both KGE and Homebois onto the stage.
King Empire Esports.
The moment has arrived for the emerging kingdom to expand their empire. Built around their ultimate S-tier core, Sasa, Smooth, and Sutsujin, the squad needs their young mid-duo, Detto and Vitter, to set up tremendously to overcome the defending champions and advance to the next round. It's do or die time! King Empire Esports! Always filled with swag, style, and confidence. Though the defending champions were humbled yesterday with a clean sweep, fret not, as Sapat, Nets, Udil, Soren, and Chibi are no strangers to adversity. They're ready to bounce back in a style and storm their way to the lower bracket finals. Can they keep their dream of back-to-back titles alive? It's the Owls! It's the Homebois! Introducing the coach and analyst of both teams, head of League Ops Cedric, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity of this match. Give it up for KGE's Ryzen. From Homebois, it's Pops, and as well as Nobody, to arm their players with the best weapons possible, as these teams will fist bump one last time. This might be the last time we see one of these teams. Good luck to both our competitors. Good luck to both teams before we go into the land of Dawn.
Good luck is an important thing because I think both these teams are going to need it going into this next series. Trex, you mentioned earlier you think that KGE may be ranked just slightly higher based on their playoffs performance so far. So if you were on the side of the Homebois, what do you think you need to do to take them down?
I feel so. Something I noticed from RSG, something I noticed from some teams so far, watching playoffs so far, is just I feel like a lot of teams fold to the pressure that SRG brings. So I think if a team can, if Homebois can bring pressure early on to King Empire, if they can really just try to push them back, it'll force King Empire to maybe make some mistakes. I saw Sasa in game 2 completely miss a Spear of Destruction yesterday. I saw some small mistakes happen, and I think it just has to do with pressure, has to do with Gold Lead escaping them. And I think that could be the coin here in Homebois. A lot of these players are used to dealing with pressure. A lot of these players are used to dealing when the game is on the line, sitting in the lower bracket. So I think this could be their chance to really, capitalize on that.
I mean, one thing about capitalization is that the meta, it feels like it's strayed away from the Homebois as of right now, because invading into enemy jungle, you're putting yourself at risk, potential first blood.
No, I think that comes down to the original play styles, right? Like, we talked about how teams have been very, very aggressive in the early lanes here to try and slow down jungle rotations, especially pre-level 4. We saw it happen from SRG earlier. It kind of worked out for them. But for Homebois, they tried the exact same thing yesterday, got punished heavily. Like, think about this. Zor was killed twice, level 1, level 2, just trying to invade jungle, and it was just like, oh wait, the penalty technically, quote-unquote, shouldn't be affecting too much, but it affected Homebois entirely yesterday.
Yeah, I think based on what we've seen from the recent patch, right? As we all know, in the full first 2 minutes, you will take more damage if you try to invade into the enemy jungle, and this has really messed with some teams that used to enjoy playing very aggressive, invading the enemy jungle. What I do find interesting is the fact that before this, KGE as a team tended to be a little bit more passive in the early game, right? Especially when Xwin was not playing, but now that they've come into the playoffs, they look to be the ones being more aggressive early on. So perhaps it is about finding that balance, right? Like, Trex, I do want to ask once again, now that we've had this hotfix, now that it's supposedly not as good to invade into the enemy jungle, do you as a player feel like it's better to continue going for those invasions regardless?
I don't know if it's exactly invasions, but definitely you can focus on the gold lane, you can focus on the EXP lanes. Off lanes win games right now. Even if you can't win out in the EXP lane, if you can make sure your gold laner is thriving, it doesn't have to be the enemy jungler exactly that you are attacking, but I think just bringing in aggressiveness early on and keeping your own tempo is going to be key in the lower bracket here.
Trex, I'm interested to know, right? In your personal preference, do you prefer a team who's very strike heavy, looking for that KO punch, or are you the team that looks for the rear naked chokehold, slow, methodical, and eventually closes the game out when the lights go out from their eyes?
Well, I think the best teams in the world have a good mixture of both. Right now, even, you look at Echo, or you look at teams like AP Bren, the world champions, they have a great mixture of both. They know when their strike time is. A lot of time it is third turtle, first lord, 7-8 minute spike. And even if they're a little behind in gold, they are not scared to use that power spike when they hit that third item. So, I mean, you have to know when to be patient. You have to know when to attack. And that's where I see, you know, a lot of teams that are still trying to get their groove in. It's something that they need to work on. And I think if one of these teams can really find those moments on when's the time that I, you know, hit that right hook, when can I get the knockout punch on, that's going to be key.
Now, speaking of which, here we are going to be jumping into the drafts as of now. This is going to be a best of 5 series, game 1. KGE on the blue side and Homebois on the red side to dictate the start of this fight here. In this case, we do see Harif, Nolan, Matilda, Benedetta, as well as the Novaria being banned from both sides here. Nothing super out or ordinary coming from KGE, but we are seeing respect bans coming from Homebois this game.
I mean, this is the recipe for taking down KGE that we've seen throughout the entire regular season. Get rid of those pocket picks, the Detto Novaria, the smooth Benedetta. We witnessed Red Giants try letting these through a couple of times to see whether or not they could deal with it. And the Novaria actually ended up taking the first game ever from them this entire season. So it's understandable that they would choose to get rid of that. But it does leave the chip open now for King Empire.
All right. I mean, we heard from Trex himself, right? They're looking to kind of maintain tempo against the Homebois. I think the chip is a relatively good idea, but how do you supplement it, right? You still need some strong laners to walk out of that portal, or at least like fight for lane pressure just so they can take the portal without losing too much.
And now here's a little bit of fun fact here coming from both his teams, right? Neto has been known as the Lord Slayer for these past few days. Like, even if he's dead, he still somehow finds a way to steal a Lord. He's tied with Nets for the most amount of Lord kills, which is 9, aside from a jungler, which is... what? Like, dude, that's a lot.
We've been seeing Detto steal those Lords left and right. And sometimes it's not even because the jungler is being CC'd, right? He just somehow snipes it out. And I think that does create quite a big impact, right? Like, I want to ask, right, Trex? Obviously, objectives are always going to be the role of the jungler, right? They want to be the ones to secure retributions on the Lords and stuff. But do you think there is some kind of psychological impact of a different role securing the turtles or the Lords consistently?
I mean, yeah, if I have one of my if I'm the jungler and one of my teammates is consistently stealing your objective or something, yeah, definitely puts some pressure. It starts to kind of get in your head a little bit. I mean, I think no matter what, if you're losing out on your objective either way, you know, it starts to get in your head. The pressure starts to build up. But I like some of these picks coming in. The Roger pick, the Roger chip is a beautiful combo right now.
I agree wholeheartedly. King Empire, we've already seen how aggressive they're playing this playoff, so having the chip, the Yuzong, the Roger means that they're going to want to fight straight away. But I think with the Loyi, Homebois do have a way of dealing with it. What does interest me is the fact that they've gone for this carry, right? Because usually when you see the Roger come out, the Moskov is banned, Natan would be your more obvious choice. So why would carry be the pick for Homebois here?
I think it's interesting. I feel like Homebois, and especially for Nets, it's one of those comfort picks where he relatively knows the matchup. And worst yet is that Roger is very dependent on his health threshold. Now that it's been reduced a little bit, trading effectively against the carry really boils down to whether or not Roger lands a skill shot, right? If he misses that skill shot, carry's able to fight back. If he sits in that light wheel, he's eventually going to die. And I think Homebois are taking the smarter approach here. Now, hey, KGE, we still don't see what Detto is on. Let's start banning out those mages.
Yeah, this is good coming from Homebois here. And I was a little bit worried considering the fact that they actually let the chips through here. But because now with having the Loyi here, to deal with chips, it's always been a question on where will this chips pop up. And if he pops up, can I rotate to provide some sort of backup? And even in yesterday's games, KG played these chips in a way where they're just sitting there in a space, just forcing people to just be terrified and not knowing when this chip is coming. And because of that constant pressure, they're just turtled out in a situation, just giving away unnecessary space to their opponents. So having this Loyi does help out in their scenarios. But again, I'm worried, like, why are they not picking the Natan for Nets? Like, he's so comfortable for it, and going for this carry seems to be a big question mark for me here. Trax, what do you think about this?
I think so. My theory on the carry is it can play a bit tighter. You have the Black Dragon. Natan can, like, yes, it's going to probably lane kind of roughly against the poke of the Roger when he's not in his wolf form. Carry is a very close ranger, but the good thing about it is it can play tight. It can capitalize off the peel that Homebois maybe want to bring for the carry with whatever they pick up next. And Natan's going to be a prime target for Yuzong, man. And Natan's, if he gets caught lacking far away from his teammates, you know, tries to entropy away or anything like that, it's going to be really easy to pick him off. So I think the carry, I think that could be the idea behind it. Carry stays close to the team, stays inside of the pocket, stays inside of the box.
I totally agree with you, Trex, here. It's a good thing that you're pointing out that carry is supposed to be a little bit more close range, because that means that Loyi can actually stand behind the carry. Anybody engages on carry, you have instant peel every single time. And now that priority has been passed back to KGE, we see the CC. As mentioned, we're looking for more peel. CC makes sense. KGE, they lock in for themselves a Yves. They're trying to determine a kill box here with a Boxia too.
Wow, okay. KGE, yeah, like you mentioned, Gideon, this is a kill box. They want to control the fight. They want to be the one setting the tempo every time they go for an engagement and just disable Homebois from being able to take fights on their own terms. Eve so far hasn't had the highest success rate, but it sets up very nicely for when KGE wants to go for these all-in 5v5s. Homebois, I really hope they'll have more solutions for this right now, because I don't feel like the Loyi is going to be enough.
Edith.
Yeah, I think Edith is too bad. At the same time, I feel like Homebois might be in a situation where they might set up an Angela, but knowing Zorn, he doesn't lean on those kind of Enchanters playstyles, right? We've seen a lot of teams kind of prioritize that Angela with CC to a certain degree, but no, they bring in the Carmilla. This is good. This is actually huge, because I think a lot of us were wondering, like, when do we bring in the Carmilla? But I've played a lot of chips, and I feel like the biggest threat I've ever encountered is like if I get full comboed by a Camilla out, I just get completely destroyed.
All right, our draft is concluded here. Thank you very much, Trex. We'll catch up with you once the game is over to find out exactly how the results have concluded. But I think we are in for a very interesting game one. Gideon, final thoughts about the lineups?
Final thoughts about the lineups. I think this is a hard to execute comp for the side of the Homebois, but you gotta have some faith. One Cursed Blood could be all the difference here. With a real world manipulation as going to be the big signal for KGE to fight, it's the same bat signal for the Homebois to drop down the Cursed Blood.
Well, seeing that this is going to be an intense match here, the battle of the Kage, one team will be eliminated. And as we are heading to the Land of Dawn to decide the first match between this match, it is going to be King Empire versus Homebois, game number one.
Homebois are defending champions, looking to keep their lives in this playoffs intact, while King Empire, they've already shown us very impressive things so far. They don't want their journey to end here either. This early game gonna be a big determining factor for both these teams.
Looks like Chibi doesn't lose his... well, wait, actually, he retributed really early on here. I'm not sure if Vitter actually spotted that out. If not, he probably would have played a little more aggressively. But regardless, we want to see where KGE is going to attack the map. That's what I'm curious about, right? They're not like SRG where they find very small advantages in lane and pivot all the way across. KGE really takes their time with this.
Well, as of yet, Vader is trying to get a little bit of harassment in. Zorn is there to provide a little bit of assistance. He's going to try and stall him here. I was expecting a rotation coming from Udil, but seems like Vader taking a little bit too much. Dato actually getting zoned off by Udil. So this is actually the reason why King Empire not going to be able to actually go in for the aggression this time.
It's really difficult to lane against a Loyi, and Eve generally not going to be too useful before that level 4 mark as well. So Deto already being put slightly on the back foot here, and that's actually going to affect King Empire somewhat. Usually when you are on the Boxia, you want to be as active as possible, and that means having mid lane control, which King Empire currently does not have.
I mean, this is just goes to show how important these roamers are to the mid laners, right? Because they're the only people who can kind of break that stalemate. Unfortunately for Deto, Zorn was kind of hovering around that mid lane pretty often to allow Udil to get that initial trade, and from then on, Deto, it's very difficult for him to walk past the minion wave because that means he has to take a proactive trade, and at any time, Zorn can just poke his head out and then send him down to 0 health.
Oh my goodness, it was a bait here. Udil with a big slap here. Smooth and Dato are out of the equation here. They hit the level 4 first. Now, first turtle going to be in control. Homebois, meanwhile, bottom lane, 1v1 Sasa. Okay, he's diving forward. He forces a flicker. Nets is going to be able to do the reset here, but the turtle fight here is still continuing. Sapat is trying to zone off the rest members of King Empire. Real Bleach comes in. He catches Sapat right at the edge. The Vengeance not going to keep him alive. First blood in the hands of King Empire. Shortcut comes in as well. GB secures the turtle. He needs to get out. The Cyclone Eye will get him to safety, but first blood in the hands of King Empire.
Oh, that was a little nerve-wracking here, because if Zorn just hit level 4 slightly earlier, that would have been so bad for KGE. They were so overextended.
I think it's precisely because of that timing that KGE decided to go for the dive, right? Realizing Curse of Blood not going to be there just yet. They gotta up the tempo before Zorn hits that level 4, and that's what they did. They didn't get the turtle, but getting a kill onto Sapat this early on is going to be very handy. We know that Yuzong wants to be unlocked from lane.
You know, it was a nice, very nice integration setup coming from Homebois, right? Like, they were doing so much damage on towards both Tato as well as Smooth, and like, it was a very, very good bait coming from Zorn, like anticipating that there's only 3 guys, but turns out there was 4 coming from Homebois. But it feels like something just went wrong in the turtle contest, because it feels like Sapat shouldn't be overcommitting that much to actually commit just for the first objective so far.
I think it's honestly, I think it's the opposite. Wait, hold on.
Oh my goodness, Dato getting dive out of nowhere down middle lane. He was left all alone here. Seems like Homebois has kind of figured out how King Empire is playing around his chips, and because of this, mid lane left completely unchecked.
I think this is very smart of the Homeboys, taking advantage of the weakest lane from King Empire, which is going to be that Eve diversion play.
Smooth, he needs to run for this as well, but the shortcut comes in, but they are collapsing on the tier 1. They anticipated this. Tato will fall, but so is the rest of Homeboys. GB is going to be the next to die as well. 3 down, and King Empire anticipated this. Homeboys gets completely shut down.
That was a crazy angle from Homeboys. What are they thinking? Like, I get the flank angle, but at the same time, why? Why would you be in that position? That's flicker from Nets as well. It looks like Homeboys, after that play, they're losing on all fronts here. This should be King Empire's time to shine.
You normally expect, oh, diversion play, we're the ones in control, but they kind of forget the chip can go anywhere he wants as well. And that really messed with them because they were behind the enemy tier 2. Homeboy still not too far behind in terms of net worth. It's actually pretty even, so they'll continue by controlling the turtle pit.
Oh, First Blood's already been expended. Chibi will secure the turtle here. Great timing coming from Homeboys, knowing that King Empire does not have those major ultimates, right? Vader, no ultimate. Real Illumination, not up at all for that turtle fight.
I think the Homeboys are looking to kind of get some resources back on the bottom side of the map, right? At this point, it's kind of unsavable for Sapat against Smooth. I would say that at the very least, Sapat is a level ahead, and here we go.
Oh, speaking of a level ahead, he is going to be a level behind now. Great gank here coming in from King Empire. They even use a shortcut and calling the rest of the teams here. Sasa now with a 1-kill level lead against Nets, and Homeboy seems to be panicking now as they don't really know what is the next game plan.
Yeah, these early game movements from King Empire just look so different from their gameplay during the regular season. Smooth though in trouble.
Oh no, he might be able to get out here. Black Dragon across the tower here. Do they continue with the chase? Unfortunate to say, no diversion being used, but bottom lane, surprise from behind. Nets getting ganked here. That's going to be another kill in the hands of the Kage Sasa.
Nets got to be careful. Without that flicker, he doesn't have the potential outplay of Lycan pouncing underneath the tier 1. And I think that's what he's been trying to do, but unfortunately, King Empire have blown his resources each and every time. The next time he walks back into lane, I don't know. It's not looking good. Topside, however.
Topside, Chibi has to run for this though. Beater trying to look for the gank here. His second skill wore off a little bit too soon, so Homeboys is going to be able to get out to safety, getting some value damage on the tier 1. However, tier 1 will fall for Homeboys on the bottom side instead.
This should be a lane swap, right?
Yeah, I do believe so as well, but it depends on whether or not they will choose to do so. Homeboys have done a good job so far of making sure they don't fall too behind, but it's clear that King Empire Esports are the ones in control of the tempo of the game. Peter just standing on his portal, waiting to see where he's needed on the map. This chip has been very effective for them so far in allowing them to just dictate movements across the map.
Now, speaking of dictating here, this second turtle, again, Chibi has been dominating all the turtles so far. Sorry, third turtle coming in here. We talked about, I think Trex didn't bring it up as well. It all comes down to third turtle, big clashes. And Sasa going to be joining as well, everyone as well. But Conceal plays Feeder from behind. He's going to find Nets here. He's going for a stun. Nets forced to flicker out as well. Black Dragon also expanded Nets. He's sidestepping his way through, but in real world Malaysia, Fighter catches him. Petrify, focusing him down. He's going to be the first to fall. They lose Smooth in the process, but Homebois is still holding on. KGE, they're running out of steam, and they say, you know what, it's too much. We'll lose Smooth, get Nets, it's all good. But the divergent play says, you know what, you're not getting out of this. They find Sasa as well.
What a fast call coming in from Udil. As soon as you see Sasa show up in that mid lane, instantly he's got that diversion. He's calling the rest of the team to actually make this happen. King Empire, they can't be caught slacking anymore.
Yeah, that was the tempo breaker that Homebois have been looking for the entire time. Something to turn things around. They took advantage of King Empire, thinking that they had already won that last engagement, to let their guard down and catch them out where it hurt the most. And this is going to allow Homebois to shift the net worth advantage in their favor.
This is starting to look like a more even game than anticipated. So far, the gold lead has been bouncing back and forth between KGE and as well as the Homebois. Tier 1 trades, bot side for top side, and now it's going to come down to who gets this first Lord. And I think, unfortunately, right, the big deterrent for the side of the Homebois is that Curse of Blood. Every time that portal comes down, like, keep your eyes on Zorn. He is waiting for people to walk out of that, and he's trying to time it right.
Yeah, and as soon as that happens as well, like if Chibi gets like a full man taunt or even Sapat as well get another link, right? Like everyone from King Empire is going to be clumped up and they are going to take a lot of CCs. But genuinely, I feel like Homebois, they are relying on that Curse Blood into Udil's combo, right? Like, so if he hits one CC, everybody gets it. But because they're already in the yin-yang reactions, it multiplies tenfold, almostly, indefinitely here because everybody is going to be clumped up regardless.
It's a funny situation because both teams are kind of aiming for similar things. Teleport in, then catch the enemy team in like either the real world manipulation or the Curse of Blood. But here comes the fight.
Oh, Susujin getting peeled apart here. The real blue should kind of slow things down here. He will get out to safety. Smooth, force to throw his life to the back lines, but eventually they're still aiming on Nets. They lose Peter, but eventually Sasa gets the kill, but he's in trouble himself here. The taunt comes in. Homebois is going to be able to pick them all apart, and Dato a little bit late to respond. This Udil managing to stop him in track. They lose 3-1.
That was a wild attempt. That was a wild attempt from Sasa trying to go for the super play here. I would like to see his items just to have a confirmation whether he's already finished the Trinity build, which he's been very much leaning into compared to the Executioner's build. But at this point of time, we're seeing Nets with a very early Winds of Nature and a Lord behind them. Like Homebois, they're set up for greatness.
Yeah, that Wind of Nature can be crucial for Nets because it not only allows him to escape from Sasa, it allows him to deal with Smooth as well. And the longer this game goes, the more it's going to favor the Homebois because with the carry and the CC, they're going to scale better into the late game phase as compared to King Empire. So if KGE want to keep themselves in this game, they need to make sure that this gold lead doesn't grow any larger.
Well, speaking of gold lanes here, because now Homebois is going to be crashing from the top side, and Nets has been heavily focused here, but somehow they just can't clean it up quickly. But Sasa might be in a little trouble here. He's taking a bit too much damage. Somebody's able to run him down on the turret. No backup whatsoever. Homebois finds an opening, and it might be a potential GG push. It's endable now. 20 seconds on the sidelines, and Homebois looking to try to make a play. How would they do this, though?
I don't think it's a GG push, but there's definitely a chance of Homebois actually achieving an inhibitor. I think that would be the worst case scenario for KGE. Oh, God.
Oh, my goodness. A Curse Blast combo! Alongside with the Divergent play. Ooh, Dill with the yin-yang reactions just completely shutting him down. Dato will fall, and 20 seconds on the sidelines. This inhibitor is going to be falling in the hands of Nets. So can be set for the middle turret as well. Another wave is going to be coming from the bottom side, but Homebois are not backing out yet. Feeder, where is Feeder? He's still looking for the flanks. They can't seem to find him as well. They're all under turret. This inhibitor down mid is gone. Smooth might be dead as well with the appraisals wrap from GB. Homebois, they're cleaning up this game. Feeder drops the shotgun, but it's too late. It is endable for Homebois. They take game 1 against KGE.
Talk about putting pedal to the metal. Homebois realized that this was their power spike. This was their strike timing, like what Trex mentioned before the game. and they did not allow KGE to get a single foothold back once they had that control.
KGE, they got to change their draft. At this point of time, they're now recognizing that maybe they've invested their resources in the wrong place. They weren't able to find the leads, and they didn't get enough to push Homebois out to maintain that momentum. I think that as of right now, Homebois, a great momentum team. They turned like a simple interaction into a 3K lead.
Beautiful victory for the Homebois. It looked a little scary, looked a little bit shaky early on, but Homebois knew where their power spike was going to be, and they played to their strengths to make sure that they wouldn't fall too far behind. Trex, what did you think of that game? Do you think there was anything that could have happened differently, or it was just exactly what the Homebois needed?
I think it's definitely what Homebois need, right? Everybody needs a win. So they catch some momentum, but I think you guys, we were talking about the Eve pick a little bit in draft, and I liked the idea of it up front because we said that the carry wanted to play inside of the box. Okay, if you want to play inside of a box, we'll create a box for you to play in. The problem is KGE in every team fight, especially before the third, kept taking fights outside of the box. I mean, Udo would drop the ult. They would drop Yves would drop the ult, and they would take the fights outside of it. And that, I think, was the major downfall. It's why they were losing a lot of those fights. So it just became a problem, and from there on, Homebois, once they hit it, it was over.
That looks like the point at which you took off your glasses. It's like, okay, this is where Smart Trex walks away from the situation. Because it happened so many times. I got to give it to him for that one. But let's look backstage here and look at our MVP.
Our MVP going to be awarded over to Chibi for game number 1. Being able to create that space in the jungle and taking advantage of a weak mid lane to make sure that KGE could not put them in that box. Terrence, your thoughts?
You know, to be honest, I felt like KGE, they definitely had the upper hand in the early stages of the game, right? Like, they were doing the right things, doing the right things to do certain things here, but instead of playing into the plan that KG is setting, right? Like, they all intentionally position themselves to get information against Homebois. But for Homebois, especially Chibi, to say like, you know what, I've had enough of playing the macro game here. I'm just going to try and poke somebody out and force them to come to me. And that's exactly what Chibi did, because his fight against the Boxia was something like, I don't know, it feels like that shouldn't have been a fight to begin with, but he poked him so much to a point, he forced a reaction from King Empire, which gave them information to jump on it and just completely shut them all down, which is a very, very nice thing that I think Homebois did to counteract the tempo breaker of KGE, which was dictated and set throughout the entire game.
Yeah, I think Homebois did spend the earlier phases of the game adjusting and figuring out exactly how KGE wants to play this draft, right? They made sure to disable that mid lane so that they could take their time and kind of dissect what King Empire were going to do. And then once that mid-game timing came about, they did the tempo breaker. Udil called for the diversion to catch out Sasa in the mid lane. And from that point on, it was a big snowball. Trex, do you think that that was a mistake by King Empire? Like, should they was it like their fault for not really thinking about the possibility of the diversion after they won the turtle fight?
Yeah, I mean, I think Udil held on to that diversion for a while until about the third turtle, until about second or third turtle. He wasn't using it a lot. Vitor was catching them very off guard using the teleport and everything. So, I mean, I don't think they were expecting it. I think Udil, when he finally started using the diversion a lot, it was on point, man. And you can see Udil 306. And like I said, he wasn't using the diversion throughout the whole early game. I'm watching it, and I'm like, when are you going to start using it, bro? When are you going to start using it? When are you going to start getting aggressive with it? And finally, when he did, I think it just catches KGE off.
Let's have a look at the damage dealt, right? Because if numbers will prove this point, yep, it does. 52,000 overall. Udil top in the damage charts through and through. Personally, I think Vitor should have considered moving into the mid lane at some point. I think that he was prioritizing Sasa and as well as Smooth a little too often, and to a certain degree of a success in lane, but he needs to unlock Detto, and I think that was my major problem, right? And I think the only reason why Vitor didn't want to go to the mid lane is just knowing that, oh, even if Detto moves out first, there's a good chance that Udil is probably going to TP to the responding lane.
Yeah, think the problem is, from what I've seen of KGE, they have a tendency to not play around that mid lane very often. They want to prioritize on these side lanes because Smooth and Sasa are generally going to be the power players. And up until now, a lot of the teams they've played against have focused on shutting down these side lanes against King Empire to make sure they don't become problems later on. And I think because they played into that, they didn't adjust once they had a weaker mid lane, and this did not allow Sutsujin to go for like those early game invades that you normally want to do on that Baxia and actually slow down that early game for them, even though it did go in their favor.
Yeah, I think one thing that is very difficult to actually kind of anticipate was like the positions on how they play their roles individually, right? Like, so KGE, they played their mid lane as a backline support, right? Providing slows, providing some sort of a stun locks here for the teams to be attacking in the front. Whereas Homebois, they have Udil, who's technically in the front, but his job was to make sure Dato felt very, very uncomfortable because every single time he used those diversion, he's always positioning himself where he can threaten Dato as quickly as he can. And if Dato cannot provide support, what's the point of having Veer and Sutsujin diving front lines where they can't just finish the kill? Or even peel them low enough for Sasa to just go in for the kill.
Is it Deto's fault or is it Sasa's fault for not winning the lane harder? Thoughts, deep thoughts here. Because personally for me, I think that like if you are going to get a lane-focused hero, you better win that lane, right? That's what this entire draft was designed around, and we don't find those advantages. We're just going to get stat checked each and every time. Now, I'm curious, Trex. Trex, are you more of a chip guy or are you more of a Lo Yi kind of guy when you're moving around the map?
I think Lu Yi has the early game aggression for mid. Lu Yi has the mid game, but I think if you creep into way late game, Chip is the better teleporter, the better mover. He can kind of just hang out in long lane, and he gets vision from all of those portals. But I'm still kind of a Lu Yi fan at heart.
I respect that. I respect that because I think in these types of games, that's what we have to consider, right? Spell rotations. How quickly can you actually get your ult off or at the very least get the initial stun? And I think in this particular case, Udil not only winning out in his lane, but I don't think anybody really forced his resources. Keep in mind that Lo Yi does need to build up some kind of charge for her first skill before she can start throwing it out. And it also has to be in the right color.
Udil, I think, did a great job this game. Winning out that mid lane, then saving that diversion for the times when it would truly count towards the mid to late game to set up for the Homebois. And because KGE wasn't putting a lot of pressure on that mid lane either, it meant that Udil was actually the one who was free farming most of the game as compared to, say, like Nets during more ordinary circumstances. That yin-yang reaction does so much damage. I personally hate playing against it, and I think King Empire were really on the receiving end this game.
You know what's really surprising is that here on the Hall of Fame here, rich guy, Nets, despite getting constantly dived non-stop coming from King Empire, he was able to maintain the highest GPM throughout the entire game. But what I want to talk generally is the combos between both the mid laners and Robo, Zorn as well as Udil, right? Highest damage coming from Udil, most assists from Zorn. And to think about this, right, I talked about how the Curse Bloods stacking with the Yin reaction is going to amplify the damage at least tenfold. And you saw how quickly both Deto as well as I think Sutsujin melted in like 2 to 3 seconds because both were on top of each other.
And I think that's why the Cursed Blood is just such an effective tool when it comes down to just like raw CC as well as AoE damage. A lot of that passes between people, and I think people fail to see how effective the Cursed Blood actually is because it's so big that it covers more than your current screen.
Yeah, I can definitely see the issues with that because again, we highlighted this during the game. It was kind of similar, where both sides want to play teleports, and then they want to capture people in their boxes, one being real-world manipulation, one being Curse of Blood. But I do kind of want to follow up a little bit on that early-mid combination that Terrence brought up as well. We can have a look at the highlights real quick. While I ask Trex, we know it's very important for mid and roam to play together. We saw that from Zorn and Udil in this game, but is it a 100% mandatory thing that has to happen?
Roman mid we're talking about for them to play together. Yes, I mean sometimes you see mid laners and roamers split up. I think in a case like this where both of the roamers and the roamer and the mid laner on opposite sides can both kind of move around the map instantaneously, you have some room to kind of play around with it. But I think in this match, KG really needed to play around Detto a bit more. We saw it in that last turtle fight in the very beginning of this, and we see it here too. You can see the box come up, and you see, like I kept saying, they're taking the box outside of this fight, and Homebois are playing the ring so well. And instead of playing with Detto, it feels like King Empire are kind of playing away from Detto. So in that case, yes, maybe Vitor and Detto should have played a bit closer. Maybe King Empire should have played a little bit closer.
It feels like at this point King Empire is using Detto as like a fallback plan more than the initial combination, right? Because a lot of these real-world manipulations is to actually help out the rest of the KGE members to walk away from some of these fights.
I think that in itself points out a bit of a problem from King Empire, right? Detto's power pick is that Novaria, and he's also so far gained a name for himself for constantly stealing away lords and turtles from the jungler. But does this kind of unnerve a bigger issue where King Empire tends to allow Detto to do his own thing and play around Sasa and Smooth a little bit more?
Well, I think that's all due to because they've got Chip, right? Like, Chip's got to be more aware about everything that's going on in the current game state of the lanes. And I think that's why Detto is kind of left isolated by himself to kind of manage his way against Udil, because Chip, he's going to be effective for the large majority of the game. So how else are you going to enable him if not from the early game?
Yeah, and speaking of early game as well, it seems like King Empire just were caught off guard. Like what went wrong throughout the entire game was that combo breaker. Like I think Trex brought it up as well, that real elimination, they were just fighting right outside the box here. They were able to disengage. Think about this, right? Normally, you see 4 guys right in front of you. I just disengage in front. I'm going to try and farm a little bit in the gold lane. In less than 5 seconds, out of nowhere, 4 guys teleported right beside me, and Sasa just got completely shut down. And I feel like that was the biggest turning point that Homebois needed to kind of troll King Empire's game off completely.
It's very interesting to see, because we've already mentioned many times throughout the season that Chip is really scary in the right hands. Vitor has shown that he's able to use it quite well in the early game, so Homebois counters by picking up Loyi, so they have their own form of teleportation. So now that has happened for game 1, Trex, in your personal opinion, are we going to see the teleport battle in game number 2?
I mean, if they want to go for the trades, I guess it depends on who's going to be red side, who's going to be first pick this time. Like, do they want to bring in that type of trade? I think big chance we see the Luyi banned out. You know, you guys keep on mentioning Sasa, and I don't think Sasa, he had a great early game, right? But his mid game, I think really Homebois won in that draft, man. They picked up that Carmilla, stopped Sasa from engaging. They pick up the Fredrin, stopped Sasa from engaging. There's just this wall, this amount of peel. Sasa couldn't do anything in the mid game. You add that up with the duality getting procced from the Luyi and everything. It is like Sasa had no way to engage. He was beating nets in lane, but once they got into 10 minutes, he was useless at that point.
He needed another winning lane. He really needed another winning lane to kind of get him over that threshold, to get him over the edge, to make some of these super plays actually work. But I definitely think it's time that Trex grab the smart boy glasses. We got to talk about adaptations here, because as Stafa has mentioned, it could be a teleport battle, but what would be, in your opinion, the smarter option for KGE? Let's start with blue side, red side.
I mean, I think at this point you maybe change up the drafts a lot, right? Or you ban the chip maybe, and you leave the Luyi open, see if Homebois want to ban the Luyi, you know, you offer them that type of trade. But a lot of teams I've been seeing it so far, if the Luyi's open, somebody leaves the Moscow open and they get a trade somehow there. So there's a lot to think about it. Your best bet could possibly just be to ban both. And completely change the draft up, completely get rid of that idea. But again, by banning those two, you leave a lot more things open. Things like possibly a Matilda, things like, you know, it's a give and take in that draft, especially for those first 3 picks. You know, the first pick on blue side, the second 2 on red side, it's tough. And that is probably the biggest swing right there. In the very first picks of draft, that's where your major trades are going to kind of come in, right?
Yeah, I agree with Trex as well. Like, I feel like based on this draft, for Homebois, they have been heavily depending on just targeting on King Empire's comfort picks, right? Which is the Benedetta as well as the Novaria for Detto. So it's interesting to see how Homebois is still sticking for it here. Considering they take the game 1 here, I don't think it is going to be a little bit of change for them here. But we do see Udil with his iconic pose here in MPL MY. Let's go.
Sniffing his fingers and threatening you with robbery.
I mean, he stole the game from KGE, so I don't think it's a threat. I think he's gonna execute on it. Homebois feeling very good right now since they were able to win their first game of the playoffs, actually. A big surprise there. So KGE are going to be the ones that need to switch things up. Trex already mentioned like switching up the draft, figuring out about the bans. But it is specifically very difficult to ban against KGE because you always got to focus on those pocket picks, right? So I really do wonder what has to be the next step here for the Homebois.
Easy. Don't ban Harith. Give Chip over first pick Harith.
Interesting.
You gotta force Homebois to start getting rid of the power picks. Look at Mars's muscles. Even he agrees with it. He's just like, yeah, brother. Yeah, brother. Give me Harith, and it's game over already.
There's absolutely no one behind him whose arm it actually belongs.
Have you seen the biceps? It's like, okay, like from in front, it looked kind of small, but when he goes back, his triceps was huge, bro. Like, I didn't know Mars has got such a big biceps and triceps.
He's been talking to Cedric a lot off the side, so it only makes sense. But with 15 seconds left on the clock here, hopefully we see something good from KGE. I'm expecting them to stay on blue side, actually, since, well, I'm hoping that it is their pick, winner's pick here, loser's pick here. Homebois would have to respond, because so far it feels like Homebois, they get to kind of ban certain things for free.
Okay, we gotta ask the thinking cap on here. With the thinking cap on tracks, you gotta... I think this is going to be still King Empire on blue side.
Well, we'll see soon.
We have to see who's going to be on where first. And Trax is going to be like, okay, I know what's happening.
All right, I guess we'll have a look.
We'll see.
Yeah, we're going to jump into the draft for game number 2. And yes, KGE is going to be on the blue side. They do still ban the Harith, unfortunately.
Stop.
Homeboys on the red side. Now, I just want... I'm going to ask the non-glasses Trax, right? Just in your personal opinion, is there any particular hero or player hero combo that you really want to see here?
Ooh, that's tough. Honestly, I really liked the Chip Roger combo, man, or even like Louis Roger combo. There's just so much kill pressure from it, but KGE seemed not to be able to really pull it off, or better yet, Homebois kind of countered it. But honestly, I don't know all the cool pocket picks of some of these players since I'm not able to hardcore follow. So this Benedetta getting banned is really intriguing me because I'm a big fan of a good Benedetta player.
That's smooth. That's smooth. Smooth is that Benedetta. He is that guy when you're talking about the highlight reels. And I think it makes sense, right? I think Homebois, they get rid of these power picks. They also get rid of the Swiss Army knife of EXP laners and forces Smooth to make more mistakes than he usually does, right? KGE, man, this is really annoying to see them ban out so many prio picks for blue side. You should force Homebois to be banning these things.
Yeah, but seeing how this is happening as well here, but I think Trex did call it as well. Like, let's not play the teleport strategy. And Loi being banned means that, okay, they want to get the chips again. It's pretty apparent. But Homebois now, do they take that option of just banning off the Moskov or just straight up, you know what, I'm going to mirror you? But if I do that, means KG will get Moskov priority.
I don't know how much Homebois cares too much about it, right? I feel like Nets, he can handle him in lane.
Because if they give KGE Moskov, Zorn gets to play chip. And that is the last thing you want happening if you are on KGE side. Homebois will still ban the Moskov. So we're going to see the teleport again. This time, Homebois won't have that easy Loi answer. I want to ask you, Trex. Previously, Homebois countered the chip by grabbing the Loi to have their own diversion. Recently, Chip was buffed so that his ultimate gives way more shield. So do you think the old counter plays of like picking Odette or Faramis are still effective?
Faramiz, yes. Odette, questionable. But I think the great answer they had, honestly, was that Carmilla, man. I think Homebois could maybe even swap that up now. They don't have to, especially since the chip will most likely be roam. So Homebois could save it for a third pick here. But I think that was a beautiful answer to it because KG wants to group up. They jump out of the portal. They try to jump on you. And as long as you're there and ready to go with your Camilla, you have some nice AoE damage and you have the pack to drop down and everything. So, I mean, it's a decent answer. And I think Homebois has answers to KG right now. So it feels like KG on this blue side just feels like a tough draft for them.
how tough is it going to be? Because I was surprised. They opted to go for Vexana this time round. They also have the Yuzong. Homeboys lock in the Carmilla, but I like this Valentina pick a lot because it really deterred KG from me being like, hey, you want to go pick up Farmers? By all means, take it.
And not only that, Udil says, you banned my teleport, I'll steal yours.
That's not bad, but at the same time, I like the idea that Homeboy is going here as well here. Like, they have a pretty solid answer, right? Chips counter, okay, I'm going to get a Carmilla regardless. So in my defense, I was like, maybe King Empire might try and force the Carmilla in the jungle. We've seen it kind of happen in the MPL PH a lot, but it's difficult, right? So I think from this perspective, game number 2 here, they prioritize Dato's hero pool a little bit more, especially in the first phase, considering the fact that game 1, he didn't get to play his usual comfort heroes for Dato.
The thing is, I don't think that the Eve was a bad pick per se. And it's something that Deto has played previously. He has a historical record of playing it in official matches. So again, I don't think it was the worst thing in the world. Homeboys, they decided to focus on these gold laners. They get rid of that Claude. Genius idea, real smart, because at this point, they're going to have that first pick on that red side. And I feel like at this point, it's probably going to be in a Natan, right?
Not even necessarily. I feel like they could go carry again if they really wanted it. But how do you feel about this, Trex? Right? Because now we are seeing a lot of focus towards that gold lane with a lot of gold lane heroes being banned out. We know that the hero pool currently not too big for that gold lane side. Is there anything that you feel like should be more prioritized that maybe we don't see a lot of?
I don't know, but I just want to see him keep banning these gold laners. I want to see the because I want to see him dig deep, and I think both teams have faith. They have faith in Nets. They have faith in Sasa right now, and we're seeing that because of the way they're banning it. I mean, both sides are banning into it right now. So I mean, we've seen some hints of some other gold laners here and there. You know, maybe the Airthil, something like the Ixia, but not very popularly. The carry is definitely like the next best bet. And with Homeboys having first pick after this, I think it's a big chance we see that from them if it doesn't get banned.
Ooh, this is a good change from the side of KGE. All right, Homeboys, they get rid of the Boxia, denying another pick. They're going to lock in the carry, knowing that KGE most likely has to go for the last tank jungler available, which is a Kai, and now Smooth. Does he get access to Paquito here?
But they need a marksman. Right? They need a gold laner.
Yeah, that's right, the gold laner.
Roger. They've got the Roger, all right. I don't know, like, do they have enough peel for this Roger? I feel like compared to the previous game, like, Eve does have a very, very slow peel, but with the Vexana instant burst, I think this is a better draft compared to game 1 for King Empire.
Well, let's see. Let's see whether Deto can actually hold up in his lane against the Valentina. We've seen this matchup a couple of times, and usually the Valentina hyper-aggressive in that lane.
Yeah, but I think Vexana definitely holds a much better candle in this matchup as compared to previously. E versus Loyi is just not a fun time. Homeboy's gonna be looking to finish off their draft here for the EXP laner. You brought up the Paquito earlier. I think it's still a possibility, but looks like it is going to be that CC. All right, Trex, last thoughts before we jump into the game. Whose draft do you like more?
Well, just like last game, if Sasa doesn't incredibly snowball here, he is not going to have a way in. He's not going to be able to get past Carmilla, Fredrin, or the Terrify from that Valentina. So that, I think, is their huge win condition here. Personally, I like Homeboy's draft.
All right. Great insights. Once again, thank you, Trex. We'll talk to you once this game is over, and we'll see whether Homeboys cement their lead or will King Empire bring it to a tie game. The playoffs has been interesting so far, so let's continue for a very entertaining visit to the Land of Dawn.
Well, the battle for who's the better Kage continues as they fight for their lives and continue their journey of potentially holding the trophy of MPL MY. Game 2 right now to decide how they are going to be able to progress further in their journeys. This is going to be Homeboys versus King Empire.
This is just game number 2 here currently. Homeboys holding the first point in this best of 5 series. Let's see how the junglers are going to start. And it looks like Mirror on the same side, Mirror's sides, in a matter of fact. Orange going to be taken by both of these junglers, and they're going to end up on opposite sides of the map, which kind of goes to show that at the very least, for Sutsujin, he's going to end up on gold, and GB, he's going to end up by EXP.
question is which side is going to be a little bit more valuable at this stage.
Wait, what?
What's up?
Deto is on level 2 here. Did Vitor not buy the roaming boots just so that they both can get an EXP lead here?
Yeah, you're right. That's quite strange. Not too sure if we can ask for the items to be brought up right now, but do you think that would be a good strategy?
The thing is, the question is why, right? Why do you want to slow Deto down just to get Vitor a little bit more XP? Because even now, we see that Vitor hits level 2, but Zorn is 2 at pretty much the exact same timing.
Yeah, and seeing how I think it's more like Udil was able to hit like massive spells. Like the more he gets damage, he is gonna be able to get more XP as long as he hits damage, right? Yes, there is like a cooldown interval, but I think I'm on the same track with you as well. Like I don't think it's enough to a point that you get a level lead right from the get-go.
I think at least for Deto, he ended up missing a minion there. So Citadin's able to cover for now. This shouldn't be a kill. He's got Flicker.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to disengage from this here. So again, I think this is a repeat from game, like how game 1 is for King Empire. They've lost Deto's lane a little bit here. This time they have Vitor providing a little bit of assistance, but it seems like it's not enough. Just Homebois just winning the mid lane matchup a little bit better. However, Vitor now taking a little bit too much damage, forces the flicker out, narrowly dying there. But Homebois, good start for him. Turtle contest comes in, but they have to stall this for King Empire.
That was very close. Vitor surviving there is quite important overall. We're actually getting a bit of a lane swap here to make sure everyone's going to hit level 4 for this turtle fight. But Homebois just trying to blitz it before that can happen.
Yep, stolen in Turtle Guard, Black Dragon as well. Turtle gets resetted, but they can't seem to collapse. They're a little bit too low here. Subbot almost dying, but the 3-man Petrify from Smooth will catch them. And now the Eternal Guard drops in. They clean house with one fell swoop. King Empire was able to collapse onto Homebois. They strike back.
Huge engage coming in from Smooth, right? Honestly, he could have jumped in way earlier, but he noticed that Deto wasn't level 4 just yet. So he patiently waits until Deto is just about to hit level 4 before he starts his engagement, just to make sure he catches Homebois with their pants down.
Yeah, that's great. That's exactly what we're talking about. Play around Deto, support him, use him. And that is what we saw. We're definitely getting to see now why the Yuzong is typically the second prio ban for Smooth. Udil nearly dying here, but it's fine. King Empire Esports looking way better this game.
This is just too much coming from King Empire, but who would have thought with that play, Homebois was having the slight edge, and this seems like a little bit of repeat here, but now shortcut. Already expanded, Zorn needs to make a run for it as well. He's looking for a defensive curse blood. It is gonna get him out, but Chibi is getting zoned out with the heavy spin as well. Vitor also gonna be losing his life, and no, he doesn't. Vitor, 1 HP, he survives. What? He actually escapes. They got Chibi instead.
Ooh, that's huge for King Empire. Vitor surviving that wasn't even necessary, but the fact that he did gives them so much more from that engagement.
Oh, I'm more surprised that Deto didn't land the Eternal Guard onto Zorn at almost at point blank. I guess he thought he was going to sidestep it or something. Zorn tactics as per usual. But man, at least they were able to get 1 kill from that. Knowing King Empire, they don't like to take the momentum and run with it. They like to take their time, especially in the earlier stages.
Yeah, Tsutsuji now does not have the heavy spin. He is going to be in a little bit of trouble, but they are going to force it. Bro, he just got the heavy spin, immediately goes for the pin. Zorn now taking too much damage from the Vengeance, and just like that, King Empire, they find another pick. My goodness.
This is good. This is exactly what King Empire needs to do. We have to highlight, with their draft this game, King Empire will again fall off a little bit in that late game compared to the Homebois. So they cannot give them space for a potential tempo breaker or turnaround in that mid game, which means building up this early net worth lead as much as possible.
Okay, Turtle in the hands of King Empire. They are going to try and harass Udio as much as they can. King Empire having a much better game compared to game 2 here. Chibi forcing fire with moves. Here comes the shortcut. Chibi, he's going to be pinned away here. Petrify comes in, the combo as well. Can he drop the Praise's Wrath? No, he does not have the combos to return the fight. So that's going to be the first bleed here coming in from Homebois as King Empire looking to go for a little bit more. Reader coming in to join onto his Subpot. Can they finish him off? That's a lot of damage. Move. He's going for the residue shard. The spell vamps of Subpot is going to keep him alive. One more level attack. No, not good enough. And Reader actually dies to the turret. So Homebois will have some saving grace in the XP lane.
Man, that's so unfortunate. That's so very unfortunate. That Purify doing a lot of work for Subpot there. Managed to walk away and create just enough space and also netted him a free battle spell from Vidder. I'm on the top side though.
Top side now, heavy spin, Expander trying to zone off Chibi. Tier 1 will fall, but Udil will have the Eternal Guard for now, so they won't disengage for this fight. They have to rethink on how they want to approach this fight now.
No, but honestly, I'm really liking what I'm seeing from King Empire here. The difference between their gameplay in the playoffs and the regular season is like night and day. They figured something out. The coordination and aggression in the early game is much smoother overall, and it's allowed them to build up this 2.7k net worth lead now. The more this grows, the better it will be for them. They just gotta stop Nets and Subpot from becoming problems later on.
Well, I mean, it just goes to show the state of the meta right now. It's dangerous, and generally you see King Empire being a little passive with a couple of their moves only because they just don't want to give that opportunity to the Homebois to recover from their 2.4 gold lead.
Well, speaking of recovering here, seems like Homebois, they're just waiting for a reaction coming from King Empire, and this is exactly what's happened to I would say SRG in yesterday's games as well, where they have these chips controlling the tempo on how they should be taking fights. And Homebois, now they're just waiting for reactions. Now Chibi rarely losing levels against another jungler. Sutsujin now one level ahead. Is he going to be able to get the perfect snipe? Now they're going to try and go for the burst. Leader from behind. Oh, they find Chibi. He's going to try and pin him down. Shortcut comes in. He's not going to be able to steal the turtle now. He needs to run for his life. Eternal Guard also going to be expended. Chibi will survive, but they do secure the turtle for King Empire.
Clean positioning from King Empire Esports, scouting out, making sure that Chibi cannot get close for the potential turtle steal. But if you ask me personally, I do feel like King Empire should be stepping on the gas just a little bit more. They're playing the map, which is all fine and dandy, but they're also not pressuring Homebois to the degree that they're stopping them from scaling.
I think they're waiting for Sasa to get third item here, right? Once he gets the Trinity build, I think then we can see that King Empire is going to start stepping up, knowing that they have enough damage. Because we can even see, like, with a full combination of Vidder, with Detto, with even Smooth, they weren't able to take down Chibi, who's currently 0-3, right? So the only other person who can do that is Sasa to find that big execution at the end.
Okay, I can see where you're coming from there. Hopefully it does happen soon though. Homebois, they've managed to make sure this net worth lead doesn't expand more than 4k. And at this point, the difference is actually still pretty manageable with the heroes that they have.
I think worst yet is how exactly is KGE going to set up that checkmate angle? Because again, the timing is slowly dwindling fast, right? Even AI winning prediction is predicting 54%.
Take two. They're going to try to make an attempt in Subpot, but this time instead of two guys, they're calling the entire forces here. So is Chibi, but now 3-man taunt into the curse, but they're all linked up, but they need Udil for the combo. They can't seem to utilize it here. They will turn the tides because there is no more backup. They were able to clean house. Udil finally joins it, but it's a little too late. King Empire will try and run him down as Smooth tries to finish him off. Udil, he needs to run. The shot comes in. One auto attack is all he needs. And King Empire, in one fell swoop, gets 4 in the bag, only losing Vidder in the process.
Ooh, very well played there. Homebois, I like the idea, taking the portal at the last second to catch King Empire off guard, and the Curse of Blood was good. The problem is only Zorn and Chibi made it through the portal. It took too long for Udil and Nets to come by, and that's where all of their damage is coming from. So at that point, King Empire had already regained control of the fight.
Yeah, I don't know. It was kind of weird for me because if you are setting both Chibi and as well as Zorn, just sit under the sit under the turret if you possibly can, right? Defend it. Defend it. Clear the next wave. Those are the priorities. Fighting, I'm not so sure about that one, right? The big damage dealers is going to be Nets and Udil, and Nets has a pretty tough time walking up.
I think they underestimated the amount of time it would take for Udil and Nets to connect with them because they were basically trying to keep King Empire there so that they could maybe pincer them. But then it's just like, oh, this Nets order is taking a lot longer to arrive than I thought.
I think even if Nets Even if Nets did make it there a little bit sooner, would that... Wait, hold on.
Oh, wait. Black Dragon comes in. Reader drops a spell here. Smooth. He's going to be zoning the back line. Same can be said for the rest. But Sasa is able to find a pick off the sides. He finds Nets. And they also lose Smooth. But that's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. But King Empire, they're taking too much damage here. Udil doing a fantastic job trying to keep the back lines alive as much as they can. But they still lose too much. Lord going to be the priority from both sides. But King Empire, they don't really want to risk it without the Black Dragon.
Smooth has been doing a lot of work this game. He was able to get Nets with that passive at the very end. But that was also his first death of the game. That's a 7-kill shutdown going towards Chibi. And that could make a difference here for the Homeboys. To a 5k net worth lead is pretty notable.
Yep, and I think the Homeboys, they're just going to drag this out for as long as possible. As much as Sutsujin is strong, he's also a level ahead of Chibi. And I think right now, Chibi needs to start catching up, and King Empire, they recognize this, right? They're waiting for an opportunity to cut off those rotations, especially if they take an aggressive path through the river. But they need to make sure that they're playing for this Lord Dance.
Well, speaking of Lord Dance, Sutsujin still holding in hostage for now. Well, the rest of Homeboys, they're just completely ignoring this fight. And I don't think Dato actually scouted Udil, who actually rotate down towards the bottom side here. So they may be anticipating that Sasa may be walking up. So with one wrong move, they can't get the jump on him. But here he comes, Peter, going for the fight as well. They do start things off on Sapat. He's going to be the first one to run away. Kurzweil connects on two. They're pinned apart, and Nets was able to find the turtle, but Smooth! He secures the Lord instead. And that's going to be Homeboys trying to run the rest of the members coming down from King Empire. But Sasa getting a killing spree onto Chibi. That is huge for King Empire Esports.
It's still a plus though. Homeboys are able to trade 2 for 2. They got the Lord on top of that. I think King Empire Esports spent like few too many resources on chasing down Sapat, and Homeboys were quite okay with that actually. In fact, I'm pretty sure they told him, bait the Black Dragon away from the fight, even if you have to sacrifice yourself, and that allowed Homeboys to actually trade somewhat even, despite the net worth disadvantage.
I think it's a really big win for the Homeboys actually, because now this lead is not going to be as deadly as it was before. They can take advantage of this Lord, they can actually wait out the Lord. Homeboys have a lot of options from this point onwards, right? Their sieging is actually pretty deadly when their Cursed Blood is actually up, so I think that's something they needed to take into consideration. But for now, it looks like they're just going to take outer tier turrets, maybe 1 or 2 camps if they're lucky, and call it quits.
It's so unfortunate there. Like, for a second, it could have been a good game, but now Cursed Blood comes in, connects onto taunting them as well. But Dato, he needs to survive this though. He might die. Chibi with the taunt finally gets him as well. King Empire, it looked good, but Homeboys, they've somehow found a crack. And Nets is able to find picks here now. Smooth, he needs to run. He goes for the Petrified 2-man stun. He needs the Back Dragon out here. He's going to be okay, but Nets slowly chewing away. He gets out at the last tick, but Homeboys, they are just fighting on a different level right now. Zord with those Cursed Blood timings has been just so spot on.
Man, I really thought that Carrie's passive was going to kill him there. Like, it was so very close. Thank God for Shaw Residue.
King Empire Esports though, this is the situation we were worried about for them. Homeboys found the tempo breaker again. They found the timing. They found the strike window. And instantly, all that net worth lead King Empire has been building the entire game has just amounted to nothing. They have to be so much more careful.
Well, as of now, they're looking for Sapat. Reader doesn't want to show himself yet, but they can actually make a play. Udil, meanwhile, also going to be looking for rotations here. Susujin scouts him out, but again, King Empire, they may have made a small blunder, but as of yet, they don't know where he is. Purple buff going to be a priority for Homeboys. Here comes Heavy Speed, pins on 2, that's huge! They need to get the drop. Here comes the Eternal God as well, and the Black Dragon to completely collapse on the Reader, also using shortcut. They know exactly where it is. Nets makes quick work on the shortcut, but they've already lost 2. And Homeboys, they have to disengage. They have to stop the bleeding, and they have indeed backed off. But King Empire, they strike back with a 2.
Oh man, Udil misplayed that unfortunately. His screen, he just didn't see what was coming from the flank and he accidentally dashes into the heavy spin. Both of them paying the price.
Oh no, Sapat, he needs to run. They've got him wrapped around as well. He's got the mobility, he's running his way. They need Sutsujin to come and stop him here, but Sasa, wait a minute.
He's too fast!
He's too fast, wow.
Man's just yo-yo tricking across all of them there. But that was a big positioning blunder from the whole.
Peter
man,
taking
that's a
too
lot
much
of
damage. Subpot is hurting a little bit too much here. Sunsujin going for the heavy spin, trying to save him now. Now they have made the blunder, Lord. Down towards half HP. They have to call it retreat here. 30 seconds on the sideline. Sasa going for a couple of pokes, but Lord will be in the hands of Homebois here again. Sniped right under as well. Udil, he gets caught out. He might die, but he's going to be able to flicker out. But it is enough to slow them down. The Curse Blood from Zord will pin them all down together. King Empire, they cannot run away. Subpot still having the ultimate here. It's up to Dato to clear off the minutes. It is going to be 5v2. Homebois took a jab on the King Empire. They found a crack, and they are going to be potentially taking 2-0. This is so endable for Homebois now.
16-9. No worries, Homebois said. We still got this.
Lord pushing in mid lane. Could this be the final assault?
Oh my goodness, Peter. First of all, they got the shortcut. It's over. The crystals is down. Homebois bounces back from yesterday's defeat. Now on match point to kick King's Empire out of the tournament.
I mean, they're pumped. You can see that the Homebois, even the Flame Boys, making sure that they are giving support to the 5 players you see up on the stage. A disappointing defeat by KGE. They were up 16-9. They had 7 full kills ahead of the Homebois.
The Homebois are finding a specialty here. They're making a path for themselves as the momentum breakers, as the swingers, finding the precise opportunities where they know they can dig deep into the wounds of the enemy and reclaim victories for themselves. Defending champions now 1 game away from moving on into the next stage. What an incredible game that was. And Trex, I want you to be honest with me. Did you see that coming?
I mean, what did I say? If they get to late game, Sasa was 4-0-6 and he couldn't make a difference in the late game. No way in, man. There was no way in for him. And nothing but nets, baby. Even if he takes a death early game, man, he popped off. Homebois are just boxing up and steamrolling in mid to late.
Honestly, it feels like both of these teams, whoever is the one falling back ends up losing the fight. Because the majority of the time, that's what it is, right? Homebois won that last fight because we saw KGE running away, and that allowed Nets to just pop off. He just ran each one of them down individually, get those free hits.
Yeah. Very, very nice stuff here coming from both KG as well as Homebois, but Homebois was able to utilize it as well. And again, I felt like in that game, the one that really stood out the most is gotta be, who is it actually?
I don't know. You're the one bringing up the question,
Yeah,
brother.
I feel there's a lot of it, but it feels like everybody did their role really, really well because I think we've got to choose the MVP for the game.
Yeah.
And in this case, the MVP, who's it going to be? Is it going to be... Oh, it's Zorn. No, wait, it's not.
Nope, it's Nets after all about Nets, like what Trex mentioned. Early deaths don't matter. That carry scaling into the late game is always going to be a threat. And Homebois just knows how to make space for him, man.
I mean, it's not about space. It's also about what he has to do in lane. Just look at his emblem setup. He knows that this lane is done for him. Yet he still holds on very well because of his flicker.
Actually, looking at that emblem setup, Quantum Charge, having the tenacity, having that extra toughness as well, a really good adaptation from player who expects that their early laning phase is not going to go very smoothly. And I think teams that are able to figure out this kind of adaptation are always going to come out on top. I think most top teams will be able to figure out, like, are we weak early game? What emblems, what items should we go for depending on this situation? And yeah, I think that's what we saw from the Homebois this game. I really enjoyed it. Trex, like, do you think that we need to see more players doing this kind of thing?
I mean, I love it. I love the tenacity, quantum charge, especially on the carry. It lets him get up close and personal, right? It lets him push the extra limit when he needs to, especially when he's up against Smooth on the YZ, when he's up against a Roger, when he's up against people that want to bring the smoke to him, he can get there with it.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense here, but This was a slightly longer game than game number 1, 16 minutes in, 17 kills on KGE to only 9 on the Homebois, but it is all about finding those windows of opportunity. I don't really think the item builds are all too unusual here. It was just about Homebois knowing when it was time to go, go, go.
Yeah, in this case, speaking of go, 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 it seems like Homebois has found a way to play around this Carmilla, and a lot of us were wondering whether or not is Carmilla really, really that strong, and somehow Zorn, he makes it work for the team. And considering that we have been talking how diving composition is just so annoying to deal with, right? And think about this, every single time whoever dives onto Zorn, if he pops his first skill, means that he is going to be able to absorb the tankiness away from King Empire, and because of that, it made things easier for Homebois to peel faster compared to the usual, drawn out fights which we are seeing, where I think Homebois is able to make more decisive kills. In this case, taking advantage of the light wheels from Nets has brought him in a lot of situations which allowed Homebois to win those small tin fights.
Yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming from here. In terms of total damage dealt, a lot of it does still lean towards King Empire. They were the ones in control throughout that early to mid game. And Homebois, they did the damage where it counted. And we saw the scores, right? Sasa being 505, Smooth having 9 kills, 2 deaths, and it's still not quite enough. Where do you think the mistake was made, Gideon?
That's a tough one. That's a really, really tough one to call, because I felt like KGE never got the time to regroup, and I think that's the big thing about the Homebois that KGE doesn't have, is playing off of that momentum in a way where it feels like you're backed into a corner straight away. And you could see that KGE, they felt cornered very, very often. Sasa clearly, as Trex mentioned, Sasa couldn't get in on these fights. So what do you expect? Sutsujin to make the difference here? It doesn't seem so. Smooth tried to clear up, but maybe if he was on a Benedetta, it could have been something different. But right now, their major issue, that cursed blood coming in from Zorn on this Carmilla. It is just making sure that these TPs, as much of a shield as it gives you, doesn't really matter when you get locked down to the ground.
Yeah, the response from Homebois was generally very good to make sure they never lost too much. But I do want to ask for your opinion on something, Trex, right? Towards the mid phase of that game, when KGE were somewhat in control, there was a point where I mentioned it felt like they should be playing a little bit faster and applying a bit more pressure, because yes, they're controlling the map, but not a lot of it as compared to how much of a lead they have. Do you think if they pushed more, maybe hunted nets or stuff out a little bit more often, this would have been a different result?
I think their problem is yes, they had the huge lead, and I think you're exactly right, but instead of hunting the players, right, they needed to break that mid-tier 3. They needed to hunt the towers down. They needed to, roll those kills and that gold lead into the enemy objectives, right, and start pushing into those lanes. And KG does a great job at focusing down on those offlane towers, but after that third turtle, they stop pushing. They need to start cutting those lanes and look for towers and not fights as much.
I see. Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. I feel like there needed to be something happening from KGE when they had that lead. And while they were still getting good kills here and there, I think if it was a little quicker, then maybe Homebois wouldn't have been able to find that window that they were offered. But how about you, Terrence? After all of this, what do you think that KGE need to do? What do they need to change going into the next game?
I think they have to stop picking Roger. Like, the hotfix on the nerf so far, especially during the playoffs, Roger has dropped its win rate significantly compared to the Moskov as well as Nathan. Like for them to prioritize the Roger and just not prioritizing on taking Nathan or even the Moskov as a priority, it's just weird. Because in yesterday's games, King Empire, when they have their Moskov in their favor as a first pick priority, or even a Nathan, or anything that Sasa is able to dish out to him, they have been winning. Because this Roger is just, personally, I think is not working out in this current patch.
Not working out, but still the rich guy with 795. I feel like, at the very least, when we look at these Hall of Famers, and especially the carry coming in from Detto, and
it's
also
all KGE.
I mean, they were in prime position to try and set up a checkmate angle onto Homebois. I just felt like, as you mentioned, Stafa, they didn't push the momentum far enough. It feels like, a lot of their scrim partners are probably from China, because this is the way that they play, right? They kind of do the move, and then after that, walk back into lane once it's done.
What?
It's a very slow pace of
I
game.
can see where you're coming from. I can actually see where you're coming from. And yeah, it's a bit slow. It's a bit too deliberate in some ways, right? Like they're playing exactly what the textbook tells them to do.
Yeah.
And that can be a problem when you reach higher levels of play. I also do want to bring up another question, right? With Terrence bringing up, like, yeah, KGE, when they first picked, like, the Moskov, their win rate seemed to be a little bit higher overall. And now I'm kind of wondering, and I want to pose this question to Trex as well, is there a possibility Homebois are allowing the chip to go through because they know they can counter it?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah? You think so?
I think right now Homebois has King Empire in the palm of their hands in the draft right now. That's why they're letting them get the Roger, because they know Nets is going to carry in the mid to late game with the carry. They first picked the carry in second phase. I think Homebois know their win condition exactly, and they are meeting it every time with their draft and the gameplay.
Yeah, and even seeing in this gameplay as well here, it felt a little bit weird considering the fact that King Empire, they did everything right from the early to middle stage of the game, right? Like, they're getting hard lockdowns, they're playing as a team, they're playing around Wither with those shortcut timings, right? And every single time that happens, King Empire has somewhat won some certain fights, but the moment they stop playing around the shortcuts, which is, I would say, I think Gideon pointed out as well, the tempo breaker for Homebois was that they were choosing fights that wasn't dictated by King Empire. Like, whoever starts the fight first tentatively kind of wins it majority of the time. But if Homeboy starts the fight, it seems like it puts them in a position where they just completely demolish King Empire.
Would I say that it completely demolishes? I mean, there are some very convincing fights, right? I definitely think from King Empire, like, their fights look extremely convincing. Homebois, on the other hand, it's sort of dependent on this Cursed Blood, right? If it lands or if it doesn't, because you can see such a big difference when 2 or more people are affected by it compared to if only 1 person is locked down by it.
Yeah, the damage difference makes a lot, because technically every piece of damage that's taken by multiple targets is being spread all around, so the more people you hit with it, the more effective it's going to become, and that's why it's such a good answer to that chip, right? But I also feel like there's a possibility that a problem King Empire is having is that once they have that chip, they just all in on the chip play, right? They go for Yuzong, they go for Roger. It's all about, like, getting kills by teleporting around the map without really leaving themselves an opening to potentially scale later into that game, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that there could have been other marksman options if they wanted to prioritize that early, but they were going for the fighting comp. And I wonder if that might be locking them into the draft somewhat, right? Like, what do you think about this, Trex?
I definitely think that King Empire possibly needs to... like Gideon's been saying, is their early gameplay has been great. Like, it's not like they're just getting beat outright here or anything, but Homebois kind of has their code broken a bit. They know how to meet their early game aggression and stall the game out to when they can find their moment. So I think we need to see something. I think I want to see something different from KGE. Maybe don't pick the chip up front. Maybe go for something else. Maybe pick up the Fredrin for yourself. Maybe lock in a gold lane early, you know. But yeah, or switch over to that red side, man. Force Homebois to be first pick.
All good suggestions. I think any one of these could be a good idea for KGE, because it's clear from what happened in game 1 and 2 that this same style of, like, chip gameplay, although it looks really good early on, does not quite work well enough for King Empire to close out the game. And right now, they're at death's door, basically 1 game away, and they could be eliminated from the tournament when they've already improved so much since the regular season. That is the last thing we want to see. But for now, we're going to take a short break. We're going to go ahead and let Rose take over real quick for an interview. And then after this, we'll come back with game number 3. Rose, take it away.
Caster kita, hi semua, this is Rose, and sekarang saya ada special guest. Now usually our guests are, you know, KOL, coaches, tapi sekarang kita punya special guest ialah Mr. Fikri Rizal, our marketing and business development lead of Munton. Okay, the reason why kita tengah interview ataupun borak dengan Mr. Fikri is because dengar cerita that you guys actually have a special surprise for the grand finals tomorrow.
Betul. Okay, so untuk Grand Finals yang akan berlangsung pada hari esok, sebenarnya Ros, kita ada 3 main cool things lah yang akan ada. So the first one is that kita ada performance pada hari esok yang akan bermula daripada jam 3 ke atas. Kemudian performance tu is actually not bad. Kita collaboration dengan players and it's the first time ever kita nak buat performance collaboration dengan players. So kita ada Kimi Kimo, kita ada Luka Sikta, kita ada Yoni Boy dan banyak lagi lah selebriti-selebriti yang lain. Kemudian yang keduanya adalah kita ada award ceremony. So award ceremony ni macam korang tahu lah, every season kita akan ada award ni. So it's going to be very interesting based on performance yang kita dah tengok pada regular season ni. Dan yang ketiganya pula is of course untuk semua orang experience the atmosphere of Grand Final. Sebab pemenang-pemenang ni kan dia akan wakil Malaysia ke MSC nanti kan. So the atmosphere tu lah adalah benda yang penting. Jadi Ros, kita orang sebenarnya kalau boleh tak nak anyone of our fans untuk miss lah kita punya new era ni of MLBB Esports dekat dalam Malaysia. Jadi kita dah buat keputusan untuk buatkan tiket teres atas ni percuma lagi untuk hari esok. Maksudnya tiada penjualan tiket pada 11.30 malam ini untuk teres atas dan kita akan buat free untuk semua orang lah. So don't worry about this sebab MPL MY ni moto dia adalah ini gaya kita dan ini adalah MPL kita lah. So sama-sama kita celebrate and tengok Grand Finals esok.
Wow, I love that. Guys, dengar tak tu? Free seating dekat teres atas. Maksud tu, you guys kena datang awal untuk ensure you guys boleh dapat masuk. Tapi bukan tu sahaja, because kalau diorang tak dapat masuk, diorang boleh tengok dekat luar kan?
Betul. In total, kita ada 1,300 lagi capacity ya guys untuk korang datang and enjoy esok. Kita ada 800 capacity untuk teres-teres atas ni dan kita ada 500 lagi capacity dekat watch party yang disupport oleh Hotlink lah dekat luar.
Wow, so there's so many opportunities untuk semua orang yang nak datang, nak tengok suasana MPL, especially Grand Finals guys. Grand Finals is something that we should not miss. Now speaking pasal Grand Finals, okay, Mr. Fikri, I nak tanya. Now, tema kita untuk musim ni ialah bangkit. And in your personal opinion, do you see the improvement ataupun the changes that the players are doing? Dan in your opinion, you rasa is our teams ready untuk MSC kali ni?
So bagi saya, kita dapat tengok investment daripada semua team Ros pada season ni dan kita nampak dia dah banyak meningkat dan bagi persaingan yang kuat dekat regular season dan juga di peringkat playoff ni lah. Tapi itu daripada segi teams dan kita tak lupa juga dekat semua peminat-peminat yang datang di MPL MY setiap minggu untuk tengok regular season dan sampai playoff dan juga peminat-peminat yang berada di rumah lah. So kalau kita nak cerita pasal bangkit ni, kita tak boleh cerita bangkit daripada segi player dan daripada segi team je. Kita kena cerita bangkit daripada semua orang. Dan thank you everyone for supporting MLBB Esports Malaysia.
Alright, thank you so much to Mr. Fikri. And guys, untuk semua orang yang nak datang, jangan lupa we also have a watch party area dekat luar kalau you guys tak dapat masuk stadium. And with that, mari let's show it back to the casters untuk mulakan game ketiga dalam Best of 5 series ni di lower bracket.
Thank you very much to Rose and Mr. Fikri. It's amazing to hear that the terrace seating that was originally going to be sold as tickets is now just free. So if you guys want to join us for the grand finals tomorrow, which I am sure is going to be an epic event, make sure you guys come bright and early so you can secure your seating. But going into game number 3, we're actually going to have a player swap. X-Win going to be rejoining the roster once again.
Looks like making that blunder down by EXP definitely rubbed some people in the back, not in the best of places. But now with X-Win, you can expect some clean executions. The real question is whether or not he's going to be as aggressive as Vader after watching him play. But let's jump into the drafting phase here and hopefully, please KGE, if you are on blue side, do not ban the Harrod. Let it through. Pick it up for yourself.
We'll find out whether or not they are on the blue side here right before we jump into the draft phase. Trex, you mentioned a few adjustments. Is there anything you want to see, anything you hope KGE does to bring this to a game 4?
Well, they switched to red side, so
okay.
they're changing it up a little bit. But they leave the Moscow open.
Ooh,
what do they swing back with here? The Fredrin, and
I guess so.
24/7.
Redrun Vex or something?
Matilda is open as well. I think that's something that they may can lean on as well. But again, I think when it comes to different teams who prioritize on this combo here, I don't think X-Win... I don't think I recall him playing a lot of Matilda. Like, I've known him to be a little bit aggressive with the Guinevere roams, with the Arlott roam, as well as the Grok roam. So, are they going to go for it? No, they ignore the Matilda. They secure Datos' Vexana first.
Interesting. Early Vexana locking for the side of KGE. I definitely think that there's a couple things they don't want to show. Number one, EXP. They don't want to show what that's going to be just yet. They want to predetermine at least one winning matchups for the side laners. Either EXP or gold. I'm more inclined to say gold, but who knows, man. KGE, they're banning Harith on blue side, and now they're on red. It all makes sense, right?
KGE should ideally lock in an EXP or gold laner in for their third pick here, because Homebois are going to want to ban out those specifically once we get into that second phase. Interestingly, they do actually go for the Akai here to counteract that threat and even steal away the Arlott. Homebois is drafting very smart.
Huh. Okay.
Oh, Regala fell. Oh, of course.
He's showing people, he's showing our crowd live in the audience how to really do a Hellkirk cosplay. But Trex, walk me through this, right? Because I'm liking the Arlott a lot. It's a good flex pick in this position. And I felt like KGE, they probably should have been the ones with a flex pick.
It's a beautiful flex pick on HB. I feel like Homebois have been drafting they've just been, for me, they've been drafting wonderfully. The Akai, great counter to the Fredrin. The Arlott, something I feel like I haven't been seeing in a lot of drafts so far in playoffs is some flex picks overall. And this Arlott is just a great third position pick here.
Yeah, and seeing how the bans here, we talked about whether or not if they should be playing this, I would say, teleport strategy throughout both sides so far. And for KGE to kind of decide to take X-Win as the pinch serve of this game, it feels like they're getting a little bit desperate here. But I don't know, I feel like Homebois has pretty much read them in the book, because Arlott is something that X-Win plays. Moskov has a priority for them as well. They need Sasa's hero to actually pop off, and so far Roger is just not it. Like, if you think about this, even in the bans itself, Roger was just intentionally left open, not just once, both games actually.
Which goes to show, right, that whoever is getting the blind pick, whoever is getting the pick that is designed to be the Swiss Army knife, that's how you know that they're willing to throw it blind, and they want Smooth to have a particularly good matchup here. And I think the Homebois, they got to clamp down on EXP laners, because this feels fairly obvious.
And they're 100% going to clamp down on EXP laners. Basically, depending on whether gold or EXP lane was picked up by KGE for third pick, Homebois is going to look to ban the other side. KGE did go for Claude this time, so it's not going to be too much pressure on Sasa to try and make things happen early on. And so I'm also very personally curious about this X-Win pickup. He was very strong in the beginning of the regular season, and his specialty was going on heroes like you mentioned, the Guinevere, the Grok, and invading jungle very early on. But now that that's no longer quite as effective with the recent hotfix, I'm curious to see whether the same kind of strategy will still work. For Trex, considering that now they're going to be playing the Claude composition, do you think King Empire should continue to be as aggressive as they were previously?
I mean, they're definitely now, they have some late game insurance this time, as I like to call it, with the Claude. They have something that can keep up with Homebois, but the Moskov is so scary late game right now. It's tough. But Claude can at least dance. Claude can also make plays happen. They pick up the thought moves here to kind of give them a little early game push as well, give them a little bit of something to kind of still kind of keep their tempo at first and second turtle. But yeah, it's debatable on, which marksman here really scales better. I think it's very mechanical in a sense of who can really make those ults matter, who can find the better position in the fights.
Okay. I think we've seen, Smooth kind of play his Stamos really, really well, right? Like, every single time he plays Stamos for these past few days, he's pretty much dominated his lane. So I think King Empire, as Gideon did mention earlier as well, King Empire needs 2 winning lanes, and I feel like right now Smooth is going to be able to do that, but the question here is this going to be an XP Arlott? But right now they bring in the Leomord, Angela, so Homebois, well, technically they are 2 games ahead. They can kind of experiment around, but Leomord jungle XP Arlott, yes or nay? Oh wait, who's the
Turns
mid lane?
out this was a double flex pick all
Wait,
along.
who's the mid lane? Angela mid lane?
Angela mid.
Is going to be Angela. We'll see at the very end here. But KGE, they look at this draft and then they realize, oh, wait a second.
Wait, this is Leomon XP, right?
No, I think it's Leomon Jungle.
Tilda.
Then Akai XP?
We can't even know for certain.
Okay,
right?
so Akai Roam, Angela Mage, Arlott XP, Leomon Jungle.
I think you need to stop questioning it. Just let it play out here. Let it play out. Because as of right now, I think that Homebois are in a very unique position. Arlott is going to be in EXP, brother, and KGE. Now with this Edith, I don't know how to feel about this draft for either side.
How about you, Trex? In shortest answer possible, will we get a game 4?
Very possible with Homebois. With that draft, I finally feel like I'm in Malaysia now.
Nice, nice. Glad to hear it. Thank you very much, Trex. Hopefully, we'll get to talk to you for another game if KGE goes well. But we're going to be jumping into game number 3 very, very soon. Can the defending champions halt the advance of a new empire? We're going to find out in the Land of Dawn, and I, for one, am super excited to see it.
Well, as Trex can say, we are giving the Malaysian flavor right here. Ini gaya kita, baby. Welcome to Malaysia MPL MY. As we are going to be jumping into game number 3. This is going to be Homebois going up against KGE. As KGE looking to fight for their dear lives to continue their journey here. Or will Homebois crush their dreams to continue further with this interesting strat? Game 3, let's go.
But I mean, they're taking a couple of pages out of Turkey's book here. I do think that the Angela probably would have been better in the support position, but hey, you know, you can only win so many things. You can only win in so many lanes, and I think the fake out on this Akai was pretty interesting. Let's see whether or not Chibi is able to card carry, literally mount a carry on his back.
What I just kind of realized from this series is that Udil has played Loyi, Valentina, the Steel Chip Portal, and Angela. He just does not want to walk this game.
No, he does not want to walk. He even took penetration. My God. He took tenacity and some extra penetration. This guy, he does not care.
Oh, technically, he doesn't need to walk. All he just needs to do is just teleport into
Exactly.
that game. Just stays in lane, does absolutely nothing. But at the same time, when I
Winning
say
the lane.
absolutely
Wow.
nothing, he's still bullying Teto on his own. How? Like,
the penetration. What?
I mean, it's Angela. Oh,
my goodness.
Okay, they're making an attempt. Teto survives this, so he's going to be fine. But I'm not sure what he was blasting the turret for. But Sutsujin now going to be able to catch him off guard.
Get
The
him
other
out of
trying to
there.
get Chibi looking for a run for this ball. Udil with the stun, with a praises round, pins him apart. But the chain stuns coming from King Empire looks endless as they take first blood on Chibi.
Unlucky. They got the flicker out of Deto, but at what cost? And then apparently the price was Chibi's life. At this point, Chibi, go back to farming. We don't need him right now. This next upcoming neutral objective doesn't seem very worth taking at this point of time, especially against King Empire. Looks like there are vulnerabilities across the map to be playing around.
Homebois definitely greeded out a bit. They thought, we got Deto's flicker. Job well done. They didn't scout out the road home and got caught out by Sun Sejin. We know that Leomon is one of those heroes that wants to be ahead early on. So already King Empire putting a stop to the Homebois' attempts.
Well, speaking of a temp here, KGE is in a very, very predictable spot. The spear missing the mark. Homebois, they have to back off. Zorn, he might be caught out right here. He doesn't have his spin. He's getting chain stunned once more. No one can get him out. Phantom Steed being expended from GB to try and give chase. Sasa looking for the run. Asgard as well. Sasa fighting problems with into it. He's got the Purify, but eventually gets run down. KGE, they want to fight this 3v2. They're all pinned apart. They lose Sasa. Udil does not have mobility, but he's got very, very quick flickers. But he virtually dies to Dato. So King Empire is able to get a fair trade once more against Homebois.
Man, Udil is so good at just faking people out with his movement. It's great to watch, but now we're seeing that KGE is making sure that, like, hey, Zora, no flicker, no escape.
Okay, heavy spin has been used, but Suzuki is still continuing with the assault here, but it seems like they might run out of speed. The Brazen Draft comes in, but not enough gray bars to take him out. So Homebois, they lose only 2 this time, but seems like a completely different game compared to game 1, game 2 once more.
Homebois, I'm not a big fan of the rundown that they're trying to do here. It almost feels like they're playing without a care. And I know they're 2 games up, but they still gotta respect their opponents just a little bit here. Unless this is all part of a greater scheme to use Chibi as bait so Nets can scale, yeah, they need to slow it down.
Well, I mean, considering the only people who have died is the mid trio, right? Nets has been free farming this entire time, not losing out to the lane against Sasa. Better yet, technically, I would say technically slightly up in gold. Even for Suppot as well, right? You would expect him to lose very early on against Smooth. He's holding out pretty well. Because of all these moves made by the mid trio, it opens up space.
Oh no, Zorn is getting pinned apart. He still has the heavy speed. Finally drops it, so that's a lot of spells being used from inside King Empire. However, Dato still having the Eternal Guard. That's going to be the important one that Homebois needs to bait out before this fight. But GB now a level behind. Don't think he's going to be able to steal the turtle. Spear comes in just a couple of seconds in as well. Suppot with the final stash to make sure they clear off the minions quickly before King Empire collapses them. But Homebois now seems to be on full defense.
2K net worth lead for King Empire, just 5 minutes in. We're already seeing the impact of having X-Win come in. The connection with him and Detto does seem to be smoother this early game as compared to what we saw with Vita before. And it's allowing King Empire to really up the ante compared to what we've seen.
Yeah, it suits the playstyle a lot more, right? You're trying to attack the map, but you're also trying to pull attention away from the side lanes, right? That's why we see KGE making these movements across the river, but never taking a hardcore path through the jungle to get to where they need to be. It's all about denying rotations. It's all about starving out your opponents and bleeding them dry for their resources.
Zorn is being such a nuisance right now. Literally just standing there. He's saying, oh, I know you're there. I'm not going to let you catch me. Because they know that King Empire is going to transition to pressing on this gold lane. Now that they've already secured mid lane prio. I feel like Nets does need to be switched to maybe the top lane.
Well, they've got the Spear to try and scout this out, but middle lane Smooth trying to bait the reaction. Suppot still debating if he should go for the big final stash play, but the rest of KGE already in position to back him up. But King Empire, they don't really want to necessarily throw this game because of the fact that Turtle is going to be up in 30 seconds, I guess.
They're still not going to contest for it. Unless they've got like a really good situation with their waves, I don't think Homebois really wants to walk up at this point of time. They're just going to wait for their main win conditions, which is Chibi to get more items and Nets to get at least 3. Well, I mean, Nets is more likely to get it before Chibi, but at the very least, we know that Homebois, they're playing for something.
Zorn and X-Win just communicating using Roamer language right there in the river. Homebois definitely wants to start creating a bit more space, but now that they've already lost that early game momentum they should have had with the Leomord, you can see that they're slowing things down to make sure that Chibi, Suppot, Nets can get some items before they go for 5v5s against KGE.
Yep, the spear does give a little bit of vision control to kind of keep tabs on how many people are for King Empire, but they have made their way up top to take a tier 1, potentially a tier 2 if Homebois can get it. But again, this is just full defense and finding maps and farm across the map. And now Susujin gonna force retributions on Chibi. That's gonna be a couple of pokes in, but Homebois is slowly losing their power damage here. But Zorn with the catch, heavy spin, Death flickers out of there as well. It's gonna be fine, but Heartsguard being expended on the Leomord for now. Big appraisal round comes in, but no, the Eternal Guard kind of whiffs the mark. Homebois, they are able to get the safety.
This is actually quite good for the Homebois, actually. They've set up their lanes to push. King Empire tries to force the issue, get some kills so that they can get some structures. But Homebois just disengages. They realize that, okay, we need to play our boundaries a bit smarter here. And we may be seeing a similar situation where they're just going to play it safe and look for that tempo break window.
I think that at this point, KGE is giving too much respect to the Homebois, right? A lot of their moves are preemptive, and most of the time their reads are correct, right? They can literally see the side laners making their way down to the engagement through the river. And I think knowing that type of information is really important for the side of KGE because that tells you when to disengage. For now, I'm expecting that KGE needs to invade enemy jungle. Like, Chibi should not be going even against Sutsujin at this stage of the game.
Especially after the number of times he ended up dying in the early game. I think we're seeing a similar issue, right? King Empire playing a little bit too textbook. Yes, they have nearly a 5k net worth lead, but we've already seen how quickly that can turn around. At the very least this game, they do have Sasa on the Claude, so they're not going to be too weak in terms of late game scaling, but yeah, I think they should be pressing the issue a little bit more.
Yeah, speaking of pressing issues here, they are going to try to make a attempt on Sasa. So the Spear connects, Sasa might be in trouble. Nice sidestep with the BMI, but Sasa, he's going to get caught out. He needs to get out to save the Eternal Guards, connects on G, but Sasa will fall. GP dropping down half HP. KGE, they're trying to salvage the fight, but it's too late. They lose another. They're all so low. Smooth is trying to trade off someone. He gets Sapat instead, as well as Zord, but ideally, losing Sasa, not looking too good. However, Udil, oh no, he's in trouble. Smooth is gonna try and mow him down. He's got no mobility, but the flicker comes in. Susujin, he's gonna look for the flicks here. Udil, he's got moves, but you can't outrun them all.
Alright, I mean, that is a window that Homebois were looking for. It looked like it might be the tempo break, but they still ended up losing more because King Empire were able to chase them down. Homebois have to realize that a lot of their damage is kind of burst-based, so they can't stay and take these fights for too long.
I think Homebois, they understand how they want to like push and pull in this type of composition, but unfortunately, there's not much of an escape mechanic other than Zorn. If they're using the heavy spin or even the final slash as a proactive measure, that means they have less opportunities to get away. Trading 50-50 against King Empire, trading equally is actually very profitable for Homebois because that means they're really dragging out this lead through the dirt.
Well, speaking of leads here, first Lord coming in. They have to win this fight. King Empire, they may have salvaged the situation, but as of yet, they cannot afford to lose Sasa. Zord looking for the flank, but that's he showed himself up top. KGE, they may look to try and rush this here. Zorn getting wrapped around Sapat as well. Win, still waiting. They see Chibi, he's used the Phantom Steed, that's huge. They have to zone him off. They saw him as well. Sasa and Smooth already making forward as well. They're going to try to force him down, but Zorn, he's taking too much damage, just slowly being picked apart. No way Homebois can defend this. They've got Nest, he's got the Hard God as well. He's going to try and man-fight this. They secured the Lord for themselves for Sunsujin, but now here comes the collapse. BMI comes in, but Sasa survived, but the sidestep from them, he still survives. No, he will fall, but they're struggling. KGE, they're getting picked apart. This Leopard is doing a good job. Chibi is able to find one. Udil now looking to finish off Smooth. He mows him down. Udil gets the kill. Now it comes down towards a battle between mages. Udil versus Dato. That seems like they will back off, but the stalls are so good. And KGE, they get the Lord, and now Sasa steals the purple buff. Takes a lot of damage on towards the tier 2, but the disengage, like, that shouldn't be a 50-50 fight at all. What do you guys think?
It absolutely should not be a 50-50 fight. King Empire had control over the Lord Pit. They had already taken out Zorn earlier on. The fact that Homebois still trades 3v3 after all of that shows that they are starting to regain that momentum.
And Nets is in a very good position right now. He's probably already completed his 3 items, which is why he was pretty confident in maybe outplaying 5 there, even with a hard guard. That could have been a very big super play coming in from Nets, but now with the Winds of Nature, it's going to help secure even more. So now it boils down to who can get the initial chunk first. Can we find an incredible engage where we see multiple people get either swept up by the final slash or 2 get pinned?
Oh, final slash on Sasa. Gonna be able to get out there, but the Lord... Oh, okay. They don't. They clear up the Lord relatively quickly as well, but it is the first Lord, but surprise enough, King Empire, they're able to drag into the late game, but Homebois, it feels like they've still got a lot of steam and damage here, despite, not having a lot of magic damage, besides coming from the Angela.
I mean, they scale. They scale very, very well here. As much as we like to believe that Leomord has a certain cap, honestly, as long as you're low, it really doesn't matter here. Some of the strongest heroes go down to Leomord pretty quick. The real question really boils down to whether Smooth has his vengeance during some of these fights.
But Steel Play comes in. They do find Nets, and here comes the heavy spin to try to save his life. Hard guard looking good, but no, Nets will fall, and KGE will collapse on the rest of Homebois. They are looking to get a little bit more. Here comes Udil. Can he escape? No, he cannot. But They're tanking tier 3s a little bit too much because Chibi in the back lines. He's managed to find a double for himself. They're trying to drag them long enough here. Chibi gets into safety. He's going to try and find more Sensujin. He's behind enemy turrets here. He needs to get out. Okay, he's fine. He's mocking them. But Sasa still surviving means he can still poke afar. But again, with this assault and defense coming from Homebois, the inhibitors still stand for Homebois.
This is perfect. This is perfect for the Homebois, right? It denies King Empire a checkmate angle. Even if you get the Lord, they won't be able to develop it into a 10k lead that's actually relevant in the game. King Empire are about to hit 42, so they should technically be able to get this Luminous Lord. But at the same time, there's a very big risk that Homebois makes the super play once again.
I have to say though, X-Win is a breath of fresh air for King Empire. You would not see Vita making plays like that, catching out nets, and this would be a different story. So King Empire still maintaining the lead somewhat, but this Lord gonna be important.
Oh, the spear comes in, Dato. He's gonna be focused down as well. Nets, he does have the protection of Hans Guard, but it's not good enough. Sasa takes him out right from the get-go. Sensujin secures the Lord. Double kill for King Empire. And Homebois now, they're crumbling. They've lost 3. Smooth is gonna run down Zorn as well. 4 down, and King Empire, 5 men alive. And they are looking to make a statement here, to make a comeback. The Empire strikes back, and they will take this into game number 4 as Homebois will drop this game. King Empire is not out of it yet.
GG, well played. These 50-50 trades ended up hurting them at the very end as King Empire finally find the fight that breaks open the base.
This is what we wanted to see from King Empire, putting on more pressure, not allowing Homebois to go unpunished for overextensions and mistakes. The switch in of X-Win breathing new life into the team and allowing them to find an opportunity to claw their way back in this series. Now, the question just comes of how far they can take it.
Oh boy, what a game coming in from King Empire. They still hold on for their dear lives, but again, they are on the short end of the stick here because one wrong move, they are gonna explode. In this case, they keep it alive for now, but a reverse 3-0 sweep. Do you guys think this is possible after watching that game?
Oh, like getting 3 wins in a row for King Empire. After seeing this game, the possibility is not a 0, but I do think it's going to be quite a big request. How about you, Trex? Do you think they can do it?
Maybe. Maybe. You know, my heart that wants a best of 5 all the way, you know, the caster inside of me would love this to go the distance. But honestly, Homebois, even with that competition, even with that composition, put up a really good fight there. I didn't expect it to go that far. Even with the Leo Mord not doing well in the early game and putting that much risk, Nets almost took over some of those fights. But I will say this, KG with X-Win on the roam, we're really doing great at singling out Nets, and that is definitely a win con for them, I think, in these future games.
I can definitely agree with that. I think Nets probably jumped the gun a couple too many times towards that late game where he really needed to stay alive. A bit too much faith in the hard guard maybe. Like, yes, it's good at keeping you alive, but when you're jumping into a 1v5 situation, there's only so much that Udil can do. So Homebois need to be a little bit more careful with that. But yeah, what a game. Gideon, how are you feeling about it?
Honestly, I think, you know, KGE can absolutely make this reverse sweep happen, assuming that the Homebois go for, like, you know, Udil on Angela once more and Chibi on the Leo Mord, and I think it's like a recipe for a potential turnaround.
Now, as that being said as well here, King Empire, they managed to kind of strike back, but let's talk about the MVP, the guy that set the tempo for the team here. And of course, it's got to be X-Win here, the pinch server for the team. He came in, he dominated, he found the play for the team. He is the guy that makes it work. In this case, his Edith combo setups has been on point, catching the right targets at the right time. And I like it. You know, it's a little bit of a last-minute point, but again, hope is still alive for King Empire fans for now.
There's a reason why X-Win was one of the new names that stood out at the start of this regular season. His aggression, the way he invaded jungle, the way he set up ganks and kills, was always very, very clean. But somewhere along the way, KGE started looking for something different, and that's why he was switched off of the main roster for a little while. But he is back in full force here. I want to ask you, Trex, I'm expecting that you've probably not seen X-Win yet because KGE is still a pretty new lineup. But just from this one game, what do you think about him?
I think it's a different play style, right? It's definitely a different play style, but it could be exactly what KGE needs to beat Homebois here, right? It could be because we were talking about like in game 1, they weren't able to really push the envelope enough. In game 2, they weren't able to push the envelope enough to get that win secured in time. And now with him being that aggressor, they might be able to, you know, push it to a win continuously.
Maybe. Looking at the end screen here, a 14-minute game, Homebois only having half the kills of KGE. If you ask me personally, I feel like this draft could have worked if Homebois didn't like fight so desperately, if you know what I mean.
I don't think that the fighting desperately was wrong. I do think that there were certain conditions that needed to be met, right? Like you mentioned before, Nets, he jumped the gun a little too early, got punished for it. Like, King, do you expect anything more after that? Not really, but I was hoping that Sapat does find the final slash of a lifetime. I mean, Sasa made a couple mistakes himself, right? Losing his Purify, having to be MI out of there after Sapat put him underneath the inhibitor turret. We need a couple more simulations of that once more, because unfortunately, like Sapat, he was well out of this game, smooth, just kept him in place.
Yeah, and seeing how the play styles kind of happen as well here, my generally biggest concern from Homebois was how are they going to find damage, right? They don't really have a big burst. Yes, we have Leomor who can take advantage of the thresholds when they are down low in terms of HP, right? It kind of works like similarly to the BOD, but that's the thing. Even though he's doing the damage here, where's the burst coming from? Because I feel like technically, as a mage, you need burst to actually chunk them down low enough so that they can be finished off by the Leomon. In this case, I don't think Angela was able to do that. Yes, Code here in the damage here is doing 30,000, but again, where does this 30,000 damage go to? Is it, you know, effective damage, or is this damage for the sake of damage? You know, just throwing some random spells, hitting a target here, but is it transitioning it into a state where your teammates can kind of capitalize on? And a lot of these times, Dato does it a little bit better because of the hero matchup.
Okay, I can see where you're coming from. Basically, because there isn't like a burst mage, the damage from Homebois comes out a little bit slower. Yes, Leomor does do a good amount of damage to the point where it can be considered burst. But I do also worry about the fact that basically all of Homeboi's major DPS is going to be physical. Like, because Udil on that Angela is not going to be doing enough magic damage for KGE to worry about it. It becomes a lot easier to itemize against the Homebois, and I think that's also one reason why KGE ended up not taking quite as much damage in comparison. Like, Trex, do you think having this comp with like all physical damage works, or is it just too important to actually have a good split in terms of physical and magic?
I mean, I think it's high risk, high reward. I think anytime we see a pick like a Leomor jungle, it is high risk, high reward. You have pretty much one win condition, and that is steamroll the Leomord. We even saw him trying to... they were trying to funnel him. He was clearing off lanes. He was getting every minion he could, getting as much gold. There was a point when they were behind 4,000 gold, and he was ahead of Susujin in gold, but it still just wasn't enough. They fell way too far behind too early. The comp could have worked, but they weren't able to pull it off.
Yeah, and I think Chibi was just doing a lot of just heavy diving, right? Like, he was trying to dictate a lot of tempo, but I think when he got caught out early there, it might have to slow down the initial idea of what Homebois wanted to do, which is, like you said, Rex, steamroll their way into the game, but that just kind of didn't happen, which, again, I think there were a lot of individual plays by Zord, very, very nice, Udil as well, Sapat as well, but they just could not connect because of the fact that King Empire is just so mobile. But even then, I'm very surprised that the game looks so close, with considering the draft went in favor of King Empire, in my opinion.
If you ask me, I think Homebois could have actually won that game if Nets didn't get caught out so often towards those later stages. Maybe wait a little bit before entering the fights, but I digress. I think that Homebois definitely could have made this composition work, but they did also have to play around with some conditions, because they ended up going for a double flex, putting that Akai in the roam position. If they had something more similar to like maybe Edith, who sets up more easily, I think Chibi could have snowballed off of kills like much earlier on.
I'm glad that you brought this up because this is a very big point for the side of the Homebois. When they set up the draft, they initially had the fake out with Akai and Leomord already in mind, right? So to fake out a Leomord, you don't want to give the opportunity to KGE to read into the draft. So I think that the Homebois, they set up the Leomord well, but I do agree that the Akai is quite a detriment. We saw no heavy spin, no flicker. He gets run down every single time by KGE.
And he's not even particularly tanky in those early stages, so every time X-Win caught him, he just got one shot instantly, right? Like Trex, I'm sure we all as casters, we like it when teams do this. They pull the switcheroo, flex that Akai into the roam, pull out the Liam Ward all of a sudden. But do you think it ended up being a detriment this game instead?
Yeah, I almost question if that was if like they really went into that thinking we're gonna pick Leomord, or if second phase they're like someone's like, hey, let's just do Leomord, guys. Like, why not? You know, let's do this. Because the Akai pick was great. It's a good counter the Fred. Like, their first half of the draft was very clean. And then they picked up the Angela and the Leomord, and it just kind of caught us all off guard. I think they could have rounded that draft out however they wanted. I don't know if do you guys really think they came into that draft like planning that from the very start?
It kind of felt like they wanted to, right?
I think it's very possible.
If not, the draft order would have probably been different, or at least the reactions from the players when we see them on the player cam would have been a bit more expansive.
Yeah, and seeing how the drive happens as well, I kind of want to see the item progression on how things kind of work out, right? Because what went wrong and what went right? Like, what was the priority in order to allow Chibi to come up online? He went Fury Hammer at what? I think past 2 minutes plus, which is kind of long for a jungler. You kind of expected, you know, around 3 minutes you kind of have it already. But he died once around that timing, if I'm not mistaken.
They definitely did slow down Chibi a little bit because he was participating in a lot of fights early on, which is good. That's what you want to do on a Leomord. Unfortunately, he underestimated the amount of burst damage that X-Win, Detto, Sutsujin had altogether, and the way that this trio was roaming around was really clean in those first couple minutes.
Yeah, I do think it was pretty clean. They definitely had some ideas there to force resources out of KGE, but unfortunately there was no exit plan. Most of the time, it's like, oh no, we ran in, we got caught out on the opposite side of the map because we dove a little too deep for a couple of flickers. Just not worth the time. I think it's a balancing act for the side of Homebois that we didn't get to see. They probably don't play this comp too often, which is probably why it doesn't look as polished, but there's definitely some good concepts there, especially considering that, you know, when we're looking at the item progressions, towards the end, we're seeing situational items get to a point where we almost have all three of our main core items. We're now bleeding into situational items, and maybe if Chibi was able to get a Malefic Roar, it could have been the difference maker to cut through everybody who has like anti-cuirasses or even brute force breastplates.
I think an interesting observation here actually as well is that Nets, he went for the typical Trinity into the Wind of Nature, but Sasa actually went DHS Golden Staff Wind of Nature, then finished Trinity with the Corrosion Scythe. And I think this is meant to like take advantage of the Demon Hunter Sword passive early on, since Homebois does have some pretty tanky heroes, and go for the Wind of Nature because he knows they're going to be running at them. And I do like this kind of variation, right? Do you think this contributed to allowing Sasa to play a little bit more safely, Trex?
Yeah, I think it was so. Do you remember that Lord fight that Nets like was 1v5ing them? Probably one of the reasons why Sasa was really able to get up close personal. He was he was hitting the blazing duet, and Nets is unloading on him while he's doing it, but he's not getting the kill. So it's definitely just switching two items like that and which one I pick up first can be the game changer overall.
Now, speaking of game changers here, it feels like based on this item progression here, we can kind of see lanes between, I think, especially for XP lane, right? Smooth was just dominating against Sapat here. Sapat had a very, very late timing on his itemizations. Even Chibi as well. He is ahead of Sutsujin despite getting picked apart. But I feel like the biggest selling for me was that he got the exact same timing with his Hunter Strike as to Sasa, who got his DHS on the 4-minute mark, which is a very, very big factor for me because Sasa getting this early item power spike, he's able to challenge people rather early despite getting killed a lot of this time. Like, look at this time, like, what, 2 minutes he got killed, you know, but for both the jungler and gold laner to match their farming speed this early in the game, for me, shouldn't be possible for Homebois.
I mean, we say that, but then, like, for the majority of the game, I think that even for Sasa, he recognized that Chibi is kind of a problem. Like, he can get run down pretty often, and every single time we've seen him getting dove under turret, or like moments like this where he's just trying to outplay the situation as hard as he can, he just can't without a Winds of Nature, and that's why we saw him prioritize it.
In this fight especially, Homebois, this could have been the huge tempo breaker moment for them. They got Sasa, they got X-Win. After that, I really think they should have left, because once Detto rejoined, Homebois were already running out of gas, their cooldowns were gone, their abilities were being completed, and that meant that they didn't have quite as much lead as expected. In this fight, this is what Trex was talking about. Sasa had Wind of Nature, Nets did not. And that made a big difference because the Claude survived the fight and the Moskov didn't. And this resulted in allowing King Empire to start playing aggressive again, finding these catches, pushing Homebois back. In your opinion, Trex, what did the Homebois need to do? What did they need to change during this stage of the game to not get punished?
During this stage of the game, I don't know, man. There's a very lack of answers there. I think before this Lord right here, you can see that Udil's down on the bot side. Him and Nets were going for a bot lane push there, and Nets decided to engage. I'm almost wondering if maybe they should have just risked it for the backdoor. But I don't know, man. It's a tough call when you're that far behind.
I have the answer for you. Don't play Angela Mage. You were hating on it on game number 2. Why are you backing out on that hate? I don't like Angela mid as the single magic damage, man. Like, why would you back out, Trex? Come on. Double down.
So you're basically telling him to hate more.
Yeah. I just don't like having...
Harness the hate.
Personally, I just don't like Angela being the single magic damage source, right? Like, you talk about itemization against it, you could see, like, by the end of that game, the only magic resist item up on King Empire was on Smooth, and that wasn't even the upgrade one. It was just the magic rope, and everything else was like Anticuras, Brute Force Breastplate, Dominance Eyes, and so like, you know.
So basically, since Angela's first skill is called Love Waves, you're saying don't spread love, spread hate.
Good job.
Either way.
Good job.
We actually have a brand new PCU milestone right here. We've hit 252,000 currently watching MPL MY. That's actually past the 233k that we hit during Season 10. So if you guys have friends who aren't watching right now, this is a really epic series. Tell them to tune in so that we can hit even greater heights.
Each time you're going to get a redemption code, so more reason to get your friends in on it. Maybe get some new players to join in on the professional scene too, especially those casual players who don't know who to support. Just point in a direction, tell them that team, and then sell your soul. Buy a jersey, sell your soul. That's how you do it, man. That's how you make esports enthusiasts.
You know, I think there's one guy on the other side of the world who's pretty much sold his soul for a particular team that kind of has a purple ring to it, you know?
Silence, heretic. He chose the right team, and there's no doubt about it.
Okay.
Welcome to MPL MY, guys. We asked you to spread hate. We asked you to sell your soul.
Don't leave me hanging here. Oh, wait, I got you. I got you. Pick one.
Why not both, Trex? Yo, so King Empire, they've done it. They've brought it to a game 4. We were wondering if they'd be able to do so, and they have proven that they have the capacity. But now going into game 4, Trex, do you think Homebois are still gonna test things out with the Leomord and Angela, things like that, or is it back to basics?
I think it's back to basics. You know, if you want my honest opinion, yeah, I think we're limit testing a bit. Why not? You're at match point. It's either, and I think that's my question to you guys more, because you know these teams better. Do we think Homebois were limit testing, it's match point, or do we think, you know, like, do we think that they really feel like they have KG in the bag and they have space to limit test like that, or was that a full frontal serious draft, you know?
A good question.
I think, okay, so yeah, I think it's more like a pocket test because of the fact that, yes, they can test it out in a way where does this still work or not, right? Like, because even in the stats as well, when Leomord was picked up, this was the second time it was ever picked off. And the first time they picked it was actually played by Homebois as well, and that was actually won by them. So they were winning it so well. Like, they were just steamrolling that game with the Leon, which is technically, in my mind, shouldn't be possible. But for them to try it out again, it's more like, if it works, it works. Okay, I'm going to take a game. But before we talk about that as well, I think we have something to talk a little bit more.
Yeah, we guys want to remind you that you should not miss out on the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Final week number 3. It's going to be happening, so make sure you guys follow on social media. You guys can see us on X, on Instagram, on Facebook, all of that. Go follow over there so that you guys know when the matches are going live and so that you can enjoy all sorts of international MLBB happening right now.
Yep, support your favorite teams like Todak, Hawk, maybe even JP Niners. Oh, don't forget about MV. They recently beat Bigatron Beta as well.
Well, unfortunately to say, I have to say Todak and Team Hawk is pretty much out as of yet for MPL. Don't worry about that. But let's take a look at the final players here. You can see the teams, they're mentally preparing themselves to get on the stage. Homebois looking solid, match point. King Empire still keeping their hopes up alive as well here. But imagine this, if they take game 4 right here, right now, it's anyone's games, to be honest. It's anyone's game. And is that whatever?
Skill that is.
No. It literally said, do your
best
favorite,
combo skill, right?
Your best combo skill of your favorite hero. Never specified whether it was MLBB or not.
So it was Goku.
Exactly.
Okay, fine. Sure.
You know, you may not be wrong there, Gideon. Maybe we'll get to see Goku being picked up for game number 4, right? But either way, we're going to be jumping into the draft very, very soon. My personal answer to what Trex answered earlier, I think it was half testing, half serious, because I'm pretty sure Homebois still wanted to win that game. But looks like KGE going to be on the blue side once again, Homebois on the red side. This has been 100% for Homebois so far with this setup. What does KGE need to change, Trex?
Well, I think Gideon said
maybe?
it well. Leave the Harith open, maybe. But they do switch it up. They pick up the Fredrin first this time, so that's something. Does they ban out the chip too? So I mean, it's different. At least they force a different draft than what they were losing with before.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think that the Fredrin first pick here for the side of KGE actually is pretty beneficial because now we see what Homebois actually want to do. So with the Matilda pick at the very least, okay, sure, you have care packages, you're able to rotate around very easily, you're able to affect the lanes very naturally, but at the same time, right, in terms of strong priority picks, we're not seeing too many of them, right? Like, it feels like Homebois are denying it off of KGE rather than the other way around.
Okay, seeing the Matilda coming in here as well, but oh wow, in the
whoa, where'd you get that, friend?
Where'd you get so much diamonds? What?
That's what happens when you restream.
Wait, another one?
That's what happens when you restream, baby.
He's got girls. He's got diamonds.
Yo!
Yeah. He ain't missing a beat, Trex. We ain't missing a beat here in MPL MY. But now for the rest of this draft, we see the Yuzong as well as the Valentina for the side of KGE to finish off the very first phase of the draft. And now Homebois looking to conclude their side as well as they hold priority.
KGE having the Fredrin now going to be very useful if they want to just go in for these big fights along with the Yuzong. Worked very well for Smooth previously. And Homebois gonna be sticking with that carry. But my question now, Trex, the carry worked out very well previously when they had heroes like the Fredrin and the Carmilla on their side. This time with Matilda and Vex, it's looking a lot squishier. Will this affect Nets' success rate on this hero?
I don't think so, man. I don't think so, because before they had the brick walls in front of them because of the chip. Now it's all about speed. They can still play box. They can still keep the carry in between everybody. I almost wanted to see KGE take away the carry and see what else Nets could bring to the table. But I think it still works for Homebois here.
Oh, but it's hard, right? Like, Homebois, they took the carry once more. Like, that was their answer to Yuzong 2 games ago, right? Like, for 2 games in a row, King Empire, whenever the Yuzong comes in, the carry just completely shreds them apart. So, I think right now, the adaptations coming from King Empire is that how do they burst down this carry quickly without being sidestepped and kited around? Because that's what exactly Nets did in that game. And we talk about dream goal laners. in ML. A lot of them has been either nets or innocent, but so far in this today in general, he's kind of stepped up to the challenge, right? Yesterday it was just a complete fumble coming from nets, and today it seems like it's just going off meta. Like, no Nathan, no problem, I'm gonna bring it. But Bharat actually makes it to the second phase of the bans despite having a Matilda for Homebois. Wow, this is unexpected.
I think this does have great value too, because Homebois has specifically left jungle and EXP for their last 2 picks, and the Bharats can be flexed either way. But we've been seeing Bharat's win rate drop quite a bit after the recent nerfs. Trex, what do you feel about the hero now? Like, after the patch fix, it doesn't seem like he's quite as prioritized as before.
Yeah, he's definitely not on the ban list anymore. But he's definitely, I mean, he's still viable. He can still hang out in the Lord Pit. He can still take the Fredrin off the map to get the Retry. But I really like this Florin pick. I was about to say I would like to see a support pick from the side of KGE. So I think it's solid. And this time the Roger won't have as many issues, diving onto Homebois here.
All right. I can see where you're coming from, and it does make a lot of sense, but I hope it's not going to negate the same aggression that King Empire had previously. Homebois, a lot of high fives going around here. What is this last pick going to be? I'm kind of scared.
I don't know. If Udil is doing that with that much... I mean, Udil's doing it with such gusto. It's got to be something, right? Ends up it's like a Changa or something irregular.
Oh, that's normal. Okay, that's normal.
Oh, thank goodness.
Crisis averted.
Crisis averted indeed.
All right, we're about to jump into the game very, very soon. Trex, once again, I'd like to hear your final thoughts. Will we get a Game 5?
I mean, looking at drafts, I actually like KG a bit here. Finally, Sasa doesn't have to worry about Carmilla and Fredrin and all these problems, so we could really see Sasa possibly pop off here. I think as long as they can make sure Sasa is able to get ahead of nets, it's the win con for KG.
All right, thank you very much, Trex. We'll talk to you after the game to see whether we get a full series here. We're jumping back into the land of dawn.
Well. Let's see if they bounce back. Can they drag it out or not? Because this is the time. This is the moment. This is their moment to shine bright like the stars in the sky. This is MPL MY Season 13. Game number 4 between King Empire versus Homebois.
Let's jump right into this. Let's see. This is a very intense match. They know that they can get eliminated if they drop this game, but at the same time, you got to wear your hearts on your sleeves. They're going to be starting on the same side of the map and end up towards that bottom side. Hopefully, it's going to be enough for these EXP laners to get a bit of help and a bit of pressure.
I already have highlighted many times how important the EXP lane is towards those early stages, and I think for KGE it's even more true because when Smooth gets unlocked, especially on a hero like Yuzong or Benedetta, he can make miracles happen. So I wouldn't be surprised to see more pressure coming in, but speaking of...
He's not Furious Dive. You should be able to get out of here.
Okay, he's fine, Okay, right now, what I'm seeing here coming from King Empire is that their win condition compared to the previous game about this Enchanter playstyle is that they have a dive composition which needs somewhat of a sustain. Having an Angela is great if you have Heartsguard, but besides that, X-Win, if he's able to drag this game as long as he can, he does provide a lot more heals than usual. Than the traditional enchanters that we have, but early to mid game they just need to take this a little bit slow compared to before.
How slow though? I think like from KGE side, if you can create an advantage in Sasa's lane, 100% do it, right? 100% invest in it. Because everybody else, like I'm expecting Smooth to not do too well against Sapa on the CC, or at the very least not find the kill. He just needs to go even and then start affecting these turtle fights. And King Empire have the option of just not fighting for the turtle in the first place.
But I think King Empire is willing to fight, right? Like we saw in the emblems, they actually have 3 members with cooldown reduction. X-Win, Detu, and Sutsujin. They're not going for damage emblems, they're not going for survivability emblems, and I think that's because they expect that with the Florin, they're going to be able to prolong fights. Therefore, being able to come out with more abilities is more valued in comparison.
I mean, sure, yes, but the main reason that they're not going to do it is because Smooth is not level 4, and he's going to be real late on this as well.
That is true. And seeing this fight happen as well. Ooh, they're flickering forward. Okay, dropping a couple of spells in. Looking to try to jeopardize Sutsujin. But top side, they're diving back tier 2. Almost getting a kill on Nets there. Nets gets a free value goal. I don't think he got it, but At the same time, very, very aggressive plays down towards the gold lane. So this is huge. Meanwhile, maybe missing the Daytona's welcome there. Not going to be able to connect on one, but this is actually huge, you know. Like, I was expecting more of a lead coming from Chibi though.
Honestly, these spot dodges from King Empire have been kind of insane. Sutsujin just dashing away from Udil at the last second. X-Men flickering away at the last seconds. Like, I don't even know how they're doing it. King Empire Esports looking a lot more confident right now, and that's exactly what they need against the defending champions. Homeboys, we'll see what they can create.
It's some good composure that we're seeing from KGE, but at the same time, we need to see some advantages be created. If not, Homeboys, they've been making sure that these early games have been pretty rough for the side of KGE, and it really just boils down to like one lane, either one lane finds an advantage, or we see one terrible decision being made.
Okay, Dato, you know, getting focused down once more. We've seen this happen again multiple times, and he is going to be able to survive it for now, but again, Homeboys, they haven't made a lot of engagements here. Chibi is trying to make an attempt here. He's going to pull back Smooth. Oh, he actually catches right at the edge. They told us welcome. This is what they need. Smooth, he needs to get out. What?
He wins this.
He somehow turns the tide, gets the kill on Chibi, and now he's going to try to stand up for the team. He will die to the hands of Sepa. Suzuki will re-engage and intercept this, but the guiding winds will get him out to safety. What a blunder from Homeboys.
Oh, I saw the angle for Smooth to get a double kill there. He whiffs mid-Petra. He whiffs mid-Furious dive. He wanted Sepa to take a tower shot, lock him underneath just by the edge of the tower, and he gets that double kill for sure.
Yeah, the only thing uglier than that play was my face after I saw it. It was opportunities for both sides that were just missed out. I feel like Chibi just didn't realize he was still underneath the tower. And then Smooth could have gotten that kill. But at the very least, it means it ends up being kind of even here. Homeboys a slight lead as they go for the next turtle.
Well, speaking of turtle fights, this is definitely going to be in the hands of Homeboys, right? There's no way King Empire contest this until like at least the third turtle, where Florin is going to have additional heals here, especially with the Dew is going to do a little bit more damage for the team. In this case, Sasa will definitely be looking for opportunities to dive the back lines. Like, I think Trex brought up a very good point. They need Sasa to be enabled, and if he's chain stunned or chain locked here, he's not going to be able to do too much in these fights.
Honestly, disagree. I think they need to enable Smooth right now because Sasa's job is a lot easier to do in comparison to Smooth's. And unfortunately, without that Black Dragon form, they have a lot less what do they call it? Pressure? I wouldn't even say pressure, but a lot less neutral take power, right? He has a good way of kind of disrupting the battle formations of a lot of teams, and I think the important thing here is that Petrify, because once he's able to find a good combination on the back line, it's going to force Zoran to start being defensive, and that's going to put King Empire in a really good position to start running down their targets like we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, being able to deny that utility from a Matilda is going to be crucial for King Empire, and Smooth has done so quite successfully in previous outings as the Yuzong. I expect it to be even more obvious in a game like this where they only have a Barat as a frontline.
I mean, we say that Smooth wasn't even able to secure the kill onto GB. He ended up getting executed because he wasn't able to.
We don't talk about that.
I mean, he's good with the mental game, all right, but we'll see whether or not it starts to get to him.
Speaking of mental games here, like, it seems like they're just dodging every single fight. Like, King Empire just doesn't want to come into the fight. They've lost one death. The lead isn't that big of a margin here, but it seems like power spike wise, when do they actually engage? Oh, bottom lane though. Okay, Sapat. Ooh, almost dying there, so a little bit of mistakes here, but they told us welcome, catches Axeman, that's huge! The healer is down, so that's gonna be the opening Homeboys is looking for. King Empire, they're not coming into this, they see 4-man down top, so Turtle gonna be in the contest, but again, Homeboys, they finally find the Florin, so that's a small victory for them.
I mean, they're also gonna get the Turtle as well. Overall, I think King Empire are totally fine with Homeboys actually taking this Turtle initially, especially since like Sutsujin, he's already a level down, and let's also not forget, he was pretty chunked out at that point of time. Now that Dew is being passed over to Sasa, I think at this point, King Empire recognized that, hey, there is a very good chance that we can actually play for the late game. Our biggest problem is that we couldn't scale as hard, but now with this Trinity build on the Roger, on top of having Dew, once it reaches that maximum form, he's gonna have a lot of on-hit damage.
Yeah, I think it's smart considering Homebois having the carry and the CC was what messed up King Empire in game 1 and 2 because they just had more late game damage overall. So Sasa switching up his item build to make sure that he can match once that phase of the game comes about is probably the smart choice to go for here. King Empire doesn't want to fall victim to another tempo break.
Well, Sutsujin, as of yet, he is getting zoned out a little bit too much here. He's trying to set up a play for the team, but every single time that happens here, Chi is either CC immune or gets saved by the guiding wind. In this case, Zorn, right now, he is going to be a little bit cheeky. He's trying to get in the heads of Sasa, try and commit to this fight. But again, King Empire just is so disciplined. They're just not committing to anything as of yet.
I think they're nervous, right? I feel like even for King Empire, there's no real reason to get into these fights. Nothing to fight over, more importantly. And if they don't protect Sasa right now, they're about to lose a tier 1.
Well, in this case, Sasa is going to be able to get out. Sutsujin gets pulled back, but Homebois, they do take a tier 1 up top, so that's huge for Homebois.
I am a little worried. Like, I know King Empire is playing a little bit more for the late game here since Sasa is going Trinity and they have a Valentina, but I do feel like they should be fighting a little bit, especially aside Smooth. It's Homebois who are the ones just like invading, putting pressure on them. It feels like King Empire is reverting a little bit. They're playing too respectful, if you ask me.
I don't think it's too respectful. I think it's necessary, right? I mean, I'm looking at Chibi and I'm also looking at Zorn. Both of them right now work in tandem with each other. If you are caught by yourself, there's a very good chance Homeboys just like slowly walk you back to your turret and put you at 10% HP. And I think that's too much to deal with as of right now until we see at least 3 core items from KGE.
Yeah, but I think this first Lord is where King Empire is going to be able to do a little bit more, right? Like Sasa's got the better deal here. X-Win's level 8, so technically we have a little bit more heals coming from him. Meanwhile, Chibi is looking for the play. Dito does have the Eternal Guard. Has been dropped here coming from Udil. Zones move off and needs to make a reset for this fight. Black Dragon not available. It's too far off. Now the Lord being hostage by Homebois. They're putting up a little bit more pressure to keep on forward as well. Sutsujin going for the play. Appraiser's Wrath. Does he get it? No. The Totem's welcome to eat him out alive, but he's still not dead yet. He's going to drop the Appraiser's Wrath soon, but now here he comes. He gets the Lord, and now Sasa scaring Homebois from the sides. You can see Homebois just running away in this demise, and King Empire, they take the Lord.
I mean, good play coming out for the side of KGE. Quick distraction, saying, hey, I'm a priority target. Look at me, look at me. And Sasa still manages to escape with plenty of healing coming up from X-Win. And obviously, the on-hit coming in from Do. But let's not forget what the rest of the team is doing, right? They're angling to make sure that the Homeboys don't have an opportunity to start walking Sasa down back to that tier 1.
Consider me proven wrong. The respectful play is still working out for King Empire. They get the objective. Their net worth, unfortunately, still a little bit behind their opponents, but as long as Sasa keeps up, they're still going to be in a pretty solid place overall. So I guess we'll see what happens next here, whether or not King Empire wants to start stepping on the gas once Sasa gets his full itemization.
I definitely think they should, right? Cut off rotation paths, look for obvious picks. At the very least, like, posture for these buffs. Don't give Homeboys this free econ.
Well, speaking of economy here, this purple buff, Sutsujin, he does have the retreat. He needs to win it though. Oh, okay, he didn't get it. He didn't get it. Chibi does have the level advantage, so he tried to go in for the play, but Chibi still he's slowly losing out his level advantage. Sorry, his power spike early advantage here on as a barrage now.
I don't know. KGE off of this Lord, they should be able to get at least 3,000 gold back, but it's not happening.
Okay, Smooth going for the Petrify play on Sapat, but Sapat
what
has
is
the Purify.
happening?
He's dodging the fight, and now Chibi is going to get taunted out as well here. Chibi looking for the Daytona's welcome. Guiding Wind saves him, finally gobbles up on towards Sutsujin. He needs to survive this, but the Praiser Rock comes in. Dato finds Chibi, and now Ned's getting taunted out. That's the pick the King Empire needed. Sasa able to dive to the back lines. That's 2 very easy picks for King Empire.
What is happening here? When honestly, KGE should have gotten more off the Lord push. But even Homeboys, what was the condition for that fight? Like, take out Sutsujin? That's not what the game plan is supposed to be. It's all very combo oriented with Udil, unless they've got a clear shot at people like Sasa, people like Detto. I think Sutsujin takes the back seat.
It's very weird because King Empire were put on the back foot because they didn't get much with the Lord. They allowed Sapa to get a free tier 2 up top. They were split, so they were already taking a fight at a numbers disadvantage. But then Homebois also makes the mistake of investing a bit too deep on the wrong target, not focusing Sasa, letting him get free damage onto the back line, losing net. Mistakes are being made by both sides here, honestly.
I don't know why they're playing so nervous, right? The mid-tier 1 should have collapsed ages ago at this point. At the very least, off of KGE having that much control over the purple side of Homebois' jungle. But at this point, when we're looking at the damage rankings, Udil, GB, both sitting on top, Sasa just under them.
I'm actually surprised that Chibi is that high up. Like, Barad's already had his damage nerfed recently, so it shows that he can still be quite a threat. But right now, the net worth lead is pretty negligible.
Boy.
Oh boy, now with the Lord now being danced coming in. Sutsujin looking for the plays. Down towards very low. Black Dragon expended as well. Trying to collapse on the back lines as well. Sutsujin is dropping so low. He needs to praise around. He needs to get the last hit. He needs to drop on the Lord. Can he get it? No, he misses the timing. GB still somehow from afar snipes the Lord with a retry. And now King Empire, they have to back off, but they need to find some sort of trade in. Homebois, they're able to get away with the steal.
I feel like this is a mess. I don't really feel like there's a lot of logic happening here.
I think right now, King Empire, they're waiting for Homebois to make a mistake. Like, King Empire had a clear 5v3 advantage knowing that Nets and Zorn are on the top side of the map. They did not want to initiate a fight. They did not want to go in, maybe poke out Chibi at the very least, you know, get the Daytona's welcome out of him. They need to get something. Unfortunately, they got nothing.
The desperation is starting to seep in, but at the same time, they're a little bit too afraid here. Taunt comes in as well. The Lord going to be crashing on the top side. Homebois, they want to collapse on this. Sasa has to make quick work with the Lord, but it's going to fall. The inhibitor comes in. Dato zoning them off. Purple buff already being set up from the side of Homebois, but the first inhibitor will crack on the top side. Homebois looking to knock King Empire out of the tournament for now. As they continue their assault, tier 2 will be next to fall. King Empire, they've got to make a move eventually, or they will lose their chance. It's Sapa now, finally taking a little bit too much, but the Purify once more gets moved out to safety. That's the only play the King Empire did, and they couldn't even execute on it.
I feel like King Empire is reverting a little bit to this old Team SMG habit. They're playing a little bit too safe, a bit too reactive overall, waiting for Homebois to make like an obvious mistake. And to be honest, Homebois are making mistakes. It's just they're not being capitalized on.
It's hard. I don't know. I feel like at this point, King Empire, the peripherals are starting to get very blurry here, right? This has been a pretty decently long game. They've already played a couple so far. And I think the worst part about it is that there is no clear way of getting in onto the side of the Homebois. It's very much adaptive. It's very much who makes that first mistake and who outpositions who.
If you ask me personally, I feel like these teams are starting to outposition themselves. I don't really feel like there's a lot of logic happening in their approach. Homebois have control of the map right now, so at the very least they have that advantage to play around. King Empire, unfortunately, having the Florin as the roamer doesn't have the best setup. They're relying quite heavily on Smooth. It's a tough spot for them.
Well, speaking of a tough spot right now, King Empire, Zizujin, he needs to secure this purple buff. He is going to try and commit to this fight, but nope, he doesn't have the retribution. But guess who stole it? You guess who stole it? Who's flexing it? It's got to be Zord. He's just straight up taunting Zizujin. How could you lose to a roamer? In this case, Homebois looking to close out the series with 2 inhibitors fallen from King Empire. This Lord is what stands between victory and defeat for both sides.
I think Homebois have conditioned KGE very, very well. They can get they can get like a split push on the side and maybe set up for a backdoor angle. And I think that's what KGE is worried about.
Oh my goodness, the Daytona's welcome, catching Zizujin. He needs to drop the Praises Rock. He needs to get out in a sidestep with Cyclone Knife. He eventually gets run down by Serpent. He will die. Chibi is dropping down low, but he will have the immortality to keep things alive. Sasa needs to get out to safety. It's down towards a 3v4 here. Homebois has the jungle advantage, but They just don't have the front line, and the waves are crashing on the King Empire. Homeboys, they will be able to secure this. They need Sasa to pull the big W. It's got to be hard. The damage is there. Lord, he almost gets taken out, but it's Sasa versus Ness. He needs to survive this. He gets one kill, but he will fall. And now, Homeboys, they are gonna shatter the dreams of King Empires. The king will be slain. It might be over. It's only X-Win. It's done for. King Empire has been eliminated. Homeboys will continue into the lower bracket finals.
GG, well played to the Homeboys. They did so well. They tested what they needed to test, but at the end of the day, it's the better team who moves on. Homeboys prove once again they deserve to belong here.
The defending champions' journey does not end here. They have halted the advance of the Empire. But props to KGE, they have grown so much. They've evolved as a team and gave us a true show here on the MPL playoff stage. This will be the end of their journey for this season, but looking forward to seeing how they continue to grow in the future.
What a game coming from both these teams. King Empire, they tried their best, but eventually Homeboys will still hold on to their seats. However, they will be playing again later on, but before that, let's take a look at what they have to say as we throw it over to the stage with Rose.
This is the final match. Match terakhir untuk pasukan King Empire Esports di MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. And with that, we would like to ask them to give their final bow in the count of 3, 2, 1. Guys, give them a warm round of applause. I rasa untuk musim pertama mereka, they did a really, really good job. And we hope to see you guys again in the future season. Thank you so much. Dan yang pemenang untuk lower bracket semi-final match ni, Homeboys 3-1. Dorang ada misi nak membalas dendam dengan RSG di lower bracket final seterusnya. Okay, we are gonna go straight for the, I rasa, question that could potentially be spicy. Zorn? First, congratulations about you guys tak jatuh. Tapi, I nak tanya, kenapa korang jatuh semalam? Apa yang jadi dalam perlawanan lawan RSG?
Rasanya sebab kita orang punya feeling nak main MPL tu dah lama kan. Kita orang dah tak bermain selama 2 minggu, 3 minggu. Jadi agak slow sikit lah waktu permulaan. Macam biasalah, macam week 1. Kita sebagai Homebois memang macam tu. Setiap season, week 1 akan kena bantai. Lepas tu baru kita orang bangkit macam sekarang.
I see. So, adakah Zon tengah cakap that dorang kalah satu match semalam di upper bracket itu adalah satu benda yang tak penting sangat sebab you guys sudah panas sekarang dan ready nak membalas dendam di RSG selepas ni?
Kalau tanya sekarang, RSG patut siap sedia sebab kita orang dah online.
Now this is gonna be a very, very interesting lower bracket final match. Alright, can we please pass the mic to Udil? Udil, I nak tahu satu benda je.
Apa?
Semalam, apa perasaan you kena buat benda macam tu dengan Ripo? Depan-depan tau dia buat.
Kesal. Personal. Mesti dibalas nanti.
Wow! Short and simple but straight to the point. I like that. You ada apa-apa nak kata tak dekat Ripo?
Tak adalah. Kita tengok cut stage saja. Cut stage, atmosfernya lebih berasa, vibe-nya lebih berasa. So daripada kita banyak cakap atau jadi badut taunting-taunting macam dia, tak perlulah. Kita buktikan gameplay kita kuat, masuk final, pergi Riyadh.
Wow! Dengar tak tu? The confidence is oozing daripada Udil. Ada macam vibe-vibe. Dia nak ambil lagi satu tiket ke grand final selepas match ni. Alright guys, so Stadium MBSJ. Siapakah MVP anda? I'm hearing Chibi. I'm hearing Nets. So apa kata kita tengok MVP dekat screen? In 3, 2, 1. MVP perlawanan ini jatuh kepada jeng 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 jeng. Adakah Nets? Adakah Sepat? Zorn. Zorn. Alright Zorn, kita nampak prestasi semalam tak sebaik and you cakap sekarang dah panas and RSG should be ready. What should they be ready for sebenarnya? Apa yang Homebois boleh bawa ke lower bracket finals sekejap lagi to dapatkan the final slot to grand finals?
Banyak yang kita orang simpan sebenarnya untuk repeat sekali lagi lawan RSG dan rasanya kita orang dah cukup confident untuk reverse sweep.
Alright, Chibi.
Yeah.
Okay, Chibi. Semalam, I guess we can say that Chibi punya retry lawan Vinogo agak kurang. And Chibi selalu cakap, Chibi suka sangat lawan import jungler. Vinogo ialah satu import jungler. So, I nak tanya Chibi, apa yang jadi semalam dekat retry awak? So, dia macam kurang sikit. Is it you were nervous? Pressure ke? Tak sihat ke? Kurang, kurang panas lagi? Apa yang jadi?
Sebenarnya kita orang macam tak panas lagi sebenarnya sebab 2 cuti minggu kan. So kita orang macam kata shock juga lawan RSG. Tapi sebenarnya kita orang main-main je semalam, main gelak-gelak. Tapi tak tahu kenapa boleh kalah kan. Kita orang macam ngetrol juga semalam. Tapi kita orang macam boleh main je. So kita orang main serius lah hari ni.
Wow.
Mata kita orang dekat SRG je, tak dekat team lain.
Okay, diorang nak keluarkan semua strat. Actually, dia macam tengah cakap, I'm hiding strats a little bit. But, okay, Nats, just one question. Nats, in the video that they played just now, sinabi mo na ikaw yung the best at laning, late game, carry, and macro in Malaysia. So, going up against later, Loliel, and if you win, kalaban mo si Innocent ulit. Tingin mo ba mananalo ka sa matchup mo and rate it on a scale of 1 to 10?
8.
8?
My soul is not in my body yet.
Ano?
My soul is not masuk.
Dia campur 3 bahasa terus. My soul tidak masuk katawan. Katawan tu badan. Where is your soul?
Hindi kasi inaro ko, hindi ko pa talaga nalalaro eh. Hindi ko pa nalalaro na maayos yung laro ko. Parang meron pa akong mas ilalakas.
Oh! Okay, dah faham dah. Dia cakap sebenarnya dia rasa dia tak all out lagi untuk musim ni. Dia cakap 8 out of 10 sebab dia macam boleh go the 2 more extra step untuk jadi 10 out of 10. Mana tahu kita boleh tengok 10 out of 10 punya Nets gameplay di lower bracket final ataupun di grand final. Okay, so can we please pass it to Daddy?
Alright, let's go.
Alright, so Daddy, ada kata-kata apa ke? You guys are so close to potentially becoming back to back.
Okay, first and foremost, saya nak minta maaf semalam mungkin kita orang dibuai mimpi agaknya kan, 2 minggu tidur. Apa pun thank you untuk fans KGE juga kerana sudi memenuhkan stadium yang dah sedia ada penuh ni oleh Flame Boys. Hello Flame Boys, I love you. Alright, cuma saya rindukan Ripo Ripo sekejap lagi jangan tak tembak-tembak tau. Okay, jadi saya tunggu Ripo tembak-tembak kita. Alright, see you Ripo in the final lower bracket insyaAllah.
Alright, thank you so much. So sekarang, I akan bagi Homebois celebrate victory mereka. And I will see you guys in the lower bracket finals kejap lagi. Congratulations. Wow, wow, wow. Okay guys, I rasa ramai orang puas hati dengan kemenangan Homebois ni 3-1, but it wasn't a one-sided. Perlawanan ini agak sengit, but I'm pretty sure ramai yang akan tunggu misi membalas dendam daripada Homebois di lower bracket finals. But before that game, let's throw it back to the casters for them to dissect what happened in Game 4 in this best of 5 series.
Congratulations to the Homebois. It definitely looks like we're seeing a bit of a return to form from the defending champions. And Nets himself saying that they haven't quite reached the peak just yet. Hopefully we get to see this team continue to improve. And of course, we have to recognize Zorn, the MVP of the match, setting up those counter plays on the Carmillas against the Chip and making sure his team's able to do what is necessary on the Matilda. He's been around a long time and he still got it.
Yep, he definitely still got it here. This time, not playing the Carmilla, managed to get his hands on the Matilda. And I think so far, he's not only creating space, but making sure that these high execution supports very much executed well.
Well, speaking of execution here, it feels like this Carmilla definitely was a fantastic way of just dealing with the Chips, right? Like, after that, when given a chance as well, when he played the Matilda as well as the Barrage combo, it just came down to textbook plays coming from Homebois. And I think Trex has a lot to put into this thought as well. Like, why experiment, right? Like, we were talking about, hey, he tried out the Layer mod, great, didn't work out, guess what? We're back here again. And I think Homebois is at the stage where they're similar to SRG to some degree. Like, they are good, but they are trying to push the limits of what the patch can do, to be honest, if I think.
Yeah, I think they haven't quite reached that point just yet, though. Still a bit of work to do, but if they continue to improve like this, then we can definitely see them making it all the way into the grand finals. But with this game concluded and with the match concluded as well, I do want to ask Trex, like, what do you think about this Game 4?
I think Game 4 was clean. I think Homebois just continue to they continue to beat KG with their pacing, with finding those from the very beginning. I kind of set the lines of finding those moments of when to throw the punch, and even when Homebois are a little behind in gold, they know when their time is to strike.
That timing, very important. We've seen Homebois identify it quite cleanly throughout this series, so maybe this will turn out to be like their signature weapon going into this. But Gideon, from your analyst perspective, what was the key factor that allowed them to close out this game?
Well, I think, a lot of the key factors just came down to, number one, EXP being held very well by Sapat. I think he's done a lot of good work in this game. I mean, look at Smooth, 0% when it comes down to Team 5 participation on a Yuzong of all things, which is kind of crazy to see. Because out of those 4 kills, Yuzong was not a part of it or just didn't apply the damage at the right place at the right time. But overall, like Trex mentioned, they are good at hitting you where it hurts. They're pacing, and especially when it comes down to tempo, momentum is something that Homebois treasure very much so. So when they get that initial lead, you see them 2x it really quick. 1,000, turn it into 3,000 in less than a minute.
It all comes down to whether or not Smooth is able to set up the tempo or start the fights, right? Like a couple instances here, his Petrify combo was really, really on point, especially in the first few games. But it came down to a stage where Sapat got really sick of it, and ever since he got his Purify, every combo that Smooth dishes out onto him, he literally gets zones out by Sapat a majority of the time. And because of that, most of the time, King Empire just can't seem to just find a way into the team fight at all.
We've already highlighted many times before the importance of the EXP lane matchup, right? Of who is able to win that lane, who is able to unlock from the lane earlier and participate in team fights. And in this matchup, we saw Chibi going very early on to mess with Smooth. Yes, he did make a mistake, he got executed, but the damage was still done. And this instantly allowed Sapat to gain some superiority in that regard so that he could more freely join team fights. And I think it was a very good call from the Homebois. Trex, do you think the targeting towards this Yuzong early on was what allowed Homebois to dictate the pace in the beginning stages?
Oh yeah, because like Terrence said, Smooth has been, he's been extremely important in so many team fights, able to get to the back line, able to, use the Petrify, able to slow down Homebois. And once they're able to kind of remove him from the picture, it's just free roam for Nets, it's free roam for Oodle, and those are the guys who are really dealing out the damage.
It's a good point there. I think Homebois has learned a lot as a team going into this series. They figured out like what are the flaws that they need to fix. They figured out like how to identify different timings, how to identify the key players on the opposite team. And I think those are going to be factors that are very important when they're going to go up against RSG MY to find that final slot in the grand finals. But in your personal opinion, Gideon, do you think they are ready to get some payback?
Based off of this, like game 4 from the side of the Homebois, probably not. I think, you know, game 1 and 2 was a much better showing from the side of the Homebois against KGE, but that's situational in what you prepare for the draft. I think if you're going up against, you know, a team like SRG, we need to see just a little bit more. I think, unfortunately, Subbot might just be the weak link in that upcoming matchup. It's a little hard to say because he's very comparable to Cram. They do their jobs well.
Now, speaking of doing their jobs well, right? I feel like Nets definitely is one of those players that really stood out for me in all the games, right? Like, yes, Zorn is the most consistent, but I feel like Nets picking in a carry and forcing KGE to dive into him multiple times was one of the reasons why it kind of fumbled King Empire's spirits, right? Think about this. Game 1, Game 2, one-sided storm coming from Homebois, and then Game 3, which, quote-unquote, I hated the drafts coming from Homebois. King Empire struggled to even take a game, and it felt like it was a psychological attack. It kind of got into the heads of their mind, and now, even with this play, that's brought him back to carry again. It feels like every single time, it's specifically just targeted towards this Yu Jong pick from Smooth. And even here, 6 minutes a game, he just got a Hunter Strike. Like, this is not the usual Smooth that I remember of as an XP laner.
Okay, give me the TLDR of everything you just said.
Just I feel like
just a little bit more.
I don't know. It feels like Smooth just was targeted by Nets throughout the entire game. Specifically when in terms of team fights.
That's one way of putting it. That's definitely one way of putting it. I mean, to be fair, Nets did absorb the pressure of 2, sometimes even 3 people from the side of KGE. Like, that laning phase was not easy by Nets whatsoever, and we saw from the Emblems himself, he was playing hyper defensively for a majority of that game. Even Udil, right? I think the Homebois, they had to redistribute their resources. They're like, okay, we can't all just be covering Nets the entirety of the game. People like Subbot, people like Udil can actually find these advantages. I mean, Chibi, he's doing Chibi things, and he's already naturally out-leveling Sutsujin in the earlier stages of the game. But I think the main difference, and what you're trying to get at, is the fact that Nets, he knows how to play from behind, but he definitely knows how to play defensively, especially when he's getting dove underneath tier 1s. Up until losing his tier 1s, down by tier 2s, he's still getting dove.
And I think it helped a lot that Nets did switch up his build in a similar way, right? He went for the Wind of Nature before completing the Trinity so that he would be able to fight against the Roger, against the Yu Zong. You can see Chibi, he went straight for Brute Force into Guardian, where Sutsujin had to go Molten Essence, Dreadnought, and then Radiant. So he was forced into a much more like safe itemization path, which ended up spending a lot more time overall. We can see in the highlights here, this first play, very messy on both sides. I do think it ended up being kind of a chaotic game, but Homebois were able to come out just a little bit cleaner here. If you ask me personally, I think a lot of mistakes were made on both sides. I think the gameplay got a little bit sloppy. What do you think, Trex? Do you personally feel like there was some sloppiness from both teams here?
Teams kind of, I think Homeboys start to feel some pressure. King Empire knows it's match point, and they're kind of just throwing everything into it. I do want to point out that Sepat had a pretty good game. 1-0 at 11.5 minutes in, and though it's not a lot, we saw it on the item builds that he had like 3. He was into Brute Force Breastplate and then dipping back into Hunter Strike for a little bit more damage by the time Smooth was just finishing his like second item, you know?
Yeah, that does make a pretty big difference. Like, again, the EXP lane matchup, being able to unlock, being able to join fights. I think Subbot was playing a much larger role of zoning out the backline. We can see it in all of these fights as compared to Smooth, who just goes in, tries to make something happen, and then he's just instantly taken out like a non-issue. King Empire Esports, I think, was kind of conditioned, right? Like you mentioned, Gideon, they couldn't play to the full potential that we saw from them previously.
A lot of their moves just felt like it got read by the Homebois at a certain point, right? A lot of it just hyper defensive, a lack of information, and they don't exactly have the thickest roamer in the world to walk around to give that information. But hey, it just goes to show that's where the meta is right now.
Yeah, with that being said here, Homebois will eliminate King Empire out of the tournament here, and only 3 teams remain. And of course, for the final series of today here, it is going to be RSG going up against Homebois, a revenge match on how RSG MY was the one to send them down to Homebois, but eventually these 2 teams and only one will be able to make their way into the grand finals to face off against SRG. So this is going to be a very, I don't know, is this going to be a reverse 3-0 or is this going to be close? Because for RSG to do it against Homebois, it was just kind of one-sided.
We can't say. We have no idea what's going to happen. All that we know is that the rivalry is going to return and Homebois are coming in with a vengeance. We are so close to closing the chapter on MPL MY Season 13. So I want to ask you, Trex, this is your first time guesting here on MPL MY. Like, how do you feel about MPL MY compared to like the scene over in NA?
It was a blast. It was a blast. We got to see some really solid drafts, I feel like, from Homebois and from both teams, really. But especially Homebois, I feel like Game 1 and Game 2, very solid draft. We even got a little bit of Malaysian spice in there in Game 3. So, you know, they tried some things out, which is always nice to see as well, honestly, for me. Even if, you know, we think it's a mess up or whatever, it's good to see teams kind of test things out and limit push. So overall, it was a blast, man. I think Homebois got a good chance at, as long as they can play like they did in Game 1 and Game 2, I think they got a good chance at maybe going up against SRG in the grand finals.
All right. We already got some predictions here from Trex. How about us, Gideon? Do you think they can go far?
Far is one thing. Preparation is another. I think they should be prepared for RSG. I think they definitely know that they were playing pretty awfully yesterday, and today could be a lot better. And, you know, considering that they are the quote-unquote warm-up team, if this game against KGE was, well, good enough for warm-up, I'm hoping that they will be in prime form for RSG.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very important thing that they have to go for. Like when we talk about mental capacity or even tilt to a certain degree here, managing those emotions is going to be very, very difficult here, because I felt like the ones that will hurt the most was Homebois, considering yesterday it was just a complete stop, right? King Empire, they won narrowly, but again, fatigue plays a huge factor, and eventually when it came down to a war or attrition in that final match, Homebois just came out on top against King Empire.
I do get where you're coming from. Fatigue, a big issue, but we are going to take a short break before we go into the last match of the day. And right before we send you off, Trex, as a caster from the NA scene, which of our teams do you want to see your teams play against in MSC and the international stage?
Ooh. Do we want the rematch against Homebois? Or do we want to take on the new top people, SRG? Honestly, either one's good. We've always had pretty good running, so hopefully I think there's a nice rivalry between Myanmar and Malaysia and NA. So let's see if it continues.
Only one of us gets to move out of groups, I'm telling you. You're not going to bring us down a second time. If we go 2 for 2 this year because of you,
not again.
I'll be so upset.
We can't accept it again.
Like 3 internationals in a row.
But either way, thank you so much for joining us here, Trex. So yeah, that's all from us. Thank you very much, and we hope to see you again next time. All right. We got some insights there from Trex. We got to see a very interesting game here. Homebois are defending champions, making it all the way until the lower bracket finals, where they are now confirmed top 3. I have no idea what's going to happen next, honestly.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, right? I definitely didn't want the the NA caster to know about our inner workings, but personally, for this upcoming game against RSG, I am genuinely worried for Homebois a little bit, because it feels like this hot fix, this new quote-unquote patch has really hurt Homebois in a couple of ways, which make them by far one of the most deadliest teams, and that's the early game, right? We're not seeing as much pressure as we usually expect from the Homebois, and worse yet, we're not seeing them play in their usual style. It feels like there's a certain point that they have to hit before we do actually get to see that personality. And I just wish that maybe this patch came a couple of days before the grand finals.
Okay, that's the thing, right? Like, I think when it comes to this situation here, I feel like RSG has a better shot based on yesterday's performance. But again, anything can happen. I feel like Homebois definitely was able to kind of win in terms of the drafts the majority of the time in the previous game. But again, It could be the coach, it might be the team, it might be the play styles, it might be a lot of factors here, and that's the beauty about playoffs. Anything can happen. Expect the unexpected, man.
I think that's the perfect tagline for the playoffs. So much weird stuff has happened. But like we mentioned, we're gonna throw it to a break real quick. When we come back, the final match of the day. Who will be our second grand finalist? Find out right after this.
Guys, go aja. Gas sekarang. Udah jam. Gak usah masuk, udah dapet. Dapat. Nice one. Boleh. Boleh. Nice one, alhamdulillah. Tahu. Boleh. Udah des. Mati dia. Pastunin. Mati dia. Nice one. Dia ke atas. Ada flicker dia. Udah. Perang dah tuh, lihat tali.
Oh, udah ya,
Oke.
Ya, saya.
Aman. Nice lip.
Putar nih. Sornya kau putar. Satu target.
Itu sound dulu, lip balik dulu lip. Nice, mati.
Gak apa-apa, gas aja.
Nice one. Mati. Nice one. Nice. Kalau dia guys. Tip kasih.
Boleh.
Sabar guys, sabar. Nice one.
Oh, nice. Kiting.
Kite first.
Tarik nafas.
Sabar guys.
Nice
Dapat guys.
Boston. Udah sapu. Moskow.
Mati.
Dapat Moskow.
Nice banget guys.
Hati-hati.
Gua angkat.
Low.
Nice, aman.
Gas.
Orangin.
Quality?
Go. Boleh. Go.
Nice one.
Maju ke. Ada minat. Pusing. Boleh. Nice. Lapas ke. Maju.
Mid dulu.
Aku tapin dia. Sabu.
Nice one.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemaskini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Showdown. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu Scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Fight as long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang buhay! Backline already, and they're running for the lines. Gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in. He cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Yo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Sama-sama. Bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke?
Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa lagi. Itu tugas saya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because...
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the, Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the orgs. It's more of like Team Hawk Pride, RSG Pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Hey, come on. Ha!